Hello, welcome to what day is this now, Isha? It's
I think we're on 9.
day 9 of a marathon, Portal to Ascension, Awakening Humanity, um, epic broadcast. I'm Alan Steinfeld along with my good friend Isha Patel.
Oh, that's right. You got it.
And we have some amazing people today, including our first speaker, Avi Loeb. And after Avi presents, we're going to have a collective discussion. And but I'm very interested in Avi Loeb's latest research. I know you've met him, right, Isha?
Yeah, I had him on my show last year around the time that I think he just released his book about Oumuamua. And so we had a really fascinating discussion about Oumuamua and his hypothesis that it could be some sort of extraterrestrial made mass floating around in the cosmos.
Yes, exactly. I think, though, after that, he's went to the South Pacific to investigate a possible craft there. I want to hear about that latest research. Well, let's just bring him on, Neil, and go for there he is. Avi, thanks for being back here on the program. You remember Isha, right?
Yes, I do. And
Yeah.
wonderful to join you.
Yeah, I know we're doing quite a bit of interviews over the coming weeks, and I just wanted to say I'm really excited to see where your research has gone since we last chatted about Oumuamua last year.
Thank you.
Well, there was Oumuamua, and then there was the investigation you did somewhere in the South Pacific. And are you doing something new? Because there's lots of questions we want to talk about. So you have a little presentation, and then we'll talk, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can present for a few minutes, or you can just ask questions. It's up to you. Whatever.
Well, why don't you do a little presentation so we know where you're at? But first, let me introduce Avi Loeb, as I think you're still the head of the Harvard Astronomy Department, or you former head?
No, I completed my term. I'm the director of the Institute for Theory and Computation at Harvard.
Right. And he's also the head of the Galileo Project, which is amassing lots of information about potential UFO, UAP, directions that's being made there. And I'm going to ask you about that. And also his first book, Extraterrestrial, about Uameamea, was quite a hit in the market, despite what his astronomer colleagues had thought about it, because what Avi pointed out is the open-mindedness that needs to be made in the sciences instead of people being confined to what they think is true. And Avi, you made a great, impact on other people, saying maybe they should open their minds to what else is possible. So I'm interested in what you're working on now. Do a little presentation, and then we'll talk. Okay?
Okay, so maybe I'll share my screen. Let's see if it works.
Yes. Yes, you know how to do that? You go down to present. You see under present, under StreamYard down at the bottom. Is that?
Yes. The only issue is that it doesn't allow me to share the entire screen.
What about just share slides? Could you have a slideshow? Do you have a?
Yeah, I do.
Avi, you should be able to click share screen, entire screen, and then you click entire screen, and then you click share. You got to click the actual window.
Unfortunately, that was not a possibility. Let me just see.
Unless if you have a Mac and you haven't changed your settings on your Mac for it, yeah.
It is a Mac, yes.
Yeah, that would be a setting thing. We'd have to go to your privacy settings and allow Chrome sharing.
Oh, well, why don't we just talk through what you were going to present? What were you going to present in the slideshow?
Okay, well, I mean, I can just for a few minutes tell you the latest. And
yes.
As you mentioned, in 2017, the first object from outside the solar system was identified by astronomers. It was given the name Oumuamua, and it was the size of a football field and had very unusual properties. I'm just trying to see if it will allow me to share the screen. No, it's still problematic. And so, at any event, this object was unusual in the sense that its brightness changed by a factor of 10 as it was tumbling every 8 hours, and its shape was most likely flat. And moreover, it was pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force. It was unclear what is pushing it because there was no gas or dust around it. And a few years later, we discovered another object, a meteor, roughly half a meter in size, that collided with Earth and also came from outside the solar system. We know that because it was moving too fast to be bound by gravity to the sun. And this one was weird because it was moving faster than 95% of the stars near the sun. And moreover, it had material strength tougher than iron meteorites. And I decided to lead an expedition to the Pacific Ocean. We went there in June 2023, a year ago, to search for materials from this meteor. And we just published the results in a scientific paper showing that we found material that has a chemical composition different from what you find in the solar system usually. So it's quite likely that this object came from outside the solar system. And what we hope to do in a year from now is search for bigger pieces of this object so we can tell if it was artificial or natural in origin, whether it was manufactured by another civilization. For Oumuamua, I suggested that it's being pushed by reflecting sunlight. And for that, the object had to be very thin, like a membrane. And nature doesn't make such thin objects. I suggested maybe it's a surface layer that was torn apart from a bigger object, or perhaps a broken piece of a megastructure constructed by another civilization. And now with the Galileo project, we built a new observatory that is currently monitoring the sky 24/7 in the infrared, optical, radio, and audio. And the goal is to figure out if there are any unusual objects in the sky, because the US government, the Director of National Intelligence, suggested that military personnel are seeing things they don't understand. And so we are about to submit a paper that reports the first results from the first observatory at Harvard University. We analyzed the data with machine learning software, and we describe the findings so far, but we are planning to continue to look at the sky in the future, look for unusual objects. We are building 2 additional observatories in other locations. So altogether, within a year, we'll have 3 observatories monitoring the sky. And there will be a congressional hearing in a month discussing some possible information that the government might have about those unusual objects. So stay tuned.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of interesting things you just brought up. First of all, going back to the object you found in the ocean, how do you know the chemical composition is from another solar system, especially since we haven't explored our solar system completely?
Okay, by the way, I was able now to share for some reason.
Okay, great.
So let me just show a few slides describing what I mentioned before.
Perfect.
Well, this is just a beautiful image of the stars in the Milky Way. There are hundreds of billions of them, and to think that we are alone is really arrogant. That we are unique and special. This is an artist's illustration of Oumuamua that I mentioned, and potentially it could have been a thin membrane rather than a rock of some unusual shape, because astronomers decided that it's flat. And Enrico Fermi asked this question of where is everybody, to which my answer is we need to search. We can't just expect them to come to us. We need to look for them. And the next Copernican revolution would be that we will find them. And here you see an actual image of the Tesla Roadster car that was launched by Elon Musk in 2018. And, if it were to collide with Earth, many of my colleagues would argue it's a rock of an unusual composition that we've never seen before. But I would argue, let's be open-minded and consider a technological origin. Maybe there are interstellar cars, and Elon Musk was not the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang. And of course, you need to collect evidence, and that costs money and effort, and that's what I'm trying to do. Because new scientific knowledge does not fall into our lap. I mentioned already the Oumuamua that was discovered in 2017, and the meteor that collided with Earth a decade ago, 2014. And these are the reports from the Director of National Intelligence to the US Congress. This is an artist illustration of our observatory at Harvard to look for those unidentified objects. And as I mentioned, I went to the expedition. The US government confirmed that this was an interstellar meteor. This is the team that I led on the ship. We hope to go again in a year. These are some photos from that expedition. And there will be a Netflix documentary at the end of 2025 coming out that includes footage from that expedition. We found these molten droplets that are less than a millimeter in size, and about 10% of them were of unusual composition, up to 1,000 times more abundance of some elements like uranium, lanthanum, beryllium, relative to solar system materials. We are planning the next expedition, and hopefully we'll find bigger pieces of the meteor to tell us what it was. And this is the Rubin Observatory that will start operation in 2025. We'll use a camera that has 3.2 billion pixels. It's roughly the size of a person. It will hopefully find many more interstellar objects like Oumuamua once every few months or so. So stay tuned. That's what I wanted to show in terms of my slides.
How do you know that the chemical makeup is something from outside the solar system if we haven't explored the solar system completely?
Oh, because we know what the material that made the solar system had a uniform composition. I mean, we see the same composition in the sun and in all the other bodies left over from. So we know, for example, the composition of the crust of the Earth, the moon, the asteroids, Mars, and obviously the sun. And so what we found is an abundance of some elements that is very different than any of these objects. Okay, so we can tell the difference.
So is your hypothesis that different stars have different sort of chemical outputs that create different elements in different solar systems? Is that the idea?
Well, we definitely know that to be the case because the heavy elements originate primarily from exploding stars that are very massive, and once they consume their nuclear fuel, they explode in events called supernovae. We see those supernovae, and really it really depends on how close you are to a supernova as to how much enrichment the star gets. And moreover, you can imagine environments that even if they started with similar chemical composition to that of the solar system, there were processes that changed it. For example, if you destroy a planet when it's coming very close to the host star, some elements would, if you melt the rock, let's say of a rocky planet like the Earth, when it comes close to a dwarf star, the most common star, then some chemical elements will sink to the core of the planet and others will stay on the surface. And then you can get an enhanced abundance of some elements, those that we see relative to others. And so you can imagine situations where the things that would be ejected to interstellar space would originate from environments very different than the ones in the solar system, because the sun is not a typical star. The sun is 10 times more massive than the most abundant stars, dwarf stars.
Wait, our sun is 10 times more massive than dwarf stars, you're saying?
Than the typical star, yeah. So the nearest star to the sun is 12% of the mass of the sun. That's called Proxima Centauri.
Yeah.
The sun is not a typical star. So you might ask, why are we residing next to a star that is not the most common star? And the other thing to keep in mind is dwarf stars live up to 1,000 times longer than the sun. So you would ask, why aren't we next to a dwarf star in our future? Because there is much more time left for those nuclear reactors to keep burning compared to the sun. The sun is roughly at the middle of its lifespan. So we happen to be born next to a star relatively early. If you would allow us to exist next to dwarf stars, we would be we would find ourselves sometime in the future. I mean, if you select a random day in your life, it would most likely be at the middle of your life, not the first day of your life or the last day. And just because there are many more days near the middle of your life. So then one possible explanation is that the dwarf stars are not hospitable for life as we know it, because they have flares, and they basically, those flares sterilize the planets that are in the so-called habitable zone, in the region close to those nuclear furnaces that could, in principle, have liquid water. But because of the flares, those planets lose their atmosphere. The atmosphere gets stripped by either the wind coming from the star, because they're closer in, closer to the furnace, because the furnace is actually fainter. The dwarf stars are fainter. So in order to have liquid water, you need to be closer to the star, and then you are more vulnerable to losing the atmosphere. And the other, obviously, flares could also do that. So altogether, it may well be that stars like the sun are really the only incubators for life as we know it. And that's why we find ourselves at a typical time in the middle of the life of a star like the sun.
Do you think that possibly the whole collision of the Sagittarius galaxy with the Milky Way, do you know about that theory? Is that?
Oh, yeah, I wrote, if you are referring to Andromeda or Sagittarius, in both cases, I actually did I did the most extensive modeling of those systems, the first one.
So could our sun be part of that other galaxy? Because one more thing, the ecliptic of our solar plane is at a strange angle to the ecliptic of the Milky Way, why would that be? So anyway, what do you...
Well, it would be the case because it has nothing to do with each other. I mean, the solar system formed out of a cloud of gas that was rotating in some random direction relative to the disk of the Milky Way. I mean, it didn't have to, it was spun up by processes that were local and had nothing to do with the way that the Milky Way disk is oriented.
Okay. But do you think
we are, when you look at the sky, you from the right locations on Earth, you see the Andromeda galaxy. It's a sister galaxy, very similar in mass to the Milky Way galaxy, that is currently approaching us at 110 kilometers per second. So we know that it's on a collision course with the Milky Way, and once the two galaxies collide in a few billion years, the sun will still be around, and the stars of the two galaxies will mix together. Right now, the Milky Way is a disk of stars. So all the stars formed out of gas that they formed in a disk, similar to the planets that formed in a disk around the sun, but the two disks had nothing to do with each other.
Okay.
They were oriented at random orientation.
Right.
But when the Milky Way galaxy collides with the disk of Andromeda, the two disks will get mixed, and you will end up with something that looks like an elliptical galaxy. It looks like a football-shaped galaxy. And instead of the stars appearing in the sky like a strip, the way it is now, and that's why we call it the Milky Way, the stars will be scattered in the sky. And in fact, the sun could be, in principle, stolen from the Milky Way during the merger process. And we could see the Milky Way from a distance.
What do you think of the Hubble telescope finding really well-formed galaxies way out where they didn't expect anything to be as developed as what we found? That changes the whole cosmology, right?
So actually, when I arrived at Harvard about 30 years ago, I pioneered this theoretical study of the first stars and galaxies. That was my first big contribution to astrophysics, and now it's a very popular field of research. I was actually on the first advisory committee that designed the Webb telescope that we now use to observe those galaxies. Right. And I wrote a textbook about 12 years ago, The First Galaxies in the Universe. And that textbook basically summarizes what we theoretically expected, And I was always saying that if the Webb telescope finds something different than we expected, I would be very happy, because it would teach us something new. I mean, that's science is a learning experience.
Exactly.
And indeed, it taught us something new, that the early generation of galaxies are quite bright, brighter than we expected. But that could be explained, for example, if the first generation of stars were brighter than the stars today. And that's actually a prediction that theorists like myself made early on. So we are not yet fully clear about what the reason is for the first galaxies being brighter, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's simply because the first generation of stars were more massive than present-day stars, so they were much brighter, and that accounts for the brightening of those galaxies. But it doesn't violate the standard cosmological model.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wanted to get that straight, because some people said, oh, the universe must be much older than we had expected. But you're saying it's just the brightness of that.
I mean, the reason the universe cannot be much older is because we have data from the early universe, even before the first stars formed. And this is the cosmic microwave background, the radiation left over from the Big Bang.
Right.
And we can use it to, it has features, it has temperature fluctuations in it that can be used to map cosmic history. And from that alone, even without anything, to do with the stars and galaxies, we can tell the age of the universe. Everything falls into place, to within 10%. People are arguing about 10% right now. There is the so-called Hubble tension, less than 10%. But I'm saying to within 10%, we know the age of the universe pretty well. And it's the one that is fully consistent with those early galaxies.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about Oumuamua, which the actual Oumuamua, sorry, but the translation means first scout in Hawaiian, right?
That's right. Yes.
And it's interesting. In 2017, it was that year that the Pentagon and New York Times published these videos of UFOs, as if Oumuamua was announcing something. I mean, just mythologically speaking, right? So
the coincidence is interesting, because Oumuamua showed up on October 19th, 2017, and then in December that year there was the report in the New York Times about the government program. I was wondering if there's any causal relation between these two things. And in fact, I wrote a draft of a paper saying, in principle, an object like Oumuamua could be a mothership that, is releasing probes that would arrive to Earth, weeks or months later. And so that should be a possibility that we consider, that when there is a big interstellar object, if it's not a rock, if it's not natural, if it's artificial and it's functional, it could potentially lead to us noticing something on Earth. And now we don't know, we didn't have enough data. And my hope is that when we continue observing, monitoring the sky with the Rubin Observatory starting next year, that we would see more objects like Oumuamua, so we can get to the bottom of it. Because now, I'm very intrigued. So we developed a computer program to find out the interstellar objects in the data pipeline from Rubin Observatory. And we also, I just submitted yesterday a proposal to the Webb telescope to use the Webb telescope to look at objects that are interstellar, because the Webb telescope will allow us to measure the heat emitted from those objects and figure out their size, their surface temperature, pinpoint their location very precisely, and check if they have any propulsion. So I'm really optimistic that once we start searching for these objects and using the Webb telescope and the best telescopes on Earth, we will learn much more. And, having more data, more evidence, to me, is a blessing, a great blessing. The only people that object to that are people that want to maintain their past prejudice. That these are people that claim that everything in the sky must be rocks. And some of them are my friends,
Well, Was it Max Planck that says science moves one funeral at a time, moves forward?
Well, I would not to wish that to them, but
no,
one of them told me Oumuamua is so weird. I wish it never existed. And
Right.
to me, that is the opposite approach that a scientist should take, because one should say, if you are curious, you should say, Oumuamua is so weird. I want to learn more about it. It's really intriguing. Maybe nature is trying to tell me something I don't know yet.
Right. That was Richard Feynman's thing. When you find something new, it's not, you don't discount it. You say, isn't that interesting? And then you pursue that. So getting back to what the government's all about, I'm sure you know about this book. Sorry,
Yes.
it's backwards.
Yeah, I know the book and I know the author. Quite
right.
well.
And he claims that you don't have to, you're looking out there, but the government has crashed retrieval. It has started reverse engineering. So I guess you haven't had access to those programs and haven't seen it because you're still looking out there. Would you?
Well, I would be happy if the government saves me time, if they are willing to share the data they have. If it's not a matter of national security, if one can tell from the data that it's not the Russians, the Chinese, North Korea, or any other adversarial nation, they have the duty to share it with scientists like myself, because their day job is national security. My day job is what lies outside the solar system.
Right.
And, it's information that could guide us into the future, because anything that comes from another star, might be far more advanced than what we have. And, it could reveal technologies of our future. And it's better for scientists to figure out what these things are. And I very much hope that they will, at some point, if they have something, will share it with me. At the moment, they haven't, but I should also say that there is a plan for a hearing in the U.S. Congress in about a month.
November 13th, yes.
Yeah,
But
so stay tuned, because there might be some interesting details revealed there.
Well, this Elizondo says, yes, there's craft. David Grush says, yes, there's craft.
Well, okay. So
Right.
I should add a caveat here, because I had an hour-long conversation with David Grush over Zoom, and I asked him to let me know of anything that is not already in the public domain. I'm a scientist, so I'm guided by evidence. I'm not guided by hearsay. You can't base a scientific analysis on a rumor. That's not the way it works. I mean, the same way that FIFA, the soccer organization, operates, they don't go around ask the players whether there was a goal. They look at their cameras and decide. The referee decides based on.
It's not necessarily rumor, because these are people in the intelligence
field.
No.
But, right? Okay, so here is the point. In difference from the legal system, where you can put a person in jail based on eyewitness testimonies, in science, it's all about instruments, just like FIFA, as I mentioned. So I cannot rely on what Elizondo tells me. I want him to show me the data. It's just like, show me the money. For a scientist.
What did Grush say in your conversation?
Well, so I asked him to show me anything that I don't know already from before the time of his testimony. And he said that he cannot do that because he would be legally held responsible for any such release and might be put in jail. And I said, why don't you become the Snowden of unidentified aerial phenomena? And he's not willing to do that. So I'm saying, okay, I hold my verdict until I see such data. I want to see either materials or that I can analyze, or data that I can look into, and then I will tell you what I think about it. But just people telling me that such data or materials exist, is not enough. I need to see it. Now, of course, the US government may hold it classified, because some of the data was collected by classified instruments, and perhaps they are not sure whether it was human-made or not. But my point is, I will hold my judgment until I see it. I don't doubt that it exists. I'm not saying that Elizondo is lying. I think he's very sincere. I think Grush is sincere, but I haven't seen the data.
All right, I'm going to say you should be one of the first people to be let in from outside the government to look at these crash retrieval. Someone like you is exactly the kind of person that should be You know,
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'm just curious, and you know, the difference between me and other scientists is that I don't know if they're curious or not, but they are showing a stand that is opposed to looking further into this. They say, "Oh, it's nothing." They ridicule it, and that's not the way that the scientists should operate, in my view. I mean, we should all be curious, especially about a question that is of so much interest to the public. You know, the public pays taxes to fund science, and we have an obligation as scientists to attend to the public's interest. And when the government says we see things we don't understand, you know, that's a serious matter. Because if it's not from outside of Earth, it means that the intelligence is not identifying objects that other adversarial nations are producing. And, you know, that's something that everyone should be worried about.
Well, it's not just objects. Grush says we have bodies of beings.
Yes.
So wouldn't you love to see some of those, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can easily, by the way, if I have just a gram of material, irrespective whether it's a craft or a body, if someone gives me a gram of material, I can tell you right away whether it's from the solar system or from outside, because in our laboratory, we can analyze the isotopes and date the material. And we know the age of the solar system, 4.6 billion years. And if we find the material from another star, you know, it will have a different age. That's another, even without studying the composition, just the age of the material, you know, will tell us. And it's very unlikely that the material will have exactly the age of the Earth. And everything that comes from Earth, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's artificially produced or everything has the same age of the solar system.
Right. But you know the material that Hal Puthoff got from Linda Moulton Howe about the bismuth, magnesium, zinc, layers of material.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know exactly where it came from, and I haven't seen it.
All right. Well, let's see. Maybe Linda can send you a little piece of her material she still has and see if you can analyze it. The other thing is, you're saying you're searching the skies for objects and you've seen nothing, because I've been out with night vision goggles and I saw an object in the sky that looked triangular. Its shape was pointed up. And as I was looking at it, it shifted to pointing down. Well, I'm not saying that's a UFO, but it's something, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we don't see any. We saw 500,000 objects with our observatory.
Yeah.
And the point is that, you know, the fundamental question, I mean, there is a lot of crap in the sky. There are drones, there are balloons, there are airplanes. And it's very easy to get fooled by, you know, I can give you an example. I received an email a few months ago from a photographer that photographed a wedding. And he said, you know, I don't want to release those photos because they are private and so forth. So I will sign you on an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. I said, look, if you want me to look into this, I'm not signing an NDA. Just send me the photo and we'll look at it. Anyway, so eventually he sent the photo. We examined it with members of the Galileo project, and we concluded that it's a napkin flying behind the bride. You know, like so it's very easy to get fooled because it was only in one picture that he sent, and it did look triangular, but it looked, upon further examination, it did look like a napkin flying in the wind. Now, the thing to keep in mind is there are optical effects, you know, that depending on the instrument you're using, sometimes things look weird because of the optics. And there are things in the sky that are, you know, quite surprising because they are rare. So, you know, we are basically looking in the sky all the time and training our machine learning models on things that are familiar. And we're simply asking, is there anything that is not familiar? And that means both in terms of its image and in the way that it moves across the sky, the trajectory. So,
and have you found anything that seems like you can identify, unidentified?
Yeah, no. So we found 500,000 objects, and most of them are things that we can identify, but some of them are things that we don't identify. And it's just the beginning. I'm saying, but this is the kind of systematic study that needs to be done. And we will continue with 2 additional observatories doing exactly that.
Right.
But,
Now,
if the U.S. government has data, then they can save us time, you know.
well, Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo, they're part of the Galileo project. I mean, they've seen, I'm sure Elizondo has seen things. He's not talking about it because he has an NDA.
Right, exactly. So they are signed, both of them are signed to secrecy. They can't really tell some things, and
Yeah.
they cannot share the actual data. And that's the problem. So it's really, we should see what happens in
Right.
Congress in a month. I don't
Okay.
know. I really hope. I mean, there are two possibilities. Either the government is hiding something, and they would do that even if they don't understand what it means. You know, they would just do it.
Especially
because,
if they don't understand what it means, you
Yeah,
know, especially because they
So my advice to them
what's
is,
the other thing? There's two possibilities. One, the government's hiding, and that's the other possibility is what?
the other possibility is that these are human-made technologies that that we are not aware of, simply because we haven't developed them, and that would be of concern to the So it's quite possible the government classifies it because they are still suspicious that maybe this is produced by some humans. But if not, if they cleared that possibility, because they found in crash sites things that do not look like humans, things like that. If they are sure that it's not human made, they should definitely share it with scientists. I very much hope they will do so.
Well, do you think it's just, let's say the government is hiding things. It's not so much about aliens, from what I've read, and Elizondo sort of mentions it. They're taking some of this technology, selling it to industry, and it seems like that's happening. Or no, you don't buy that.
Okay, so here is the scenario that I would find likely. I don't
Okay.
think that these technologies are being used right now, because we would see them in the battlefield. Okay. So the way I think of this is more like something that the people that have the materials or the data, they simply do not understand. Now, they don't have, the best scientists in the world. They, for example, some corporations, they are looking into it, they can't really figure it out. So they are getting funded by the Department of Defense. And it's just like the relationship between a client and a psychiatrist. When you have a therapist, a good therapist would not solve all your problems, because then you will stop paying that person. So they might be in a situation like that, where these corporations are not solving or reaching any conclusion, so they get paid for many years by the government, and it's not a healthy situation. I mean, it would be much better if these materials or data would be analyzed by the brightest scientists in the world. You see, that's the way for us to make progress.
Well, do you know Gary Nolan? Gary Nolan says he has material that seems to be off plan. Have you met Nolan?
Yeah, of course, I know him very well, but it's the circumstances under which this material was retrieved is somewhat foggy. It's not entirely clear. I heard him speak about it, but so he got the material from someone who noticed something, and that's not well documented exactly. It's not like the meteor that I'm talking about, which the data is public. The US government satellites measured the speed of this object before it exploded as a fireball, and then that it came from outside the solar system. In the other case, I don't know, maybe it was an adversarial nation doing some espionage and dropping some stuff.
Maybe Nolan could give you some of those pieces for you to analyze, because you said you would know.
I think he can do the analysis as well as I do. The question that I have about that material is, where did it come from? Do we have any evidence beyond any reasonable doubt that it came from outside the solar system or outside of Earth? And I haven't seen that evidence. The material is unusual, and it came under some unusual circumstances, but they are sort of somewhat foggy, those circumstances.
Well, I'm going to petition that you get on the next, inside track to look at the bodies, look at the craft.
And, I would be delighted.
And people
I just want to find the truth. I mean, it makes no sense to just deny the possibility that we have neighbors, cosmic neighbors, because it's to our advantage to realize that we are not alone, because we will adapt to that. I mean, it will be a blow to our ego. But just think about the blow to our ego that came with the realization that we are not at the center of the universe. That eventually we recovered and we built spacecraft that reach Mars, even though Mars does not orbit around the Earth. That was a
Right.
blow to our ego. So I'm saying it's important for our future to know the reality that we live in, rather than argue that we are alone or we haven't seen any evidence, and then we don't seek the evidence because of that prejudice.
I agree with you. That's why Elizondo wrote this book, Eminent. But the other thing I want to ask you is, like, they're reporting artificial light coming from other planets or other star systems. And then also one more thing, when the Hubble looks at distant star, what evidence of life, maybe the artificial life or some methane in the atmosphere, would you expect to find if there was life there?
So again, I wrote, it so happens that I wrote the first paper on artificial lights from a planet. I wrote it with an undergraduate student, Eliza Tabor, about 7 years ago. And we looked at the Proxima Centauri and concluded that it would be quite challenging for the Webb telescope to detect it. But in principle, if there is enough light, we could see artificial light. Of course, within the solar system, finding artificial light, that's another paper that I wrote in 2012, 12 years ago. And there we concluded that it is doable, and in fact, we should search for artificial lights within the solar system, because you can tell the difference with existing data between an object that just reflects sunlight and an object that emits its own light. And the way to tell is that if it's illuminated by the sun, it actually gets fainter much faster as it recedes away from us.
And have you found anything? Have we found any artificial evidence, light of
Well, let me, I will mention an anecdote. So there was a famous astronomer, Mike Brown from Caltech, that discovered many of the objects in the Kuiper Belt. And I asked him, I said, look, you are finding all these objects far away from the sun. Did you check whether any of them makes its own light rather than reflecting sunlight? And he said, why should I check? It's obvious that it must be just a reflection of sunlight. So this just shows you how most scientists operate. They never deviate from the beaten path. They already assume what they want to find in many cases. And
that's why you're so unique and so open-minded. We need people like you out there asking the questions. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he talked about the Tic Tac, he said, it was probably an artifact of the radar, and the pilots saw the object themselves. It was not an artifact.
One comment I should make is that there are many science popularizers that are not really practicing science. They pretend to be the defenders of science, but what they're doing is actually anti-science. Because if you are, if science is dear to your heart, you should work on it, seek the evidence, and not express opinions. And those are behaving just like commentators, that are telling the players in the field how to pass the ball. Who are they to tell? And they always have an opinion, but they're not really doing science. So I wouldn't put much stake at what they're saying.
Okay, that's something Bud Hopkins, I don't know if you know who he was. He investigated alien abductions. That's a whole other thing. But he said the job of science is to explain the uninvestigated instead of to the job of science is to investigate the unexplained instead of explaining the uninvestigated.
Exactly.
And that's so. What other signs of life that would a telescope like the Hubble look for on a distant planet?
So if we are looking obviously for primitive life, microbes, then it may be the composition of the atmosphere, but it's not very conclusive. For technological, the composition, molecules like oxygen or methane that are indicative of life. But a much more definitive proof of life would be to find technological signatures like city lights or artificial lights, or for example, industrial pollution in the atmosphere, molecules that are not produced by nature but produced by industries like the CFCs that we have in our atmosphere, or to find a signal, that carries information that a natural system cannot convey. That's what the traditional SETI community was looking for. They haven't found any radio signal of that nature. And then what I try to bring to the table is the search for objects near Earth, which I think is more promising, because even if the sender is dead, we could still find them.
Well, talk about what would change for you and everyone else if we found microbes on Mars or life somewhere. How does it change the history of who we are as human beings and the nature?
Well, it's quite possible that life migrated between Mars and Earth, that we are all Martians, because rocks could have carried their life and arrived from Mars to Earth. Frankly, if we find life, of course, the question is it the same as on Earth? And if it's the same, it's possible the two planets shared it. And finding microbes is not as exciting, as far as I'm concerned, compared to finding intelligence beyond Earth, because from an intelligent civilization, you can learn, and it gives a new meaning to your existence. Whereas it's just like finding a partner in your own private life. It makes a whole different life for you in the future. And finding microbes will not have that impact. I mean, it would say that life is not rare, but I would doubt that we are unique and special. And we're probably in the middle of our class, kind of civilizations. And what I'm looking for is a smarter kid on our block, someone that was much more successful, because that will be shock therapy to our civilization, to realize that we can do better,
And we need some shock therapy because the planet is in help. So I think it comes down to the idea is, are we alone in a dead universe, or is life an emergent property of creation itself? That's my theory, that life is everywhere, and consciousness is not an evolution. It's the source of all things, but then we get into some spiritual discussions. But
there is a lot that we don't know, and I would say spirituality and the frontiers of science share one thing that in common, which is the quest for the unknown. And I think they can benefit from each other.
Yes. Well, this is what Einstein said. I'm sure Einstein said the spirituality and science are not disconnected. There is a connection. But those are the three big questions. They call it the three unknowns. How did the universe begin? How did life begin? And how did intelligent life begin? So any comments about your theories about that? And then I know you have to go soon. Yes.
I think intelligence in my vocabulary is measured by the ability to reproduce the reality that you're born into. So, we started in the jungle, and then we moved into cities when we developed technologies. And of course, the lifestyle that the city can give us has a much better quality. And that's why we are not on trees right now, so that's one step. But the next step would be to leave the Earth and go into space, because there could be an existential catastrophe on Earth that risks all of us. And if you ask what is the most intelligent species that I can imagine, it's a species that understands how the Big Bang happened. Right now, we don't understand what happened before the Big Bang, because Einstein's theory of gravity breaks down at that point when the density of matter was infinite. But if we have a theory that unifies quantum mechanics and gravity, we could have figured out the recipe for making our universe. And then you can imagine quantum gravity scientists creating those conditions in the laboratory. And to me, that is the biggest accomplishment, because it's the job requirement. If you were to apply to the job of God, the requirement would be you should be able to create a universe. Right. So in principle, a very advanced scientist might be able to fulfill that requirement. And that's, so I'm really interested in intelligence beyond Earth, because, there is a lot of room for improvement for what we find on Earth. And if you look at the news every day, it's not uplifting enough. And, last week I had podcast with Sean Ryan, and it was at the time it was the number one on Spotify, and I had more views than an interview that Kamala Harris had at exactly the same time. And so some people told me it's a reflection of the fact that the public finds science much more uplifting compared to politics. And I think science is better than politics.
I think so, because science gives us a possibility of the future, and politics, is just the past. But
Exactly.
One more question. Where does all the water come from on Earth? Obviously, Mars had water because there's evidence of rivers and oceans maybe there. So where's water come from?
So water actually existed in the solar system to start with. It exists in the interstellar medium. So the cloud that made the solar system had water in it. And then it froze in comets, in the outer part of the solar system that is far from the sun. Water condensed on bodies, that rocky bodies. So outside of the orbit of Jupiter, it's very cold in the solar system because it's so far, from the sun that water freezes, and so water accumulated on the surface of rocks, and these are called comets, and we see them because when they come close to the sun, the water evaporates together with dust, and we see a cometary tail. That's the origin of comets. But there was a period in time in the early history of Earth where the Earth was bombarded with such comets, and the popular idea is that was how water was delivered to Earth. So it came with comets that carried the water in them. And the same was true for Mars. Mars was not very far from Earth, but then Mars lost its liquid water because liquid water requires an atmosphere, and Mars lost its atmosphere. It's a tenth of the mass of the Earth, so surface gravity was not high enough to retain the atmosphere. And 2 billion years ago, it lost the atmosphere. But the early Mars was very similar to the early Earth. It had rivers, lakes, oceans. We see the evidence for that.
Right. Are you okay? When you're invited into the inside government and look at the bodies and the craft, are you ready to reevaluate everything you thought you knew about science?
Of course.
Isn't that exciting?
It is exciting if something that can show me a different point of view exists, so until I see it, I will not know if it exists. It's just like, I have a lot of friends that were hoping to find a partner that is exceptional, and they were waiting and it never showed up, so they ended up compromising. So I don't want to end up compromising. I really hope that there is such evidence, and if it exists, I'll be delighted.
All right. Well, I hope they invite you I hope they show you this, because we need people like you to say, wait, what's going on here? The history of that we thought was now is a myth, so you're here to create a new understanding and a new science. They're not filling up their gas tank to get here, these craft. There's another form of propulsion. So
yeah, I very much look forward, and I hope that in the coming years we will know much more.
I'm very excited. I hope they invite you in. I would vote for you to be part of that.
Thank you.
Panel, because I think it's time the government roll out the bodies and the craft and ask the world population, the scientists, and to say, okay, what do we have here? How does this work? And how can we use it to benefit humankind?
I agree. I completely agree.
All right. Well, keep up the good work, Avi. Thank you for everything you do. And what's coming up for you? Anything you're going to be speaking
There
about?
are a lot of things coming up. A few of them I cannot speak about, but you will hear about them.
All right.
So the things that I mentioned are the new expedition. We need $6.5 million to go to the Pacific Ocean again, and I hope there will be a funder for that expedition.
I forgive me, but I think you're wasting your time. All you have to do is go to Washington and say, "Okay, show me the."
That I'm planning to do next month. Yes.
All right, great. Okay, you're going to be in Washington for the hearings on November 13th.
Yeah, but it's not confirmed. That they will have that because it's immediately after the election. So let's see what happens. Yeah.
But you're not speaking at that time. Are you speaking at the?
I don't know as of yet.
All right, good. I hope they do get you to speak and talk to your friend Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon and Gary Nolan. These David Grush. They could show if you sworn for an NDA. Would you take it if and say you can't?
Yeah. Well, if there is credible evidence, I think it's worth seeing it no matter what. But let's not hypothesize. If they ask me, I will think about it, and it's possible that I would like to see it under any constraints, just to help them figure it out. So
Right.
the idea would be, even if I'm not allowed to tell other people, I will help them figure it out.
Right. Well, thank you for your honesty and your work and open-mindedness. And wait for the universe is about to shift.
Thank you.
It's awakening of humanity. That's the name of this conference. And thanks for being part of it. We really
My
appreciate
pleasure.
you. Thank you,
Thank
Avi. That's Avi Loeb. And what an open mind. Yeah, Isha, Ashley and Michelle, what do you do? I thought he was being very honest and open.
That
Isha,
was
what do you?
incredible. I sat here backstage with a big smile on my face the whole time because Alan, you didn't leave any stones unturned. I mean, you just went for it. You asked all the questions that I know everyone has had on their minds for a while.
Yeah.
And that was just incredible. I really hope that something does happen next month, but then also there's a lot of hoping and wishing. So we just got to keep moving forward, right?
Yes. What did you think, Ashley? You heard that.
I did. There was one thing that stood out, and I hope I got this right before I wrote it down. He said something along the lines, to be a true servant of God, you have to be able to create a universe.
Yes.
And that leads me back inward into our inner systems and how we can consciously align all systems of our body, which is what I'm going to be going over in my presentation tomorrow, with the energies that we're currently working with. So that stood out to me.
Because we are able to create universes. That's the thing. Michelle, what about you? What's your comments?
Alan, I was sitting here thinking, this is why I love Alan Steinfeld so much. I really was, Alan. I'm one of your biggest fans. I'm sure you know that by now.
Well,
you seem to have a photographic memory, and you seem guided to ask the right question in the right way at the right time. And what I felt, I was trying to get ready. I woke up a little bit late because I had a late show last night, and I didn't even know if I was going to get on this morning, but Neil had texted me, and of course that guidance got me here. And I think this information is on a lot of people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
My personal feeling is I don't have a lot of trust for government. I just don't. It's my truth. But I really appreciate what Avi was saying in terms of pushing us towards transparency, and I feel like we, the citizens, have a right to I don't like to use such a strong word as demand.
Yeah,
but
demand is a good word. We need demand.
I do believe that we have a right to know the facts and what is becoming uncovered. I think a lot of us here don't. We have our own guidance system, our own intuition, our own direct contact, and some of us feel like we are contact because we're having our own experiences. But I do understand the mental side of things once the real hardcore facts. And, when you pushed him on what people like Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon and David Grush and, what they've seen or talked about, and he gave you some pushback about, I want to see the data. I have an appreciation for that side of things. I feel like this is the time on earth where the heart is merging with the mind, and some people really need those hardcore facts, and other people really are having our own experiences outside of that data set, but I appreciate what he's bringing forward. And like I said, I really like the way that you ask your questions, and you keep us all curious.
Well, I'm curious, and actually, I thank you, Michelle, and everybody. It makes me so alive and present to talk to someone like that, because he's a huge influence on the population. I thought he was being very honest and open and saying, well, he doesn't know. And I think it's also ridiculous to go around the world to the Pacific Ocean and search for a meteor when they do have craft at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or wherever, Los Alamos, or wherever or Area 51. I think, he's there not to lead people astray, but to be kept in the dark as a scientist while the government's able to do these other things. And this is the problem I think we're up against. And I think Elizondo's book is very important. It was #1 bestseller on the New York Times for a few weeks. I'm just reading it now. And we need to demand, I think you're right, the truth, because, it make our work a little easier and more acceptable. And let's just talk about the conference in general as hosts and what people have gotten. And like Ashley, you've been following this pretty much all day from the beginning. And
I appreciate, Ashley, that your one standout point that you wrote down, I think is the biggest takeaway.
Yeah. So Ashley, how do we move forward? I mean, Neil's done a great thing, fantastic. And it's an education, it's a mystery school. And are we just talking to the choir? How do we actually, and yes, bringing Avi Loeb, who's a mainstream Harvard astronomer, helps, but he's then comes over to our side. How do we move this to the mainstream in some way? Ashley, it's up to you to tell us how.
That's a lot. We integrate the information. We take the pieces that fit and lead us into our wholeness, and then we become the transmitter of that frequency. It's not even so much what we know, it's who we're being and how embodied we are in our wholeness, how much we're willing to own our authenticity. I actually have a saying that I prefer more authentic people than nice people. I'm kind, but I'm not nice. And I enjoy that about myself. I think if we just had a little bit more of that. So recognizing how you receive the information, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, taking what fits, leaving the rest, and becoming the embodiment of unity. We have to walk it like we talk it. So recognizing when you're being, triggered and you're unable to accept your structure of reality from a unified point of view. Like that's the whole premise of 11 Days of Awakening. Hopefully I summed that up. Michelle, maybe you can expand?
Michelle? Ashley, I so appreciate you bringing that up about authenticity over niceness, because we are to a point where we are becoming more transparent. We're becoming more telepathic.
Yeah.
We can sense and feel when somebody's just blowing smoke up our and just for the sense of cozying up for some reason. And it leaves an uncomfortable feeling in our gut, because at the end of the day, we are here for a purpose. I don't believe we are here to sit on our asses and watch TV, watch other people's lives happening. We're here to co-create. And this is the time, and we hear this all the time. This is the time and we are the ones. And I really, really appreciate how Neil has curated very specific vibrational beings. Each one of us is a piece of the puzzle. We are not supposed to all be alike and all agree. That's the beauty of our free will, how we we communicate what's our truth, and my truth may not be your truth, and your truth may not be my truth, but I can absolutely appreciate another perspective and another point of view. And I think that's how we're going to get across the bridge to unify us with, and I say it all the time. It's not my quote. I don't know where I heard it. I won't take credit for it, but that it is time for us to not let our differences divide us, but to come together in our similarities, to celebrate our similarities.
Yes. So, Isha, I know you're working behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. How are you bringing the message out? I mean, what's your vision for what's going on with what these 11 days are about?
Well, I think the first thing I want to say is just sort of take it a step back and celebrate the progress that we have seen. I know in the last 10 years, I mean, when I think it must have been around 2013, 2014, I had my first personal experience of going interdimensional, and I had nowhere to turn to for that. I remember jumping on Google and asking, like, what's the 13th dimension in the universe? And I came across Tumbleweed, So I really want to celebrate first how far we have come. I know now if I type the same question into Google, I will find lots of articles, lots of teachers, lots of resources. So that in itself has gone leaps and bounds. And then adding to that, the big shift that we've seen since 2019 and 2020, in some ways it's been quite polarized, and we all know what happened during that time. But the messages that I got then were that disclosure was going to get accelerated. And so I remember sitting down early 2020, having a conversation with my STAR team and saying, well, we're experiencing all this polarity. People are in fear. What do we do with that? And they said, well, one of the fastest ways to stay on the highest ascension timeline is to accelerate the disclosure. And then I saw within just a matter of maybe 3-4 months, we saw, Ross Coulthart came out with his book. There was a Netflix series that came out. So there's actually quite a lot of mainstream things already happening. I think it's just sometimes when we're looking at it from the perspective of those of us who've been around, especially you, Alan, you've been around for a long time in the field. Sometimes it feels like it's just like going on and on and on and on. And we're waiting and waiting for that day. And we don't always take the time to look at the progress that has happened.
You're right. Some people have disclosure fatigue because since 1947, but we are getting closer. And I think the whole idea about being nice it's sort of what the government's trying to do. They're trying not to have a rude awakening, but guess what? We're in for a rude awakening. We're not alone in the universe, and there's a lot more to it. And it's not even being nice. They want to keep people ignorant, because if they tell us the truth about that, what else are they not telling us the truth about?
I think some of that is coming from Star Family as well. Like, there's definitely cover-ups in the government. I think that's pretty blatantly obvious. But the conversations that I've had with Star Family directly, I said, well, why don't you guys just land your starships? I mean, you prove it once and for all. And I think there's a deeper sort of energetic complexity to this as well, because they have to kind of wait until humans are ready to accept it. Let's just say, for example, tomorrow, all the starships appeared in the sky. Well, the volume of people that might go into fear, it's not worth having such a disruptive sort of disclosure. So it
is worth it, because people will go into fear about anything because it's not what they know. And I think get used to it, because these objects do appear to people. They do go into fear. They work through that, and they come in and have an elevated consciousness. I'm not saying that's the best way to go about it, but
look how many T-shirts now have, it seems like it's mainstream now, that people are starting to, when I first started talking about this, my daughter was always doing this, Mom, please don't, you're embarrassing me. And now she's got a tattoo of a UFO on her ankle. And I think, did she have her own experience, or is she just going along with mainstream because it is becoming mainstream? And Isha, I really appreciate what you're bringing forward. You're bringing a soft place to land for those people.
I think that's the idea, is we're being given this grace. And there is an end point to this. There is an end point where if it doesn't happen by a certain point, it is going to be that kind of disclosure. I think there's just this period of grace where we can still have maybe a slightly smoother landing so that it doesn't shock people as much as it could. But we can't also drag this out forever. There will come a point where if we still haven't awoken, that is literally how it's going to go down, and then we just have to deal with it. So,
Well, Bashar is the first contact specialist, so he says, and there are more and more sightings around the planet. The government is getting closer to, they have acknowledged we're not alone in the universe, or at least people inside the government. There is a slow, and it is slow, and maybe it's just too slow for some of us who already said, just come out with it already. Just say the words, acknowledge it, but there's definitely
what about
progress.
Valiant Thor? What about Valiant Thor? What about George Van Tassel telling the government when there were going to be ships in the 1950s and they showed up?
Right.
Didn't they show up right in front of the White House or the Pentagon or something like that?
Yes, in 1952, they flew over the Capitol. It was like, that's when it went from flying saucer to UFO. That's when that changed. Well, it's not just a saucer, but, you know, I think, and I'll ask you, Ashley, it seems like it's a it's not like, oh, there's visitors. It's a vibrational shift. That's what I'm thinking. What do you say, Ashley?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we need to hit a certain quota in our neurobiology so that it doesn't fry us and half of our planet doesn't enter into a psychosis. I think it's the vibration. That's why.
Well, we're already in a psychosis, though. You know, I mean,
more so.
But
more so.
You know, I mean, to create war over like belief systems, I think, is a psychosis. You know, you don't believe what I believe, and it's just like we've been in psychosis as a culture, civilization for thousands of years. Of course, we've accomplished some amazing things, but we have to change the way we look at each other, and that's you out there, that's me, and it's like there is a connection of consciousness. That is the new way. And one thing also that Cesar said to me and everyone, you have to value your own magnificence. That's what and if you can, once we value ourselves, not in an ego way, but in the sense that, you know, we're all aspects of the divine, that's my belief, then we can move to this next level of reality, it seems like. And so we're getting slowly pushed by your star family there, Isha, and all those beings that are trying to support our evolution.
I think it is unfolding perfectly. I mean, sometimes we feel like it's happening slow, or it's, you know, we want the government to do things. I mean, the philosophy that I've always had, and this may not resonate for everyone, but it's just, I don't even care really that much about the government disclosure, because when I go into my backyard and I look at the night sky and I see the starships, that's my disclosure. So I had disclosure like 10 years ago. And some people want the official announcement, and I think in some pockets of the community there's an attachment to that. They, you know, but it's more like it's like anger and the fear of like, why have we been lied to and all of that. And if we can even transmute that and transcend that, it's like, well, the true freedom, you know, in some sense was never really taken from us, because that, depending on the perspective that you view it, even that's an illusion. Even that whole narrative can just be another illusion. So if I have the freedom to drop into my heart, which I do, I have the freedom to take a breath. I can do that anytime. I have the freedom to go out into the night sky and have the intent to make contact. Those are all things that are within my power. So that's a choice that I want to keep reminding people, is that we always have that choice. And then the government will just do what they're going to do, you know. But the more of us that go out into the night sky and just make contact, it might just get to a point where they're just confirming what we already know rather than even having a disclosure.
Yeah, no, I think we're getting closer for sure. And maybe you're absolutely right. It's unfolding perfectly. And just having this discussion, and it's really about awakening humanity. It doesn't matter, ETs, okay, great, but it's vibrationally shifting. And I find for myself, I really need to keep working on my own vibration. I mean, one little sip of alcohol completely disconnects me from from something, whatever that is I'm trying to build in this my own awareness. So, and scrolling on my phone too much also disconnect these like seemingly little innocent habits that I need that vigilance to keep my energies at the place where I feel good. You think, oh, maybe a little sip of alcohol will make you, but it doesn't feel, for me, I'm not telling anyone else what to do, but even cursing, people like, and it's like that lowers my own vibration. I actually feel, that. So I'm not telling you what to do, but for me, I know what keeps my vibration up, and what just to go there just brings me down. Is that true for you, Ashley, too? Or
Yeah, I think that what you're sharing, it's that level of knowing yourself and
Right.
maturity, like not with age, but with your spirit. Like you have that mature understanding of your spirit and how spirit can be taken out of the form through these different avenues meant to distract us. So to
Yeah.
know what's right for you, that's a powerful place to be, and to honor the contrast. I think the part we all play, everyone on this 11 days of awakening, is to honor the contrast, not to avoid it, but to find what within ourselves, feeds that discord, that disconnection with spirit, what opens you up and siphons your life force. And accepting where you are on the journey. If you need to disconnect from some of that information because it's triggering you or it's not serving you, do that. Release comparison with what everybody else is doing and honor your path. That's the greatest service that you can do for humanity and everyone around you.
Exactly. And what I love about Michelle, because you said what you loved about me, Michelle, what I love about you is that you keep coming back to the heart, keep coming back to love. That's sort of like almost like your spiritual practice, or your, or at least for me, talk about that.
Well, I'm by no means have I mastered it, Alan. It's something that I feel really drawn to, always focusing on love first and what would love do. And when I'm not operating from the place of love and someone calls me out on it, I'm willing to say, I could see that. I could feel that. I'm having a human moment. I'm in a human body. It doesn't always work. My wedding anniversary is Friday, 32 years with my husband. Wow. And it's been a journey. And, there's been many points where we could have said, okay, we're going to separate and go our own ways. And I never felt like it was in the best interest of what our union is all about. I'm not good just because he's not on the same path as me or the same spiritual path as me doesn't mean that he's not spiritual. He practices in his own way. And what I feel has really kept us together is our respect for one another and our love for one another. It's very deep. I think, a lot of relationships have been undergoing dramatic changes, leaving a codependent model and moving into a co-creative model. And that's always been, in my heart. And love is in the air. When I see so much division, it's easy to get triggered. But what I find happening with me is more than being angry, I become sad.
Yeah.
And I want to see us loving each other through it, even when we don't understand where somebody's operating out of love, that, and it goes back to, I'm not a person that's a big organized religion person. But when it comes back to some very simple practices that people have learned in the Bible, the Golden Rule, or any of the great teachers' books, the Golden Rule, and forgiving ourselves and others for what we didn't know in the moment. I think that's something that can help us move forward.
Yeah. You know, I think. And how do you though? Oh, here's Raji. Hi, Raji.
Hi,
I was
Raji.
going to ask Michelle, how do you stay in that feeling like the emanation, even if maybe you get upset or pissed off?
The breath is a big thing. When I can step outside of myself and be an observer, or if whoever I'm in audience with is being an observer and calls me on it, I can go back to taking a breath, you know, witnessing myself and going back to, this isn't who I truly am, and go back to love, because love is who we truly are. In my personal truth, you know, may not be somebody else's truth, and I can honor that, but
Right.
I do my best, and I'm not always perfect, Alan, that's for sure.
Well, no one's always perfect. That's why I mean, and if people have a different path, some people say, yeah, they curse, they smoke. Well, that's fine. I'm not that's their truth, and that's
When
their.
I remember snapping at my husband once when he came home and I wanted him to do something, and he snapped at me, and I snapped right back at him. And in that moment, as I was being ugly, something came over me. I triggered myself, and I was like, oh, that was not good. And then my husband says to me, oh, Miss Circle of Radiant Love, you know, and he gives it back. He totally called me on it. And I said, I took a breath and I said, you're right. I am sorry. I snapped at you. And what I learned in that moment is sometimes when we're given a certain energy, we tend to mirror that energy. But it's up to us to catch ourselves in that. And it's hard to argue with somebody who's coming from a loving place. It's really hard to be angry with somebody who's coming. And after I owned it, and I came back to love with my husband, and I apologized, I wasn't being sensitive to the hard day that he had, and I just globbed onto him the minute he came home and needed something from him. I wasn't looking at it through the lens of what his experience was. And once I owned that with compassion, man, it changed everything. He put his hand on my shoulder, and he came back in when his anger went away, and he said, what do you need? What can I help you with? And to me, I didn't need an apology from him. I just felt like that was how love facilitated coming back together in through compassion.
Thank you. I think we have to wrap it up. I think our Raji's here to introduce Dan. But thank you. That was good for me. I don't know. I mean, I think it was good for me to just.
Thank you so much to each one of you. Ash, I can't wait to see your presentation tomorrow. I hope it's when I'm available. If it's not, I'm going to go back and watch it. And Isha, did you present yet?
I'm on the last day, so I'll be joining Ashley's tomorrow, and then I'm jumping in right at the end.
Wonderful. Thank you so much I'm just loving this. And Raji, it's so nice to see you. I'm in such a state of awe and gratitude for what we're all co-creating here, and especially to our viewers as well. Go back and read the comments. I want to thank Bridget Renee, who's a lot of times with us. And she's really been commenting some great high vibrational keys as well.
Well, thank you all. I also want Raji's going to introduce Dan Winter, who is someone I feel, and I know Dan, bringing the science of love. He's such a scientist, but he's also grounded in everything we've been talking about. And so his science is about evolving our spiritual nature to hold a frequency of love and beyond love. I mean, yes, love is the grounding, but how do we build out from there? Maybe there's nothing beyond love, but there's a science to where we're going as loving beings. That's what just my little brief introduction to Dan. Raji, you have anything to say about the last couple of days? And
just hello, greetings everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's just been phenomenal to watch and listen and be with such great tribe. And I can't believe we're just like plowing right through, going through with the full moon, super full moon tomorrow. culminating everything on Saturday. I'm stoked. I'll be introducing Neil on Saturday and actually sharing just like 15 minutes from my heart, because I've gone on such a profound journey throughout this process as well. So I felt compelled to share. But it's been amazing, and I'm stoked to be introducing Dan coming up shortly, and just grateful for Portal to Ascension, for holding the space here, for Neil, for doing something just amazing. 11 days, 77 speakers. It's just, wow. We should totally do like a debrief call after this, see what happened.
Mhm.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Raji.
So much, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey guys, I want to jump on for a second. I'm in
Yeah.
a cafe, so there's music behind me.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say that also the annual alignment with Arcturus starts tomorrow for 3 days. You know,
Wow.
so our sun actually aligns with Arcturus every single year for 3 days. So just throwing that into the field as we bring on more speakers that are connecting us to the galactics. I think it's just a good time to. We're paying reverence to not only all the presenters around the world that are a part of this event, but we're really sending out a signal to the cosmos with what we're doing here. You know, so just want to pull the Arcturians into the field for today as well.
Well, bring Dan on for a second. I want to know what he thought about our discussion. Hey, Dan.
Hi, everybody.
What did you think about that discussion we just had?
Well, I think it's wonderful about, putting love into practice. And, my talk is about what awakening means in terms of unpacking the aura and seeing into the larger array. I'm sorry I didn't see enough of the previous speakers, so I can't say. But I must say I love the smiles. Really wonderful.
Nice.
Ashley, have you ever seen Dan? You have to follow every single word he says. Don't lose us, Dan.
Well, I'm super excited to introduce him. So let's get this show on the road here. So before we get Dan officially on our stage, let's learn a little bit more about him. Dan Winter's background is as multifaceted as his viewpoint. Graduating with honors from the University of Detroit, Dan pursued graduate studies in psychophysiology and the origin of languages. In addition to his academic background, he has worked as a systems analyst with IBM, an industrial metallurgist, and crystallographer. He has undertaken many diverse studies, from quantum physics to modeling at the MIT Space Lab to developing the early biofeedback prototype equipment as Dr. Albert Axis's protege. Widely traveled, Dan has sojourned to study at the Gurdjieff School of Sacred Gymnastics in Florence, and in Florence with Buckminster Fuller, the Giza Pyramids, Israel, the Andes, and Finhorn. Through the years, Dan has lectured on the evolution of consciousness, sacred geometry, and coherent emotion at many national and international conferences. His theories in coherent emotion inspired the notable research at Millard Fillmore Hospital in Buffalo and the HeartMath Institute in California in the mid-90s. Results published by Dr. Glenn Ryan provided conclusive evidence supporting Dan's heart entrainment theories, and he is here today to be sharing his wisdom on our stage today. Welcome, Dan. Take it away.
Thank you for the lovely intro and the lovely smile. I really need the inspiration of you looking so young. That's wonderful. And
I'm looking forward to hearing what you got to say. And I'm a heart math coach, so I am even more interested.
Oh yeah, well, I taught them how to take their first EKG, really, and the first spectrum analysis of EKG we did together. And that history is at realheartcoherence.com. I have to say that intro is entirely 30 years old, so that's why I'm having a little trouble with feeling young, but I'm going to work at it.
It's all good. All right, take it away.
So what I prepared today really is an extension of what we did here with Portal to Ascension, 5 years ago, which is the physics of ascension and extending that idea into what it means to have an awakening of humanity. And the idea is that if this discussion is correctly done, this could be presented to my associates who are electrical engineers, and every word of it could be measured and described pure electrically, which I feel that that kind of electrical precision in this language of what is ascension and what is awakening and what is enlightenment, that if this were done with electrical precision, that should allow us to do it better with, better biofeedback, better measurement. And instead of a subject, it is a very objective discussion that could then eventually teach governments, for example, what a soul is. And that's where we begin, is with our new project called physicsofsoul.com. So I'm going to just see if the screen share is going to work here. One moment. So share screen window. Here we go. So I'm going to share this is my keynote. It's called Gain Energy During Charge Collapse. So you're seeing my screen, I hope. So this is called physicsofsoul.com. And basically, the idea is that in the presence of implosive compression, for example, your heart harmonics when you're feeling love are a phonon sonic caduceus braid, technically called a phase conjugate pump wave. Harmonics like the Schumann cascade and your brain waves, they all make this caduceus shaped cascade. And when they implode and compress, your DNA spits out a coherent longitudinal EMF, literally the physicsofsoul.com. And in this discussion, we're going to use the metaphor of the double Dorji to teach about how this works. Specifically, here's my presentation with Elena Dedan. We've done a lot of work together. That in the center of the Dorji, there is not only a piezo crystal, literally a fire crystal, but there is a clicker, which uses both the energy field of your hand and a piezoelectric phonon, literally a powerful spring-loaded, that will hit the crystal, and that causes the crystals to spit out a longitudinal wave, literally the trident of Neptune and Enki, basically. And this turns out later you can actually teach this as the physics of how Luke Skywalker's lightsaber works. And we're evolving this into an offering we're making at firecrystal.com, PHIRE, where we actually teach the physics of how the Atlantean fire crystal works, which is the same caduceus-shaped phase conjugate pump wave here. In this case, it's coming out this piezo device here called piezofire.com. And when that crystal is fired with the right frequency series, just like what your heart does at the moment of bliss and love, what happens, the crystal implodes, the transverse compression turns into what's called longitudinal, scalar, or torsional. And that is the beam. That is the beam from your heart at the moment of love. And that beam actually emanates also from your DNA in the radiance, sometimes called longitudinal coherence. And that radiance from your DNA during bliss is also called the physicsofsoul.com. It's also called the Ba from the car, the Kesjan body, the rainbow light body. So what triggers this to happen, for example, in the crystal or your DNA, here you have the Schumann cascade in green here, the Schumann frequency, 7.83 cascading by golden ratio. And this is the actual equation, PlanckFire.com, which predicts what those frequencies will be. And that causes the Z helical axis of that crystal to wring it out. That is just like you had wrapped a helical towel. And when you squeeze it, the compression converts the transverse waves, which are up and down, as it were, electromagnetics, into a coherent longitudinal beam out the Z-axis. And when that longitudinal beam is pointed, it's actually the physics of what gravity waves are made of, for example. And this gets into physics, which we're not going to go into in great detail, but examples in the literature show that you can use that principle to create gravity. This is what was called the fire crystal of Atlantis. It's also what's called the warp drive of Star Trek, actually. The warp drive is the implosion of that crystal that spits out this coherent longitudinal beam, which is what gravity waves are made of. And the frequencies that trigger it, identical to the frequencies of Schumann and the frequencies of brain waves here during bliss. So top left, here's 5 harmonics in golden ratio in my brain waves on the left here. And those frequencies in that cascade, this is our flameinmind.com, are identical to this cascade here, which is the Schumann harmonics. And both of those have this caduceus shape phase conjugate pump wave. Think Hermes, the caduceus. And look down below here. Those are exactly the frequencies we measured replicably at our friend Sam in Bosnian Pyramid. People go there and they get rejuvenation. And this is why that pump wave implodes that pyramid to spit out the coherent longitudinal. And that is the physics of pyramidwirelesspower.com. And we have a lot of projects on how global wireless power actually works based on this. But this is getting then back to what needs to happen for your DNA for awakening, for the aura to radiate this coherence. And we're also going to use lucid dreaming as an example. So these are the equations. It's called PlanckFire.com. Planck times integer exponents of golden ratio, fractality perfected, Planck being the length and time, which is the musical key signature of all of physics and the universe. So you multiply Planck by golden ratio repeatedly, and you get this musical cascade that predicts all negentropic processes, Earth year, Venus year, galactic year, precessional year, heart harmonics, brainwave harmonics, Schumann harmonics. It's this cascade, and that's the principle, which is an extension of the idea of Fibonacci gone to completion, which is what golden ratio is. So again, there's too much physics here for us to do the whole thing, but this is just a little background that when you take this crystal, the z-axis is a helix, and just like in DNA, the asymmetry of the helical axis with the X and Y creates the ability to connect a long wave to a short wave called piezoelectricity, where the stricture, the pressure, which is a long wave, is mechanically connected because of the helix to the shorter wave, which is the voltage. And that connection between the long and the short wave enables fire crystals and your DNA to connect God, I mean the big world with the little world, as it were. So the piezoelectric principle is behind this. And we talk about the fact that Marcel Vogel, who was my friend at the time, he used a crystal which was concave here. And we now know you can approximate the phase conjugate pump wave, but to do it accurately, you actually need parallel sides. And this will become firecrystal.com, and you can look at that on the web. So, and this is our ultimate device for triggering this bliss wave. It's very inexpensive. It's called piezofire.com, and you can use it to fire a crystal, or you can use it for localized pain reduction, circulation increase. It's very interesting. You can read about it. Piezofire.com. So this is an example of an inexpensive way to create the charge implosion that actually is ultimately ensouling because it produces that long wave coherence. And this is a slide about how carbon nanomaterials do the phase conjugate negentropy. It's a bit, we're not going to, again, do this whole story today. But the short summary of the physics here, and perhaps this is the last of the physics slides, but just to say, this perfection of fractal implosive conjugate charge collapse, named PlanckFire.com, title of my newest book, is the reason gravity exists and objects fall to the ground. It's the reason perception and bliss exist. It's the reason seeds germinate. It's the electrical reason soul exists and bliss. It is the electrical reason pyramids and obelisks make global wireless power. It is the electrical reason zero point and vacuum energy exists. It's the electrical reason golden ratio is a dominant geometry of all orbital mechanics. Hint, how to make gravity. It is the electrical reason electron shells and nuclear hadrons are all simply a platonic nest. Charge collapse perfected. It's called the Anu. It is the electrical reason for all action at a distance. Entanglement is an introduction to perfect phase conjugation. And here is a simple way to visualize that. If you say Om correctly, the spectrum analysis of the sound Om makes a caduceus. And if you pronounce it with grace, the bliss at the climax is a perfect example of a phase conjugate pump wave. So, and again, you could go to PlanckFire.com and look at the physics, but basically Planck times powers of golden ratio create almost actually 200 physical variables predicted, like the exact frequencies of photosynthesis, the exact height versus diameter of DNA, the exact 3 radii of hydrogen, and 200 physical variables are all predicted, PlanckFire.com, by Planck times powers of golden ratio fractality perfected, which is charge collapse. Remember, physics has agreed charge collapse causes gravity and causes consciousness. The question I newly answers is what causes charge collapse? PlanckFire.com. So just like in your DNA having bliss, making you radiant and awakened, here's the fire crystal, literally the warp, the lithium niobate, actually. Fire up those dilithium crystals, Scotty. And so you pump the phase conjugate pump wave into that crystal and you actually create propulsion. So, very simply, when you create that longitudinal wave and it is directional, it is the only definition of what a gravity wave is. Another practical example here is the spine liquid pump, the only definition of Kundalini and bliss, actually. The frequencies of the spine liquid here in green, notably the Mayer wave, 0.1 hertz, the most powerful frequency of the blood, which is the LF component of HRV, and the breath that makes bliss. So this cascade in green is predicted by the frequencies in red, which are PlanckFire.com. So when your spine liquid is pumping like this, it is clinically impossible to be depressed. It's up ledger on sacrocranial pumping. We have lots of slides about that. We're not going to do all those slides. Same principle. So this is basically how pyramids make global wireless power, because they spit out that. So the essential message we're putting home here and below here is brain waves and breath waves and sacrocranial waves, all exactly at Planck times golden ratio. And that caduceus you see points here to Planck in red. And that's actually how we drive all our plasma devices. For example, Therify.net, PlasmaFire.com, PiezoFire.com, FireCrystal.com. They're all driven by exactly and only that perfected charge collapse frequency cascade. And very simply put, now we're trying, again, I'm going a little fast here, but at least I've got pictures. You should be asking me, well, what the heck is a longitudinal wave, sometimes called scalar or torsional? So here's the shape of the vortex from that caduceus. Here's the transverse wave entering on the left. It translates down what's called optimized translation of vorticity, the spiral on golden mean spiral on the perfected 60-degree implosion cone called a caduceus. And out the center of that squirt gun at Planck, it emerges as an organized longitudinal or compressional or scalar wave. And that is what can propagate into the perfected array, which is dodecahedron of the Earth grid example, which is the physics of what dreaming track is made of. And we're going to show in a few slides here the only physics of what a lucid dream is, the only predictor of whether you have a soul or not. And we're going to actually show you the university studies on harmonics that cause lucid dreaming. So anyway, this was Bearden's equation proving that these longitudinal waves are what gravity waves are made of. And this is the physics of, for example, how you make a seed germinate. The seed can't germinate unless it implodes, and it really sucks. And this physics of this symmetric implosion is the definition of the implosion device originally called the first nuclear device on the planet. It was literally implosion. And this is more on the physics of stargates, and we're not going to have time for all these slides. But so I just want to do one more little group here, the DNA section. So here is a braid within the braid within the braid in the harmonics of your DNA. Here, top left 3, center, you have the measurement of heart coherence causing your DNA to recursively coherently braid. Thread braided into string, braided into rope, braided into fat rope. The nest of those phonon envelopes causes the plot to thicken. I mean, the DNA to turn into a torus. I mean, implosion. And that's what causes the DNA to actually spit out a coherent longitudinal wave at the center. The only physics of what a lucid dream is made of, the only physics of having a soul, the only physics of taking something through death, actually. And that's why when you die, actually, I think we have the Heinrich Clouvet form constants. You actually see this lattice cobweb tunnel spiral here, the Heinrich Clouvet form constants, is what you will see as you are dying, as your life is going through your movie theater. In 1 second, you see your whole life. It's called compression. The reason you see this geometry at the time of death is because death is the implosive black hole of compression into the longitudinal array, which is ancestor memory, which is the songline dreaming track. So this is the heart harmonics of coherence. And I'm going too fast. But so here's the implosion of that braid. So the section I'm going to end with here now is, if you take the Planck times golden ratio, you get exactly and only the 2 frequencies that cause photosynthesis. So photosynthesis is specifically proven to be the result of phase conjugate optics, that you phase conjugate by golden ratio times Planck, the purple and green, and that's what makes purple and orange, which makes photosynthesis. Or green, which is the opposite and prevents photosynthesis. And also that is the physics of color. You can read about that, phase conjugate, origin of color, fractalfield.com/fractal photosynthesis. The final section here is the university study of the frequencies which cause lucid dreaming, bottom right, which turns out to be the same cascade which we're driving into Therify.net, which replicably causes lucid dreaming. The predictor, are you going to take memory through death? You implode, compress, and propagate and see through that array. Remember, your synapses are an array. If you want to inhabit a larger array, like lucid dreaming and taking memory through death, you need to implode, compress, and embed in that array, and then you become centripetal in that array, and you can see through it like an eyeball. For example, our friend Jean-Charles Moyen, who made these brainwaves, golden ratio and octave cascade, just before he replicably teleported with witnesses, came back with sand between his toes. There's lots of stories about this you can read about. And more simply, when we teach young people to see without their eyes, they begin to see a vortex appear inside their head, blindfolded. They've made this bliss frequency, and they see a little tunnel, a vortex, which is the physics of consciousness. Consciousness is that plasma vortex in your synaptic array. And when that comes to a focus, because these harmonics have squeezed and imploded that cascade like this. Okay, I'm going to stop the screen share now. Too many pictures, too little time. But here's the storal to the Maury, if it, as it were. Your brainwaves learns the skill, like kids learning to have bliss, like people learning to have kundalini, like people learning to go to sacred sites and see down the song line like it's an eyeball. So your brainwaves are making this alpha, beta, gamma cascade like this. These are the fingers, and those fingers are squeezing the liquid crystal charge vortex supported by the synaptic array called the net of fireflies inside your head. Now, when those harmonics and brainwaves achieve bliss, flameinmind.com, literally a flame in the mind, that vortex comes to a point. And the kids seeing without their eyes all say the same thing. Oh, a little wormhole opened inside my head. And at the center, there was an eyeball, and I could see through it. And again, we always say this, but it's so cool that the kids who learned this discipline of entering bliss, which, by the way, many of them achieve that by imagining themselves in beautiful nature. Your body flips a switch, you get fractal, and then you implode. And you create that implosive center point. You become centripetal. And that is the physics of consciousness. So that vortex inside your head can be taken outside your head. And that is the physics of consciousness. And anyone who says they're teaching the physics of consciousness and does not tell you how you can be conscious and see from outside your body, that person doesn't know what the physics of consciousness is. The physics of consciousness is that vortex. And that's what has the potential to be immortal, lucid dream, and take memory through death. So you organize the centripetal force of that vortex, getting conscious. And by the way, focused attention causes charge to compress. It is centripetal, exactly like gravity is. Physics doesn't know why anything is centripetal. So listen to me, not them. So the point is that the ability to get centripetal versus get dead is the ability to strengthen consciousness. And actually, when that implosive power happens, for example, at a magnetic line cross, at sunrise and sunset, at Agnihotra, you have more access to that, what's called longitudinal coherence EMF array, which is how physicists name what the Aboriginals called dreaming track songline. So what happens is you engage that compression, you impedance match, and you implode, and you embed into that array, and you get centripetal in that array, like a Tibetan saint causing rainbows at the moment of death. That's an example of getting centripetal in the array. Okay. So, and then at the nodes of that array and having access to sacred site magnetic cross lines, Dolman, the good stuff, gives you the ability to use that array like an eyeball. So inhabiting the larger array electrically is the only definition of ascension. It is the only definition of awakening. You're literally becoming coherent in a larger synaptic array, which is actually the sacred sites of Earth. And what it is not, let me tell you what is not the immortal array. What is not the immortal array is metal buildings, steel and aluminum, full of electrosmog, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth in ugly cities. This is not the array. And people who inhabit those places are losing their soul, children by the billions losing their soul because we are not teaching what is the physics of soul.com. This is my little shtick here, my little enthusiasm, is to suggest to you that after we can teach governments what bliss is and how it creates this coherent cocoon, the Ba from the Ka, Kesjan body, rainbow light body, a coherent embedded array of longitudinal emission called the physics of soul.com, the shining ones. Until we can teach governments and universities what that is, we are going to continue to lose billions of souls of children, who are walking around with this god-awful, soul-destroying Bluetooth and Wi-Fi in their ears all day long, absolutely fractionating and destroying all physics of attention. I mean, it is so simple. You take the soul-destroying, warm fluorescent crap light out of your kid's classroom and you install sunlight. You measure then a dramatic increase in attention span. Now, if the person who designed those lights knew what attention is, knew what attention is the implosion that results from the right frequency cascade, phase conjugate sunlight, photosynthesis. Whereas when they put the wrong light and the wrong frequencies and the wrong dielectrics, metal and aluminum, all of which prevents implosive capacitance, which is the definition of bioarchitects.net, our global international program on the physics of biologic architecture. Basically, learning to make a building which will measurably electrically cause a seed to germinate. We teach it, we measure it a dozen different ways. You can read all about it, bioarchitects.net. The building that causes a seed to germinate measurably electrically is implosive, electrically centripetal. It is the opposite of electrosmog. It is the opposite of steel and aluminum. Living biologic materials, which defines biologic architecture, are high dielectric, which means capacitively efficient, which means allows the building to breathe charge. Do not send your kids to steel and aluminum school buildings. This is a mistake, especially if they're full of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. This is soul destruction. Somebody needs to tell these fools to quit that crap. Actually, this is my humble opinion. So once we learn the definition of biologic architecture, like how did biology make a seed that could germinate? If you knew the physics, you spray longitudinal coherence, therify.net or plasmafire.com, at a living seed, you cause it to germinate. Why? You cause it to get centripetal. A primary function of most of the original stone dolmen were to treat seeds to cause them to germinate, because it really sucks. I mean, it has to get implosive or it's dead. So anyway, this is the storal to my mori today, which is the practical hygiene to teach our young people how to have a bliss process. Literally, the definition, if we believe the Aboriginals, who were very clear on this, if you cannot teach your young people how to have a bliss experience, you absolutely do not have culture. We better tell the people in the UK that football ain't culture. Sorry. No, it's the opposite of permission to touch. No, hell no, that ain't culture. And it does not immortalize. Whereas if you know how to teach your kids how to have a bliss experience, it defines culture for biologically appropriate reasons, because access to bliss creates the definition of immune health, harmonic inclusive heart rate variability, literally fractality, implosiveness, literally the ability to radiate coherence. So let's learn how to teach young people how to have bliss experience. Take them to a sacred site, do some sacred dance, teach them what touch permissive means, teach them what ride the long wave means, take them out of the goddamn metal buildings with electrosmog and put them into nature, and the kids can have a bliss experience, and then they will have a soul. And this, I say, defines the possibility of ascension, the possibility of what's called awakening. You're literally awakening to something very specific, electrical, fractal, and measurable. A coherent longitudinal array, just like the Earth grid sacred sites are a dodecaecosa, right? That's where the longitudinal waves converge and exchange compression with radiance. So actually what happens is, as Korotkov measured, commercial military quality telepathy only happens on the Earth grid at the dodecaecosa sacred site nodes. And as Bruce Cathy, my friend, also measured, that there's a dramatic reduction in nuclear critical mass at those sacred magnetic line cross sites. And we know why, because magnetic compression is the definition of critical mass, actually, which is how the Ark of the Covenant contained the Anunnaki nukes. But that's another story. So access to the nodes of the array means your kids need to know how to make a magnetic map of their bed, their house, and their village. And then you rearrange the magnetic lines to look like a rose, and then you're done. Because you can then inhabit the array, then you can lucid dream, then you can have a soul, then you can be what's called enlightened or awakened or ascended. The reason, remember, this is a review of something we did here 12 years ago. The reason it's called ascension is because when you can coherently superpose a braid within a braid, for example, a dodecahedral ratchet, slinky DNA, then you braid the thread into rope, string into rope, and a fat rope. The braid within the braid of the braid, 7 times actually. The longer wave is then coherently phase embedded within, which means one axis of spin is superposed with each superposed spin rotation. And so what's literally ascended is the number of harmonics, which can only proceed past 3D by golden ratio, actually. That's why you have to embed the cube in the dodecahedron here. Here's the tetracube in the inside. You can barely see it into the pentadodeca. So the golden ratio allows you to braid, embed, and nest, which what physics calls this entanglement. We now know that phase conjugation is the climax form of entanglement. The only physics of all action at a distance is that longitudinal array. It's the physics of stargates we've talked about. It's the physics of teleporting. It's the physics of propagating your awareness into the lucid dream. It's the only physics of remote viewing. It's the only physics of astral travel. Once you know what a longitudinal array is, for example, now that you know why temples, labyrinths, churches, Therify, and bliss process, all in general, they work better at the cross point of those magnetic lines. They work better at sunrise and sunset. They work better at solstice and equinox. It's all because there's a 4-wave mixing alignment, allowing embedding into a larger longitudinal array when you understand the physics. So, for example, we have about 5 different plasma healing technologies now: plasmafire.com, piezofire.com, Therify.net, and more coming, firecrystal.com. And all of them are used commonly and regularly successful for remote healing. And remote healing is not a mystery. No, we know what enables remote healing. So if the sender and receiver are both at a magnetic cross point, if it's done at sunrise and sunset, if there's a psychotronic witness, all which enables coherent connection to the longitudinal array, that is the only physics of action at a distance in remote healing, for example. And action at a distance, the longitudinal array, is the only story to the memory of almost any spiritual story you've ever heard is about action at a distance. For example, if you want to do plasma containment for fusion research, hello, you need a longitudinal array. All right, so I have carried on here. I see it's just before 7. I went too fast. I showed a bunch of pictures. Have we articulated a story to the Mori? I mean, so just to review now, we are saying that what we had called ascension, what we had called awakening, what we had called physicsofsoul.com is one very specific and measurable electrical phenomena which must be taught by electrical engineers. Me? No, if the only tool you have a hammer, everything is a nail. No, it's the other way around. So the very specific physics here is you need to learn what a coherent longitudinal array is. And then you know what Egyptians called Ba from the Ka, what Gurdjieff called Kesjan, and what Tibetans call rainbow light body. You can practically plan for the hygiene for your body to embed in that array. For example, live food, live enzyme food, genetic diversity, access to sacred sites, access to magnetic cross points, access to the kinesthetics of movement, which enable compression, called the quality of grace. If the geometry of curvature and the change of the rate of movement is correct, you will feel a tingle in your finger at the end of that spiral. That's the physics of yoga, right? It's implosive capacitance. And the final category of that practical hygiene to become immortal. I mean, to have a soul. I mean, to ascend. I mean, to awaken. The practical hygiene, the last category, which we like to talk about, is something that you might call pure intention. Remember when I invented realheartcoherence.com? I invented the word heart coherence. I'm credited in the literature because we did a second order power spectra, the EKG. So the onset of internal laser-like phase coherence in the EKG, a simple measure, second order power spectra. So the peak will go up when your heart harmonics are phase coherent. And so that peak is going up and down. You can read about it, realheartcoherence.com. But the thing that's cool and instructive here is the onset of that coherence measure, goes up or down, is literally a functional lie detector, a functional working lie detector. So if he said, I love you, I want to marry him, and you see his heart coherence go, he's speaking his truth, actually. Whereas if the heart coherence goes down, no, because the heart knows which waves are biologically distributable. And that definition of what is a shareable wave, which is perfect charge distribution, sometimes called Hey Ave, heaven, or plains of Sharon, or Champs-Elysees. These are names for perfected charge distribution. Go to heaven. And that is a name for the physics of the only thing that gets into that array, ancestor memory, songline, dreaming track. Remember, in Aboriginal terms, that access to that ancestor memory is the only definition of God or the divine, is if you're doing the work of that array. The reason is, excuse me, when I get carried away, my voice says, oops. The reason is because the energy in that longitudinal array has been gathering and storing the symmetry of survival memory only for 1 million years. And you can't get in or out of that array unless you have some new information which is perfectly distributable and serves everyone in that array. The ability to compress, which is the only physics of successful death, that black hole, is because to get into that array, to release a ghost, for example, you have to embed, impress, and there has to be something you would call pure intention. In practical terms, here's what it means. Every time you think a shareable thought, I fried my voice, oops. Every time you think a shareable thought, your hair stands up, right? It's called eureka. The reason your hair stands up electrically when you think a shareable thought is you have imploded the capacitance from the array. Now, if in fact every single thought you ever had was an analysis of pure principle, which resulted in a discovery of something that serves everything, everyone, that pure principle, that pure, what's called pure intention, which is heart coherence, means that you are continually imploding the capacitance of the array, which means quite literally, you will never die. It means quite literally that the only reason you need to die is you chose to think too many thoughts which were not shareable, were not compressible, and didn't distribute well into that array. If you train yourself that your pattern of thinking is always about pure principle. For example, oh, there's some people fighting over there, and these are bad people, blah, blah, blah. However, if you saw there was a fight over there and you meditated deeply and you understood for like 7 generations where that anger came from, and you took inside yourself the embeddable compassion of the consumed perspective, as if you were inside the eyeballs on every different side of that argument at once, literally family constellation therapy, suddenly you would have what in the Shakespearean theater was called consumed perspective, which is why it's an octahedron. All the different emotions sequence in phase produce consumed perspective. And at the end of the Shakespearean play, you go, oh, you have this enlightenment moment. Well, that's consumed perspective. That is the hygiene of the practice to think only shareable thoughts. And that's the final category of the practical hygiene for bliss. You know, you have the nutrition aspects, you have the find your place of power aspect, you have the sacred gymnastic, the kinesthetic aspect, but you also have the hygiene of the discipline of thinking only shareable thoughts. And that enables the implosive compression that then allows your aura to radiate this coherent stuff, Kesjan, Ba from the Ka, rainbow light body coherence longitudinal, which is the physics of soul, which allows you to inhabit the array. And that is the physics of ascension and the physics of awakening. So I'm hoping that was a happily ever after. And I think I squeezed that into about 30 or 35 minutes. Did I? Do we have time for questions here, or let's see, add me on, Neil. Okay, it's empathy and compassion on crack. That's what is in the array. It is. It's what makes a thought shareable. Yes, reading the questions in the window here is very helpful. What makes a thought shareable is the fact that the wave has achieved fractal distribution. And so shareable thought is a name for the electric symmetry which propagates non-destructively into that array. And if your thinking is based on compassion, which is the heart turning inside out recursively, implosively, you know, it is, I'm turning myself inside out for you, darling. The physics of compassion, which is the physics of empathy, which ultimately is the physics of soul. That's why when we fail to teach the physics of soul, we find more and more people are losing empathy and compassion because they literally can't feel for others. And if we may share an example of the electrical engineering of this. So the Princeton Noosphere project, they take what's called a Josephson junction, which is a square wave capacitor, and they measured a dramatic change in the random number generators powered by those capacitors on 9/11. So clearly, 3,000 people dying at once sent a wave which was measurable into the array. Now, so what they know for sure is global emotion is measurable. What they don't know is the physics. I'm going to tell you now what the physics is. The physics is that Josephson junction is actually effectively a square wave capacitor, more sensitive to the longitudinal component of the EMF, the longitudinal coherent EMF physics of the collective consciousness. So if you had a way to measure the amount of longitudinal EMF coherence, and physics doesn't know much about that at all. That's why the Princeton Noosphere people are so confused. Actually, it's the longitudinal component that makes that work. So when 3,000 people died, yes, you could measure the effect on the array. Now, people who have empathy feel other people's feelings directly, phase locked into their DNA because of that implosion. Anyway, that's my happily ever after. What do you think, dear?
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for answering my question about what makes a thought shareable. I took some notes here. Yes, you did speed through things, and I was like, I had to hold on really tight and follow. So my first question, because we don't have a ton of time, and I want to thank you, is I want to go back to attention is the implosion.
Yep.
Like what? Okay, so when I think of that, I think about when I'm meditating and then every other possibility collapses, and then it's just this one that I chose. And so tell me a little bit more about the attention as implosion.
I love that you call it collapse. That is exactly the right word. It is literally perfected collapse. That's what it is. In fact, many psychologists call the process of creating compassion in groups, they name the process the collapse process.
Wow.
And that's how the fusion example happens. So when there is collapse, then all memories can be compressed implosively, and then the vortex can come to a point called attention. And they see through the center of that vortex when it implodes accurately at Planck is the only definition of what an eyeball is.
Right.
It is the phase conjugate physics of perception. And you can measure, for example, the power of someone's attention is electrically measurable by how much it creates a squeezing electrically. Mind meld with Orion Queen Mog feels like a vice-like grip, or William Tiller measured 10 different ways. Focused human attention causes electrical compression. So it is implosion, absolutely. And the measurement of that compression is the measurement of the power of your intent.
Right. Okay. So thank you. This would be such a great Star Trek episode, by the way. Like, I'm a huge, huge fan. And you're talking about arrays, and I'm thinking
Exactly.
about Voyager. I just finished Deep Space Nine. Like,
Oh yeah, and by the way, the plasma physics of 9, I did a great recording with Elena Danan. It's actually
nice.
9 plasma donuts is why you have 9 chakras. They self-organize.
oh,
But go ahead.
interesting. Okay. So now let's go to the Taurus.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we know about the Taurus, and we know at the center point of the heart. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Some people say it's a black hole. That eyeball is a donut. And you go through the black hole, and it pops you out to another reality. What do you
An
think?
array.
An array.
Actually,
Okay.
so the thing is, the center point of that donut is precise. It is Planck, length and time. And so when the harmonics that lead the vortex there are tuned to Planck, called PlanckFire.com, then at the implosion point, there is an efficient conversion of transverse to longitudinal. And that squirt gun then effectively, that is the only physics of stargates, for example, and telepathy and portals and remote viewing, for sure.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so then we become the central pedal, but then what about the centrifugal? So what about
like,
this energy?
The physics of bliss starts with compression, and then radiance is possible, identical with how a rose works. So compression first, then radiance. And so if the compression is implosive, then you can radiate into the array. But if you don't learn the physics of compression, then there is no bliss, basically.
I see. And then
It's a
how do you know
perfect
when you are in the array, or you've contacted it, or you're in connection with it?
Well, the physics of lucid dreaming is instructive there. So if you have access to a magnetic line and you do these practices, for example, by looking at your hand inside the dream, it adds the recursive biofeedback loop, which compresses the aura and makes the dream more lucid, because that compression impedance matches you to the node of the array. And then the node of the array becomes your eyeball into the array. So, for example, if you have a sacred site that you do your bliss meditation, particularly at sunrise and sunset, and you close your eyes and you look down the song lines like it's an eyeball, it's literally the only physics of telepathy as well.
Oof, that reminds me of the Gita, and in the cosmic reveal, Krishna mentions the billion eyes. And
exactly.
So, it's like,
and you know, the billion eyes on the peacock's feather is a perfectly spaced fractal array. That's what the peacock feathers are. And you know, the million facets on an insect eyeball. The consumed perspective is enabled by the phase discipline.
By the phase, say that again?
The phase discipline. The angle between each facet on the insect eye has precise phase discipline that allows the implosion for the communion of visions e pluribus unum, from many one.
And then what about phase variance, though? Can you change? How can you get into a phase variance? And are you able to even, like, can you control that, is what I'm saying? Or does nature control that?
Well, one way to ask that question is, once you've entered the lucid dream or death, and your vortex is propagating, right? Yeah. And the obvious question is, how do you steer?
Yeah, hold on tight.
Well, but if you look at the physics, this spiral on this torus, if you cast a shadow indexed by tetra cube, the shadows are Hebrew and Sanskrit, literally, which are plasma propulsion vector directors to steer your jets. So actually, if you visualize one sacred letter, you've actually controlled the angle of the phase of the donut of your vortex in your optical cortex, enabling you to steer.
Whoa. I have never even I have to practice that. I have to see it for myself.
The animations are at goldenmean.info/DNA ring the physics of the origin of Hebrew and Sanskrit. So it's actually about controlling the tilt angle or phase of donuts, which is your controlling the jets on your.
What about Greek letters? For some reason, I've been kind of obsessed with them lately, and I don't know why. I wonder.
There's a superset alphabet called Ophanim Enochian, goldenmean.info/Ophanim, which is a superset of the tetracubes, those symmetry shadows, into hypercube dodecaecosa, Ophanim Enochian. And from there, we derived Greek. You can see the animations at goldenmean.info/Greek. Right. Yeah. Wow. But if you go to Athens, don't tell them you've discovered what's the origin of Greek, because they will shoot you. I had
Okay. I will not. Whoa. I feel like, okay, I just need to like let that settle. Do we have any other questions? I wonder, Neil, can you see what's happening on YouTube? Is there anything else that's coming up from YouTube? Let's see here.
I don't know how our time window is going here, but I'm happy to share. Eyes are the easiest way to convey consciousness. That's good. Yes. And in fact, the twinkle in the eye is actually, if you see the twinkle fade, it's actually the harmonic inclusiveness. So the more the eye is twinkling, the more the high frequencies are present and the more the focus is possible. For example, John Dee used scintillation for ancestral communication, the same way they used obsidian mirrors for ancestor phone calls, the show stone and the Olmec.
Did you say scintillation?
Yeah, scintillation. Basically, when light scintillates or sparkles, the pinhole mirror is an example. The focal point of the scintillation is actually the place of conjugation. The easiest way to understand that is the physics of scrying, ancestor phone calls, black obsidian mirrors. They're phase conjugate mirrors, and they enable a coupling to the longitudinal array, the only physics of clairvoyance.
Okay, thank you. Dan, if I said, hey, Dan, I don't think light travels, I think it emerges, what would you say to that?
Well, electricians got very shocked when they say electrons don't go far. They just bounce down a row. Or another way to put it is there's only one electron. It just gets around.
Oh, that's good. Okay, what's really the connection?
Go ahead.
What's really the connection between Shakespearean theaters being square octave and creating emotions?
Yeah, no, you can read about this in the physics of the origin of consumed perspective in Shakespearean theater. Some of that is at goldenmean.info/Ophanim. Basically, classically, the Shakespearean theater is a cube octa. Now, if you experience the emotions of opposite characters and they're standing in the opposite phase in the cube octa, one at a time, this emotion, opposite emotion, and you experience the sequence of emotion in perfect angular phase, at the end, your memory of those emotions and their geometric positions is the physics of phase conjugate optics, which means it can implode, collapse, and be consumed in phase conjugation. You can have the experience at the climax of the play of oneness, specifically because of that symmetry discipline in phase with the emotions sequence.
Wow. Tell us again, where can we find more info on that again? Which
the cube octa symmetry, the origin of consumed perspective in Shakespearean theater. We have some of that at goldenmean.info/Ophanim. I did some of that work with our academic on this, Teresa Burns.
Awesome. And Dan, Emily wants to know, where's the best place to start to understand all of your work?
Well, my newest book, plankfire.com, PLANCKPHIRE, plankfire.com, has all 5 of my books and links to all my websites. I do have too many websites, admittedly. Indexes at fractalfield.com, goldenmean.info, therify.net, flameinmind.com, pyramidwirelesspower.com, physicsofsoul.com. Yeah, too many websites.
Okay, before we let you go, I have a quick question, and I want to hear your thoughts on reincarnation and like past lives from this perspective. If we can carry our memories into death, what happens?
Absolutely.
What happened?
Absolutely, yes. And the memory of past life is like, it would be a tragedy if you had to take your memory through death and it was not pure principle. It would be totally distraction. However, if your intent at the moment of death, like the yearning of your ancestors at the moment of death, is the wind in your sails. So if you have a shareable wave, pure intent, which is phase coherent longitudinally at the moment of death, then more of that memory is literally propagable through death. So what we call soul, as in Jane Roberts' Education of Oversoul 7, the oversoul is the fact that when you discover the long wave intent of your soul, which is long memory, the only definition of soul, then you can take memory through death, because there's a symmetric disciplined relationship to your service of the long-term intent. So taking memory through death definitely has to do with pure intention.
Interesting. Thank you. And so there's the long array.
That's
and then there's not a short array, right? There's only the long array.
Well, the shorter array is inside your head. The longer array is outside your head. The longer array is the discipline of the earth grid, for example. And to inhabit that array, when the great ancestors died in Australia, the storm went down the song line 3,000 miles. And that was the song line that family had for a family pet for 1,000 years. So they inhabited that song line. They knew which song went where on that song line, and they inhabited that array. That was real physics. But to inhabit that array meant that they usually didn't leave their place of birth, and they had a stone which showed the carving of the magnetic lines of the neighborhood, which was the title deed to the land which they were responsible for dreaming. The dreaming was literally what held their world together.
Wow. What do you think is holding our world together right now?
Not much. No. I think, why don't you ask a local physicist if they know why anything is centripetal? And then we will know why nothing is holding our world together. We do not know how to make the gravity that holds atmosphere, even though that was a primary purpose of pyramids originally. They were called a gravity diode, because they would implode and stabilize gravity and therefore atmosphere and global wireless power. So we must teach physics why anything is centripetal, starting with why objects fall to the ground, and then they might know what holds the world together, which is called the physics of peacemaking, peaceuniversity.net.
Is that another one of your .coms?
Yeah, it's peaceuniversity.net. Basically, when Callahan discovered that village A and village B make war the day the magnetic line between them break. So if you fix those magnetic lines, it is proven that is the physics of peacemaking, because peacemaking is defined by the negentropy getting centripetal produces.
Well, I have so many more questions. But is there anything else that you want to add or share?
I see.
End of our time together.
I see pure intention in your eyes, dear. Like, you are genuinely curious, and your sincere curiosity here is a great blessing. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you and all the work that you do and the being that you are and all of your websites. I can't wait to play and go jumping around from all of them. Now, let's see what is up next here. Dan, I want to thank you again for being here with us and sharing all your teachings and wisdom. Thank you. And here's Alan.
Dan, it's always good to see you. I missed some of your thing, but to sum up, where are you going and where's the future headed?
Well, we think our message is becoming more shareable, which is good. We hit 3 million views and 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. And our technologies, now there's a dozen of them, and they're all based on the same principle, plankfire.com. And this message is getting out there. We're great. Just had our big 4th international conference. See the film library, fractalfield.com/2024. Very successful. So we're happy.
Well, are you still in the south of France in the mountains?
Yes. And between here and Australia, but yes.
Oh, Australia. Oh, okay. Well, I want to visit you again. Let's go, Raji. He has a beautiful place.
Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, guys. Many blessings. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dan. Great to see you.
Thank you. Blessings. Take care. See you again. Bye, Raja.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
That's Dan Winter, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is one of my favorite people, someone who's helped me transform my own individual way of speaking, way of accessing my voice, way of putting myself out to the world. Neil, you have anything to say?
Just jumping on. Stuart's not here yet. He'll be in a couple minutes.
Oh, Stuart's not here. Do you want to come on for a second? And
yeah, I would, but there's a lot of music in the background. How's it sound?
That's okay. We can hear you. Let's see your face. And there's Ashley.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, what did you get from Dan Winter, Ashley? Isn't he a genius?
It's amazing. I feel like he's giving us the science behind ascension, like the collapse of those structures within all our systems to really align with that heart energy, which is the creative energy. It was a lot to unpack. I think he shared maybe 3 to 4 different websites where we can find some of his work, and I can't wait to dive into it. Like, I have 2 of them up, Physics of Soul right now. And then there was another one he mentioned. It was piezofire.com. And I tried to log in. I think I spelt it wrong. So I'm going to have to go back and watch the replay. But he was just a wealth of information packaged in this very entertaining man. It was a great time. It was such a good time.
He is very entertaining, brilliant. Yeah. I say, Dan, slow. I lose you after the first or second sentence. He gets into fractal implosion. I mean, it's so it's such a visionary science. He's such an original. He's such a, he is transforming the world. So I'm glad you tuned into how much his science can help us understand the nature of incarnation, which he talks about a lot. He talks about hygiene, spiritual hygiene, which I think is really brilliant. And his own Kundalini awakening is what opened his mind to these other levels of reality and kind of influenced his scientific discoveries. So he has a lot to say, especially about Kundalini and how it's accessing the whole field.
There was something that also stood out when he was mentioning Kundalini and the spinal fluid. That if you have a clear channel of spinal fluid that flow up and down your vertebrae, you won't get depressed. And what I've noticed with myself and a lot of other people on that spiritual journey, as that fluid moves, it's actually clearing out the horizontal structures of your chakras. So you do kind of get tired and it can be really confusing, like what's happening? Am I stuck? No, you're in a purification stage.
Right. Because that's the chakras are related to the endocrine glands,
Yeah, all of them.
and the physics. So I think the spinal fluid going up from the sacrum, the base of the spine where the Kundalini rises, does clear out the old endocrine gland, things that get attached to it, the things that block the endocrine glands from flowing. And you can live off your endocrine glands if your body was fully aligned. You wouldn't need food. You just need the glandular secretions that are fed by clean air, clean water, and sunshine. And there he is, the man of the hour. But stick around for Stuart. But I'm just finishing up here. But the spinal fluid, yes, it's really important to keep that moving and fluid and activating all the chakras in the body. And let me introduce you, Ashley, to my good friend, Stuart Pearce, who really, I was saying before, changed the way that I actually speak. I'm probably not doing it now, Stuart, but he taught me to find my voice. And I think actually I'm just commenting, Ashley, I think you can drop into finding your voice a little bit too, because, I love the way Stuart imitates the way I used to talk. Can you do that, Stuart?
You mean imitate you?
Yes, the way I used to talk.
He's from, Alan is from New York City. You know what I'm saying? So it's all, I mean, it's really here, isn't it? It's a very noisy city. I introduce people into their note. Hi, Ashley. I introduce people into their note. So we go into the heart, because as we all know, if words arise from the heart, they enter the heart. If words arise from the tongue alone, they don't pass beyond the ears.
So you're saying drop it into the heart and speak from that center.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show Ashley how
we're just cerebral. You know what I'm saying? We're just up here the whole time because of really being in the body. And
I think Ashley is a little Midwestern, which is okay. I'm not judging you, but can you just show her how to drop? Just show her a little bit of dropping into finding.
I would never put people on the spot, particularly when we're on camera.
No, I think we can. Okay, remind me.
You remember it took a little bit of time for us to breathe.
It did, you're right.
And then when the breath is really wide and deep rather than just deep, then we automatically drop into the middle of our bodies. So we have a lot of resonance.
Right.
Alan, it's great to see you, Alan. This is a big surprise. I thought I would be talking to thousands of people.
Well, you are. You are talking to thousands. Me and Ashley, we're the representative of thousands of people. But no, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Ashley. I just thought, you love what Stuart's technology is, because, but you have a presentation, Stuart. We'll find our voice later. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about angelic sound healing. I'm introducing everybody to the Angels of Atlantis, my 12 wonderful orb wanderers.
Yes, and you mentioned to me, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you in the text, that you were listening to Ann Tucker, who talked to her angels, and you feel like now is the time the angels really want to tell us something.
Yeah. I watched the interview between yourself and Anne.
Right.
And I mean, what's interesting is that she's receiving the transmissions that I've also been receiving. That my team, my tech team, found Anne around June or July, and they said, "Look, she's saying the same thing that you're talking about." Because I give a channel transmission once a week from the Angels of Atlantis.
Well, we'd like to hear that. But Ashley, do you notice how Stuart's voice, he's Shakespearean,
Yeah.
he could get up there on stage because he understands. I mean, for me, you understand the voice and the power of the voice, and where if we put our attention in different parts of our body, drop in, the voice changes.
There you are.
Yeah.
It's so melodious, my goodness. And not only that, look how sexy it is.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is it? Thank you.
very,
Is it sexy?
Yeah, it's way more seductive when you drop into the body.
Okay, I'm going to remember to talk that way. Okay. Thank you.
Actually,
All
what
right.
Alan's referring to is that I was an actor in the 70s. And then in the early 80s, I became a voice coach and worked with very, very famous people like Margaret Thatcher. And Princess Diana was a client of mine for 2 years. But in 97, I became the master of voice at Shakespeare's Globe Theatre here in London, which is a reconstruction of the original Globe Theatre that was there in 1597. So that's what he's
Right.
referring to. So I've trained a lot of Shakespearean actors.
Mm.
That's amazing.
And
That's
I think
amazing.
also, as you dropped in, Stuart, more started to come to you. That's how you got the angelic orders to kind of come in, because you were dropped to that really core level in yourself.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly, through sonic meditation, it opened up the whole of my mystical process. As you know, I've always been in touch with the multidimensional universe. I saw, dead people and spirit and angels and elementals when I was a child. But it was in 87 in the harmonic convergence, when I'd really been teaching for about 7 years, that because of being so leveled within my own embodiment, there I was sitting on Glastonbury Tor during the harmonic convergence, and these extraordinary sounds came to me in the middle of meditation. And there were the 12 angels of Atlantis. I mean, I opened my eyes and then saw 12 huge orbs. And I heard a voice inside me say, I am Michael, and I will give you a temple of sound healing that you will call the alchemy of voice. And so that's what started the work.
Right. Thank you, Stuart. Anything else, Ashley, for Stuart before he starts to?
That's just really beautiful. Like as you're describing it, I'm feeling the resonance of that time period that you're bringing through. So I'm really excited to hear and witness and take in what you're going to be delivering today.
Brilliant. Bless you, Dan. Well, it's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And Stuart, maybe you want to address some of the things Ann Tucker talked about. Did you hear Ann Tucker, Ashley, when she talked about the light that's coming to the planet? Just curious, Stuart, if you had anything to add.
The interesting thing is, this is why my team, when they came to me, they said, "Do you know Ann Tucker?" And I said, "No, but my feeling is that she may be an angel medium. Is that right?" And they said, "Yeah, you need to watch this, because she's talking about the great flash of light in the way that the angels are talking to you about the great flash of light, and what it's all about, and what we need to do to embrace the great flash and take ourselves into a space where there is no fear, but it is all love, because this will be a quantum leap for all of we Homo sapien, we humanoid beings, to become cosmic."
Well, go ahead. Go for it, Stuart. Great to see you.
So I don't really know what the setup is. Am I talking to you all the time, or no?
No, you're going to just talk to the audience. I'm going to step out, and you're on your own.
Well, it's wonderful to meet you. And what I'll do is I'll call you over the weekend.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, let's hear what, thank you. Let's hear what, I'm really curious about your angels. So let's go for it. Thank you, Stuart.
So everybody, I guess this is it. I am with you all, wherever you may be. I'm sitting in the city of London in the United Kingdom, surrounded by all of the beautiful angels of Atlantis. And so you're possibly wondering, well, who or what are the angels of Atlantis? So I want to give you a little bit of a story and describe to you how effective these angels are at this time of becoming that we're all moving through, this awakening of humanity, this becoming into recognizing that we're all really human angels, that we're shining ones, the great Shemsu Hor. The way that I actually met the angels was during the harmonic convergence, which for those of you who don't know, was a very unique portal that opened in August 15, 16, 17th, 1987, which was marked by a vast grand trine that opened in the heavens. And during this time, the wonderful Mayan prophecies, the astrological forecasts of the Mayan peoples, said that 144,000 rainbow light warriors would be released into the world. Well, there I was with a friend of mine who just opened a crystal store in Glastonbury in the United Kingdom, which is in the county of Somersetshire. Possibly some of you know it because Glastonbury is the heart chakra of the world. And there I was reading for people, because that's something that I've always done. People have come to me for soul readings or for psychic connection. And I felt absolutely exhausted by these tumultuous energies. In fact, as I record this with you on August the 16th, it's rather like at this time, you know, because tomorrow we have a full supermoon. And this is number 3 in a series of 4, but this is the most powerful one, which means that the moon is closest to our planet. And so the energies are really powerful. Can you feel them? Many of my clients have been saying to me, I'm feeling really fatigued, or I'm feeling all sorts of aches and pains growing within my body, and I just want to spend most of my time lying down or sleeping. This is part of the ascension sequence, as you well know, that we're moving through. Anyway, so that's how it was during this August weekend in 1987. And so during my lunch break, you know, I'd worked with people all morning, and during my lunch break, I went to the Tor, which is the high hill. Tor, T-O-R, in Celtic means sacred hill. So I went to the top of the hill where there's a wonderful tower commemorated to Archangel Michael. It's known as St. Michael's Tower. Glastonbury, by the way, is a derivative of the Glass Mountain, which has always been seen to be a portal into the fairy kingdom, into the great kingdom of the Fae. It is also the heart chakra of the world. And so there I was sitting, minding my own business, meditating, surrounding my hundreds of people, and I suddenly heard extraordinary sounds. These high seraphic harmonics. I mean, they were really absolutely exquisite. And of course, I was so amazed by the wonder of these sounds that felt to me deep within my core as though it were a celestial presence, that it was actually, there were a series of sounds coming from the very core of the universe. So I opened my eyes, and in front of me, way off in the air, were these huge orbs of light. There were 12, and they were of different colors. Now, we're not talking about little orbs, we're talking about really big orbs. So I would say that they were approximately 12 feet in diameter, maybe slightly larger. And there were 12, and they would each have different colors. And the sounds that I was hearing emanated from these orbs of light. In fact, I have an illustration of 4 of the angels here. I know that our wonderful Neil is going to be bringing up a slide in a moment of another illustration.
He's just getting to where he can do that. So wait a few moments, but yeah, hold up that picture. Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, here is Uriel. The reason why I'm using this is because I'm tuning you into 4 great archangels who also overlight the 4 directions. So Uriel is representative of the earth element in the south. Uriel, as you see, when the angels come to me, as I was just describing, they come as orbs of light. I don't know if I can do this so my screen doesn't shine into the laminate. And you can see that's this beautiful pink orb, and it's literally overlighting the principle of the great Om, because Uriel is the eternal companion, meaning the angel that looks after all of our relationship processes. And I mean by that our significant relationships, our intimate relationships, as well as our external relationships. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're having an issue with relationships, you need to call upon Uriel. And the way that you can do this is very easily by going to the angelsofAtlantis.com, and you'll see that each angel has their own webpage. And so you see that the evocative presence of these huge orbs of light. Let me show you the further 4. There are only 4, marking the 4 directions. This is Gabriel, whom we know extraordinarily well, the divine messenger, this beautiful lapis lazuli orb, overlighting the beautiful messenger dove that brings a wonderful token for information. And as I was saying, Gabriel is the divine messenger who governs the West and the water element, the waters of feeling. And then we go on to Raphael, this beautiful emerald green orb. Raphael governs the north and therefore is also the governor of the air element. And Raphael is the holy healer. And so whenever we need profound healing, if we tune into the green of Raphael, or indeed the green of nature, in great simplicity, we become more earthed, we become more grounded, we become more in sync with what the ancient peoples call the anima mundi, the animating principle of the universe. And then finally, the 4th archangel is Michael, or Michael, who governs the east and the fire element. And the reason why you see this remarkable god Thoth here is because Michael works very closely with the messenger of the gods, with the great scribe of the gods, Thoth. This is actually a depiction from the Book of the Dead. This creature is Amut, the creature that is called when the heart is heavier than the feather. You can't actually see the scales here because I just wanted to depict the wonder of Thoth. And you see Michael is the cosmic leader. I don't know if you can read that backwards. And so we have Michael working very closely with Thoth, or indeed the reincarnation of Thoth during this time, who is Saint Germain, the cosmic Christ, who of course brought us the violet flame of transmutation, which is the flame that was used in Atlantis and also within the Egyptian schools of mystery as elsewhere in the world, and introduced us to alchemy. So there are just 4 illustrations of the way that the angels can come forth, and I've written books and produced oracles about them. So what do the angels do? Okay. So, of course, when I met the angels, I was like a lovesick teenager. I wanted to start teaching them as soon as possible. And I was told categorically, you will not, because we're going to spend the next 10 or 15 years preparing you. And my understanding in retrospect of what that statement meant was that when the student is ready, the masters come. So on the path of life, I would, as it were, stumble over another wisdom tradition and another great teacher, which in brevity means that in Native America, in New Mexico, I met Butyl Painted Arrow in Taos, New Mexico, who claimed me for 3 years and taught me all of the ways of the ancient peoples, of the Anasazi, they who came from the skies, the Tewa, the Tsumi, the Navajo, the Hopi, etc. They believe fundamentally that they were actually settlers from Atlantis. So I was being given information that opened me to the possibility of how sacred Atlantis was. He was one of my great teachers in the late 80s, early 90s. So just a year or 2 after I met the angels in 87. And then, having been a student and a pilgrim of ancient Egyptian mythology for, well, really since my 15th year, and I'm now in my 70s, so it's been some time. So I run retreats there every year. And in fact, if anybody's interested, I have 2 places for my December retreat because 2 people 2 days ago fell out because they have financial problems. So just email me and I'll give you all the details. And so there I was in Egypt, and as I passed through the Valley of the Kings, suddenly this extraordinary Sufi master came towards me and said, "I will work with you." And you know, there are certain moments in our lives when we meet these omnipotent ones that have extraordinary energy about them and have these flashing auras that one feels compelled by the stillness of these amazing teachers. So, and then there were several others rather similar to this. So in other words, I was initiated into ways of being able to understand how the angels want to use light and color and sound to bring us into profound initiation so that it's easier, certainly more collected of us in a state of harmonic resonance, for us to feel that we are literally the spiritual beings that we believe ourselves to be having a human experience. And one of the stories that they gave me is that sound, as we know, is at the core of creation. This means that if everything has an element of creation within it through sound, through harmonics, it also means that we each have within us a sound of creation. Indeed, we each have a signature note, which is right at the very core of our frequency, which is the song of our soul. So they gave me this story to illustrate what this means. And the story goes that the Divine One, who today we refer to as he, she, the Divine Mother, Father, God principle, the Divine One, asked the soul to enter a statue of clay that the Divine One had crafted. But the soul refused because the soul was completely ubiquitous and liberated to be wherever it needed to be within the multiverse of the cosmos. And so the Divine One asked the angels, who are, if you like, thoughts of God, emanations of God, fractals of the divine mind, to sing a seraphic chorus. And the soul was so enchanted, was so beguiled, that the soul came into the statue of clay, and so began Adam Kadmon, and so began original man, woman. And so you see, the point of that story is that we actually have sound within us, the sound of creation within us, and the angels are also within us. So we know that 75% of the population of North America believe in angels. 35% of the European continent, population of the European continent, believe in angels. So it's interesting that North America has a higher belief rate in angels than Europe. And when we go towards the angelic order, we begin to realize that we have a guardian angel who is with us all the way through our lives. No gender, no name, this vibrational frequency. I've always wanted to see angels as human beings with wings. I have never seen an angel as a human being with wings. I've seen the manifestation of divine reality in human form, and that's another story, which happened to me several years ago in a blizzard in Connecticut, because I have great friends in Connecticut. However, it's another story. That actually, when we come to the very core of what the angelic promise is all about, that angels have always been with us as healers, as guardians, as teachers, as way showers, to lead us on our way. And if they were there at the beginning of creation for us, for we Homo sapien, then I believe it's about time that we started to really tune into the power, the wonder, and the love of the grace of angels. And so this is what I'm doing with the 12. Each one has a specific relevance in association with the 12 great archetypes of Carl Jung. And so we know that there is a messenger, there is a teacher, there is a guide, there is a healer, there is the angel of the mysteries, there is, I think I said the healer, etc., 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 etc. There are 12 essential capacities. And each of the angels have a different vibration, but they're all refractions of one communion of light. Because after all, one of the great things that we're waking up to is that when we tune into our hearts, when we're really resonating through empathy and through unconditional love and through compassion, we suddenly feel a unique sympathetic magic within the energy of the space in which we're placed. So we draw all of our companions together, recognizing that each one of them is in vibrational match with us. And that if for some reason we're not in vibrational match with that person, it possibly means that we don't need to be in personal rapport with them. But that doesn't mean to say that we damn them. What we do is simply move away from them so that we can actually share enthusiasm and love and compassion and empathy and kindness in our own way. So the angels are teaching this communion of vast intelligence. Why? And why they called it the angels of Atlantis? Well, because Atlantis was a very unique civilization that, of course, many of us know that we have intimate connection with, although the civilization, in terms of, the artifacts of the civilization, most of them are lying on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. We also know about the civilization of Mu, which was possibly in the southern hemisphere, although the planet is very different today from the way it was 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50,000 years ago. The angels teach me that Atlantis lasted from between 350,000 years ago up to about 13,000 years, which we have registered within our history of this planet, because we know that an ice age took place. And of course, now we're listening into some of our contemporary wisdom teachers who are saying that there was a unique meteor shower that possibly destabilized the axis of our planet and created an ice age, which is possibly the precursor to the whole substance of the flood. However, Atlantis was a time of immense spiritual evolution with human beings rather like ourselves, but that were living a much higher vibrational frequency than we are today, because they were living through the complete nature of a 12 helix DNA, whereas we're only living a double helix of a potential 12 helix. So this means that we are literally needing to wake up 44 codons of DNA to complete a 12 helix DNA. So you see, when we have this potentiality, which in promise we all have, this infinite potentiality, we actually have abilities that we see within the great heroes of our time, or within the great magicians or wizards, or the great witches and the great seers and the great shaman of our world. We have ability to see, we have ability of precognition, we have abilities of bilocation, we have abilities of levitation, we have abilities of transmogrification. We have many different abilities that are used skillfully through the integrity of our beings to bring about the whole substance of the manifestation of our world. Because what we're being taught is that our purpose right now, as always, we are here to optimize our creativity full of love and joy. We spend a lot of time through the Western model trying to find the one thing that we're supposed to be doing. And in fact, what I've learned through my years is that it's not one thing, it's many things. It's not actually the matter of the subject of what our interest is. It's what we're resonating as we optimize the manifestation of that aspect of our creativity. I started off in life as an actor, and then I became a voice coach and a sound healer and many other things, a corporate coach and an inspirational coach within the corporate world, blah, 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 blah. And now I'm sitting in front of you and talking about the angels of Atlantis. So if we can begin to understand that by becoming truly embodied, we begin to discover that feeling is the language of the soul, and that we use this as a compass, but it's the feeling of the way that we are deducing purpose from life. So are we in the ego complex or in the shadow complex of feeling desperate anxiety and sorrow, or are we actually in joy and bliss? The angels do not really understand suffering because they do not live duality in the way that we do, that nothing is singular, everything is plural. As we know that as we go through the ascension process, we begin to realize that we move from that neuroses of separation into the glory of diversity, which leads us into all oneness. And the premise that we're now beginning to understand is that the divine one decided to dispel everything into separation for the joy of becoming one again. And so, the angels, one of the fundamental issues that the angels teach is the substance of all oneness, that there is no such thing as aloneness. If you drop an L into the word alone, you have all one. So we feel ourselves empathically in communion with all of the rich energies of this kingdom as we move forward, optimizing our creativity full of love and joy and living through alchemy. The ability to turn the base metal into gold. In other words, the ability to turn negative into positive. It's very difficult to do this if we don't have a feeling linguistic. And many of us have become so cerebralized in the intellect that when we come to defining something that we're feeling, we find that we don't have the words to describe it. It becomes inescapably or ineluctably, we become unable to be able to describe it. Maybe this is one of the reasons why so many of us are saying, oh my God, that's awesome, rather than finding other words that are complementary in the vein of awesomeness. And how many of us do read the great works of poetry? Because poetry is steeped in feeling and metaphor. And so these are some of the teachings of the angels. And I know our time is marching on with extraordinary gusto. And so what I want to do is to tune you into a way of feeling the angels through our breath, through our sound, so that you can also discover your own note, which incidentally arises from your heart. If I just bring the screen down a bit. If words arise from the heart, they enter the heart. If words arise from the tongue alone, they don't pass beyond the ears. It just becomes this very cerebral sound. So all you get is this thinking machine, as opposed to, being really in the corpus of our bodies, so that we can actually feel some of the textures that I've been describing. So what I'd love you to do is just to feel yourself as aligned as possible in the chair on which you sit, which means that you feel your spine as aligned as you can. If you need to, just lift your shoulders and squeeze them and drop so you feel the shoulders are very equitably balanced. If you want to, bring your arms up to here so you can feel the whole of your breast really open in the front and also very wide in between the shoulder blades. So spine long, shoulders free, then just close your eyes. If you wish to use a mudra, if you wish to bring the tip of your thumb and forefinger together, or your palms together, or your fingers together, or just allow your hands to sit in your lap, whatever feels comfortable. And just take a moment to feel the whole of your being really still. And as you feel the stillness, A way of deducing this sense of stillness is if you reach out with your hearing and listen to a distant sound, whether it's the sound of traffic or maybe a machine that you have in your house or your office. And the more you focus into it, the more stillness you feel. And through the stillness, notice how you become aware of the weight of your body. And then imagine that in your spine is a silver white laser beam of light. And as you visualize it, just notice to begin with how it's getting bigger and bigger with the brightness of your force as we become stiller and stiller, of tuning into that center of your divinity, that God lives in the stillness. And visualize the laser beam going down through the base of your spine, through the chair or the floor, if you're seated on the floor, and through the levels of the building where you're positioned, until you reach the basement of the building, and then through the Earth's crust, through the actual basement, through the Earth's crust, through the soil, through clay, through stone, through rock, into bedrock, into the very womb of Mother. And feel how she comes to meet you in her unconditional love. We call this gravity, so you feel the substance and the weight. And ask her for a gift, ask her for a blessing, ask her for a sign, a presentiment. And then siphoning that energy up through the rock, and through the stone, and through the clay, and through the soil, and through the Earth's crust, and through the basement, and then up through the levels of the building until you meet the level where you're positioned, and then feel it going all the way through the floor where you are, back into your body, and moving through your spine, and maybe feeling it to be nourished or brighter. Deposit any of the images that Mother Earth has given to you into your heart's secret chamber. And then continue through the rest of your spine, going all the way up through the top of the spine and out through the top of your head, off through into the ceiling of the room where you're positioned, and off through the roof of the building, up, 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 up. And you'll see that the full moon is almost full. Touch into the moon. Sister moon, grandmother moon, anchor into the moon. So you feel the silver white light of the moon, the governess of the floods, informing the energies that we're working on. Now we're going to use breath. We're going to use pranayama. See it as a silver white light as it floods through your body. And what I want you to try to do is to breathe wide and deep. So begin by letting all the breath go. And when you feel the need to breathe, breathing through your nostrils if you can, big breath in. And feel how the pranic cord, the silver white light in your spine, flares and expands through your physical body, and let the breath go. Empty, 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 empty. Feel the need to breathe, and when you need to, recovery in, wide and deep. Feel the pranic cord flare through the girth of your body, and then through the etheric sheath, expanding through your energy field, broadly beyond your body, and then let the breath go. Feel the need to breathe, and once again, breathing in. Feel the breath of silver white light flaring through the pranic cord, through the girth of your body, through the etheric sheath, and now into the auric sheath, touching the edges of the wall and the ceiling and the floor, and then let the breath go. So you've opened up the entire field of your circumference, and when you need to, again, recovery in, and through your heart, just chant Om. once again. And then pause, breathing in your own rhythm, and just soak in that. And you'll feel that the whole of your force has become centralized through your heart, so just above the solar plexus, bringing you to the very song of your soul. And now we're just going to open up the elements around the song of your soul, the earth, water, air, and fire, represented by the great angels of Uriel, Gabriel, Raphael, and Michael. So to begin with, feeling the earth, just let all the breath go. Feel the need, and when you're ready, big breath in, feel the silver white light, and then move into and you'll feel resonance in your pelvis. This is the earth. So feeling that really ready brown. And now breathing in and to the water of your solar plexus. Like silver waves between your ribs. And now air. And you'll feel it in the throat chakra, very blue. And now fourthly, fire. And then breathing in your own rhythm and pause. And you'll feel the whole of the pranic cord extended through your being, locating the earth, water, air, and fire, or the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. And now we're going to come back to the very center of this in your heart on the most open vowel. And again, breathing in your rhythm, and feel how the extension through your pranic cord of the elements of earth, water, air, and fire have come to a single locus in the very center of you, in your heart. And how the stillness has increased, has amplified. So you feel you just soaking in you. This feeling of your own essence, what makes you you, indeed, your soul, soaking in soul. And how this feels just amazing. And then just feeling how all of this sensation, intelligence, is contained within your skin suit that marks the edge of the inner you and the outer world. And how within your skin suit are these 5 senses that give you information of feeling, 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 the feelingness of feeling. From the top of your head to the soles of your feet, to the tips of your fingers, to the seat of your butt. And hearing, 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 the hearingness of hearing. And smelling, smelling, tasting, tasting. And then when you're ready, of just opening your eyes. And if you don't want to open into bright light, just bring your palms together, place your palms over your eyes and open your eyes into your palms, and then just come forth to the light, which for me is quite bright. Wow. Let me just change light just a touch. So the question is, how does that feel? Hopefully you're feeling a sense of wonder and awe about really touching into those principles of inner stillness and peace, maybe serenity. So you feel yourself really sitting imperturbably in the middle of your being. It brings you to your center. And then, of course, the next thing is, well, as I begin to communicate with the world, how can I stay within my note, which is emanating from my heart? It's a commingling of the earth, water, air, and fire. So it's not about just producing one sound in a very monotonic way. It's a harmonic that is full of resonance. But this is the sound of your sovereignty, do you see? This is the sound of your true power, the power of your heart to communicate the excellence of your being as empathically, as strongly. So hopefully that's been absolutely wonderful for you. Now, to amplify this further, I do believe that my dear friend Neil is vibrating somewhere in cyberspace, and Neil is going to bring up an image of the 12 angels of Atlantis. So you have just a little bit more clarity about the way that the orbs function. Are you there, Neil? Could you bring that up on the screen so that everybody is left with the lasting impression, not of me? Ah, there we are. Thank you, Neil. And so you can see the painting is actually by the great Pre-Raphaelite painter, Edward Burnes-Jones. Edward Burnes-Jones said in the late 1900s, in other words, in the 1800s, in the Industrial Revolution, when they create another machine, I will paint another angel. What we've done here is to place the orbs over the angel paintings to depict the 12 angels. So on the far left, again, you can see in the top, you can see Gabriel, the divine messenger, the blue, the lapis lazuli. Then it moves to ruby, which is Hanael. And Hanael is the sacred warrior angel who shows us how to be brave, who leads us to bravery and to courage and to persistence and patience. The main thing is to keep the main thing, and then we manifest it in our lives if divine will feels it's permissible for us to have it. And then we go to the yellow citrine. This is Jophiel. And Jophiel is the angel of liberation who has been soaring through the whole of this summit over the last period of time that Neil has organized this summit. Because after all of the informations that are being imparted are about human liberation as we feel our souls soaring into bliss. And then there is Metatron, the great cosmic teacher, this beautiful diamond. And being the cosmic teacher, Metatron stands on the left-hand side of the divine and has the key into the Akashic record. So if you want any teaching about the cosmos, then please just tune into Metatron. And then we have Michael as an amethyst orb, which you'll remember from the icon that I showed you earlier. And Michael is the cosmic leader who is leading us at this time. We're actually living in the archangelic age of Michael, which lasts for 300 years. It started in 1750 and it finishes in 2050, which of course is the opening of the Golden Gate when we move into the Golden Age. And then there is Raphael, the emerald green orb, who is the holy healer. If you need any form of healing, mind, body, or spirit, call in Raphael, and Raphael will come and produce extraordinary ease for you. And then we go into the bottom row on the far left is Radziel, the angel of the mysteries, who sits on the right-hand side of the divine and eavesdrops on all of God's conversations. So if you want a little bit of interesting information about the mysteries of life, talk to Radziel. Just go to Radziel on the angelsofatlantis.com website, and there'll be a web page with prayers and illustrations and meditations that I've recorded. And then we have Sandalphon. And Sandalphon, this beautiful amber orb, is the guardian of the planet and therefore the guardian of your physical experience. And so Sandalphon and Raphael often work very closely together. And then we have Shamael, who is the divine guide. And then again, the pink orb, which we see the fourth in, which is Uriel, and then Uriel, who's the eternal companion, Zadkiel, who's the divine comforter, and then finally on the far right, this carnelian red orb is the great lover, the great sacred lover, who teaches us all about our loving propensities. So I'm looking at my clock, and I believe that the fast speeding nature of this short session is now at a point of completion. And so I will leave my exposition, my presentation to you all right there, hoping that you've had the most amazing time. And please tune in to the Angels of Atlantis.
Yes, Stuart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What do you have coming up? Where can people find you and work with you and be a part of the angelic message?
Well, immediately on Sunday evening is a workshop called Enchantment, which of course is online. All of my work now is and has been since COVID. But, every week I place on the Angels of Atlantis YouTube channel another transmission about the cosmic flash that we're all going to be experiencing at some point, either this year or the beginning of next year, which is a subject in itself.
Yeah, is the cosmic flash, let me just ask you, a part of a solar flare, or is there a whole vibrational shift, or maybe that's the same thing?
Well, no, because the solar flares are being emitted by the solar deity, but they're individualized. They're refractions of light from the sun. This is a supercluster of energy, of photonic energy that is being fed by the star nations in preparation for a triggering from Gaia. It is Gaia that is asking for this because it's time for Gaia to move into fifth dimensional council.
I see. Great. Okay. I'm excited. Thanks, Stuart, for being here, sharing your information. And look for Stuart Pearce. He's around.
No,
He's
look for the angelsofatlantis.com.
Yes.
Because if everybody goes to Stuart, I have another role in life, ladies and gentlemen, where I'm this premier international voice coach. If you go to stuartpearce.com, it'll just be very corporate, and that's not your scene.
Well, you're a very good voice coach, though.
It's wonderful. See, I didn't know that I was going to have this pleasure. So thank you for being there.
Thank you, Stuart. Looking forward to maybe being in London, or if you're in the US, let us know.
I will. I'm sending you much love. Namaste. Namaste, everybody.
Namaste, namasko, as Swami Beyondananda says. Okay, next up, do you want to bring Jonathan Goldman up there? Oh, Jonathan and Andy. I think I've met you, Jonathan, right? Maybe years, perhaps. And Andy, your partner there. I know you're very instrumental in bringing the whole sound healing movement to the awakening community, and you've done a lot of fantastic recordings, worked with hundreds of people and really helped them activate and understand the value of sound. I think
Alan, we hope that you said make that hundreds of thousands of people.
hundreds of thousands. I think you even have a chapter in the new book out that the Hertogs put together called Sound, right? Very good.
Yeah.
And so who's Andy? Do you want to introduce us to Andy?
I'm Andy.
And what a blessing. This is Andy, who is a world-renowned psychotherapist. She's the co-author of a couple of award-winning books with me because we're husband and wife. She's the co-author of The Humming Effect, the award-winning, and also Chakra Frequencies. And,
And Alan, Jonathan, and I have been working together for almost 30 years. And so we've been teaching and just wanting more and more people to be open to the beautiful awakening that sound can actually have with each person.
Sound is everything. Without sound, we're just lost in the dark, sort of. But yeah, so what will you both be talking about today in particular?
we're going to be talking about literally sound for personal and planetary healing. And that's going to be composed of first telling people about the 4 pillars of sound healing to ground them into this really quantum fabric of reality shifting vibrational substance that we work with. And then we're going to be basically dealing with the hum, which is an incredibly powerful, yet incredibly easy, the conscious hum for people to be able to basically work with. And finally, if I'm not mistaken, I gave Neil a 10-minute global guided Om, heart-brain coherence that we're going to play, which will literally affect the fiber of reality by interfacing with the Gaia matrix.
Great. Wow. So go ahead. It's all yours. And
so listen, real quick, because we're about 15 or so. How long do we have?
Well, how long did you originally have for? So we're running behind.
About 45 minutes. About 45 minutes.
Take 45 minutes and we'll just catch it up on the other end. Yeah, take your time. I mean, take the time.
Good. All right. So we're going to begin.
Well, Alan, thank you very much. And Neil, thank you very much. And we are going to open up to this beautiful portal to ascension through your portal today. And shall we begin, Jonathan? Well, Jonathan just mentioned that we would be talking about what we call the 4 pillars of sound. And we know that sound is such an incredible modality, such a beautiful tool that we all possess that can literally shift our consciousness, that can literally take us to higher states of consciousness. So as we are awakening, sound is, everybody can, it's user-friendly. We all have a voice. So we'll start with the 4 pillars of sound. And I just want to mention
before that, just to follow up on our dear friend, Stuart Pierce, who was dealing with the angels. Whenever we do a presentation, we bring in the angel of a being that from our purposes is the actual real name of Metatron. And the name means, if you like, sound of God, voice of God, Shamael. So this is the angel of sacred sound. And we're going to do this invocation to bring in the energy of the angel of sound to you. Ready?
All right. So we invoke the spirit of Shamael, angel of sacred sound. May the sound of light surround us. May the light of sound guide us. May sacred sound come through us for the harmony of all.
And now we're going to be talking to you first about the 4 pillars of sound healing. After that, we'll be embodying that through the power of the hum. And finally, we're going to co-create a new energy form with the global guided Om. Shall we begin? The 4 pillars, the foundations of sound healing, something that everybody, because sound is taking off on this planet, the likes of which, well, 50 years ago when I first began planting the seeds of this on the planet, I was hoping it would get to this point, and it has, but a lot of people may be missing some of these pillars. So we're going to share with you for just a few minutes each of them. They're further found in our books, such as The 7 Secrets of Sound Healing and Healing Sounds and the Humming Effect. But for right now, the 4 pillars, and they begin
with the very first one, and that is everything is vibration. The second one is we're going to talk about intention, and intent is powerful. Our third pillar is we are all unique vibratory beings. And the fourth pillar, silence is golden. And Jonathan and I came up with these 4 foundational aspects of utilizing sound as a healing modality to really help people to anchor in the actual use of sound and frequencies. So, Jonathan.
The first one, everything is in vibration. In the beginning was the Word, and the Lord said, let there be light. Sound preceding light. If you examine the tenets of the different spiritual traditions you find throughout our planet, in the most obscure places, this understanding that life, the universe, and everything was created solely through the power of vibration, through sound. And indeed, our quantum physicists and our mystic masters are all in agreement. Everything is in vibration. If you like, just a little quick thing about sound. Sound travels as a wave. This wave is measured in cycles a second. It's called its frequency. Scientifically, it's measured as hertz. We hear from around 20 of these vibrations per second to around 20,000. But our friends in the ocean, dolphins, can hear upwards of 180,000 cycles a second. So just because you can't hear anything doesn't mean the sound isn't being created. So if everything is in a state of vibration, from the electrons moving around the nucleus of an atom to planets and distant galaxies moving around their sun, everything is in a state of vibration. This includes our body. Every organ, every bone, every tissue, every part of our body is in a state of, if you like, healthy, normal, harmonic resonance. We're like the symphony of the self that is being played by the body. But what happens if the second violin player loses their sheet music? They begin to play out of ease, out of harmony. We say they are, that this part of the body, if you like, that is akin to that is diseased. So the basic idea of using sound as a healing modality is simply to give the string player back their sheet music and have them play in tune, or basically somehow project the correct resonant frequency back to the body.
It is that simple. And I do want to talk about the 2 particular ways that we actually experience sound and how sound affects us. The first one is what we call psychoacoustics. And this is where we're actually listening and we're hearing sounds. The sound travels in through our auditory pathway up into our brain, and that affects our nervous system, our heart rate, our respiration. So just the simple act of listening, when we are listening to specific sounds and music that has been created with the intention for healing, that is a psychoacoustic experience. The other way that sound affects us is through vibroacoustics. That is where the sound goes directly into the body at a cellular level. Jonathan just held up a tuning fork, and that's a good example of
listening, psychoacoustics, into the body, vibroacoustics.
And later on in our program this morning, we are going to be talking about an important sound, humming, which we're conscious humming, which we have discovered really is the most powerful vibroacoustic sound that we are able to make. So those are 2 ways that we're always experiencing sound.
And just as another little thing, we talked about the fact that the idea of using sound is to put something into balance. And believe it or not, this whole idea is found in all the different alternative holistic therapies, whether it's chiropractic, acupuncture, chromotherapy, light, all these different things that are all based upon creating balance. Okay, so that's the first one. Everything is vibration. Number two,
Intention. Intent is powerful. And whatever thoughts you are holding while you are involved with sound on whatever level is absolutely as important in our experience as the sound. And about, I think, 45 years ago, Jonathan created a formula: frequency, the sound, plus intent, the intentions that we're holding, equals healing. Frequency plus intent equals healing. And of course, we have found that it is as relevant, more relevant today. And
let me just tell a little
Yeah.
quick story. I'll make this very fast because we are time compressed on a level. But I had a pile of papers about Yohai from different systems of using sound for healing from different traditions. And this included the chakras and sound, the organs in our body and sound from different spiritual masters, teachers, healers, all this. And I was going to put them together and create the first, if you like, encyclopedia of what sound to use for what particular thing. The thing was, didn't go together. The different systems, you'd have Dr. X using a particular frequency for one organ, Dr. Y using totally different set of frequencies for the same organ. You would have Spiritual Master A using a particular set of frequencies for one chakra, or a particular mantra for one chakra, and another set of frequencies or mantras for different chakra, and a different spiritual master would be using something completely different. I was totally in a state of, how can this be? How can this be? And this voice said, it is not only the frequency of the sound, but the intention of the person making and creating the sound. So indeed, as Andy said, frequency plus intent equals healing. And now we have people like Wayne Dyer, who've done his Extraordinary Power of Intention, or Dr. Bruce Lipton talking about the biology of belief, Joe Dispenza talking about you are the placebo. So all of these different people, the idea of intentionality is now pretty well accepted. And we want you to realize that we can really encode almost any sound with a particular consciousness and have that effect.
And Jonathan, that takes us now to the third pillar of sound. We are all unique vibratory beings. And the way in which that we experience sound is going to be very particular to our spirit. We are all unique expressions of spirit. So we are going to experience sound in that way. And it's interesting because I know when Jonathan and I are teaching, and we'll often ask the group in the workshop, how many people are allergic to penicillin? And we'll get about a fourth of the group allergic to penicillin, which means that for those people, penicillin could be extremely toxic. For the rest of the group, it could be life-saving. So it just is an example, just a little description of how we are unique. And so we really want to honor our uniqueness with sound.
And, if you think about it, whether it's a pharmaceutical drug or a supplement, a sound, or a food, not everybody likes the same thing. That's because we're all unique and different. And we really need to honor that, because if you are working with anything, whether it's sound or you name it, if you're having a good reaction, fabulous. But if you're not having a good reaction, you need to honor yourself. There are a million sounds on the planet. There are a million different supplements and foods. Not everything is going to work the same for everyone.
There are just simply no magic frequencies. We're sorry to say, but how you experience it, that's where the magic is. And then our fourth pillar, we have included silence.
We're going to do, that would probably be it. That would probably be it.
You want to
silence. Now, I just wanted to suggest.
Okay.
I just wanted to suggest that with our uniqueness, it is just so very, very important to be aware of our own personal resonance. We all have different, as Stuart was saying, we all have different vibrational levels, and they're not all the same. That's so important. Can't stress that enough. We are all unique. Thank you. Sorry, Andy. Okay.
You had a little more to say there, honey. So now we'll go to our fourth pillar, and that is silence is golden. And I have to say that this is my favorite one because I love to be in silence. And what we know is that when we are in silence, that is when the shifts and the changes really have the opportunity to work their magic.
And it's really, it's interesting. I like to say that silence is the yin to the yang of sound. And indeed, it took me about 20 years being in this field because we become so enamored with sound. We don't realize that if we get into a place of silence that allows the sound to encode and make the, if you like, shifts and changes. If we're in a particular frequency level moving around, then we move to another frequency level that's not necessarily going to give the sound the time to encode itself. But if we're in a state of silence after the sound, so whenever we work with sound, we really allow ourselves to be in silence to encode and resonate and go deep.
And it's really in that silence that we are able to listen to our own inner wisdom. And something that I think is really interesting is that the word listen and the word silent are anagrams.
Yeah.
They have the exact same letters in them. And so when we really focus on listening and in the silence, it can be such a beautiful tool for helping us to bring in balance into our lives.
Mm-hmm. So once again, we're going to just basically, 4 pillars are: 1, everything is in a state of vibration. Everything is in vibration.
2, intent is powerful. The thoughts that you are holding when you are making sound really make a difference.
3, we are all unique vibratory beings. Honor who and what you are.
And lastly, the 4th pillar, silence is golden. Remembering that after you have been in a sound experience, that silence is so valuable, helping us on our healing journey.
Nice. We're now going to move into working with the power of the hum, because this is a sound that we have found everybody can use. And we wanted to share with you our, if you like, work with conscious humming, because whether I have worked with so many different sounds, overtones, Tibetan deep voice, harmonics, you name it. And we found that when teaching, the really most viable sound that we can work with, that everybody can work with, is the hum.
Well, we wanted to come up with information that would get sound out to the most people in a more generic way, if you will, because a lot of people thought, I can't work with sound. I'm not a singer. I'm not a musician. And we really wanted to kind of dispel that myth. And so we thought, what is the one sound that literally everyone can make? And we kind of looked at each other and we just went, Now, we'd been working with the hum many times, but we thought, let's put it together in a book, which we did. And that was what I held up. It's called The Humming Effect. And we have a lot of information. In fact, the whole first chapter of our book is nothing but peer-reviewed research in how important humming, conscious humming, can be.
And we're going to tell you about that in a second. But here's one of the reasons why a lot of people, and once again, we've worked with so much sound, but a lot of people, we feel it's so important to have a sound practice. But a lot of people are so judgmental about their voice. And the one sound that everybody makes, and they're not judgmental about it, is the hum. So that was why we focused on it as we dove deeply into the energy of the hum, we found out some amazing things, including these physiological benefits.
And the physiological benefits range from lowering our blood pressure, our heart rate, bringing in hormones such as melatonin and oxytocin.
Mhm.
And it also releases nitric oxide, which is a vasodilator.
Indeed, and nitric oxide it's wonderful. It's a vasodilator, and it's also an antiviral agent. So when you hum, literally you get 15 times the amount of nitric oxide that is normally created. And that's actually a pharmaceutical level that'll get rid of a lot of bacteria and viruses in your nasal cavity before they encode in other places in the body. So it can be very therapeutic. And Andy, one of the things I just want to bring out again is the fact that you can, by doing we're going to show you how to do this, 3, 4, 5 conscious hums, and then be in silence. You can lower your blood pressure 10, 20 points, which is a pharmaceutical level. People tell us all the time how they utilize this. So if you're stressed out and you just take a couple of minutes to do conscious humming,
it can make such a difference. And we all know that we are living in a culture that it's very easy to get stressed and to feel anxiety and frustration and anger, et cetera, et cetera. And the very fact that we all have within us the ability to even just stop for a few seconds and begin to do conscious humming, we can shift out of that stressful state into a state of balance.
And a couple of other things, because people into sound, you get the release of oxytocin when you hum,
which is the trust hormone.
So
and it's interesting because when we are teaching workshops and the groups are all humming and working with many sounds, but they begin to feel this real sense of connection, and that separation begins to dissolve. And that is really because of the release of oxytocin, because we begin to trust the people that we're around. We begin to trust ourselves.
And you also, a lot of people are aware of the vagus nerve, which literally works with the parasympathetic nervous system, which deals with the fight or flight response. And bottom line is that the hum is a really powerful way of dealing with the vagus nerve and inducing deep states of rest and tranquility. So bear with us as we continue into this journey of the most powerful self-created sound. All right.
Okay. So what I would like to say at this point is that as a psychotherapist, holistic psychotherapist, what I love so much about conscious humming is that you can do it really virtually anytime by yourself and shift and change out of that stress. So, you can't always get to a therapist. You can't always get to a friend that can help you out, but you always have yourself. And that's what's such a beautiful thing about conscious humming. And it may sound very, very simple, which it actually is, but it's also very, very effective. It is as effective as it is simple.
Totally. And just as the thing, in case you think that the hum, well, everybody can do it, and that's true, but get this. A lot of you are into yoga, and there's a book called The Yoga Sutras by Patanjali. And Sutra 1.27 basically says, this is my translation of Swami Satchidananda's translation of it, basically, the original sound of creation was pranava, the humming of prana. They had to give it a name, so they called it Om. So later on, we're going to be doing a global Om, but really, Om came from the hum, the original sound of creation.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And also, part of conscious humming, one of the main parts of it is breath and breathing.
Yeah.
And of course, when we combine, a deep diaphragmatic breath, and then we hum, that is what, really stimulates the vagus nerve and really brings in that sense of relaxation. So as we are breathing, and diaphragmatic breaths, and we call them belly breaths, as we do that breathing, we are really bringing into our bodies that relaxation mode.
Indeed. Breath is if you like, breath is the essence of life. Prana is breath, and sound is breath made audible. So you really want to begin with breath and deep, nice breathing for when you're working with the conscious hum. And now we're going to give you the 7, if you like, aspects of the conscious hum that we'd like you to do before we actually try it, just so you can have this experience.
So these are the protocols for humming. And the first one is you want to check yourself out. Where are you right now? Are you feeling anxious? Are you feeling stressed? Are you feeling just great? Just check yourself out. And that's just what we do anyway when we're working with sound. And then we're going to take that deep, nice, deep, relaxed, diaphragmatic breath. We're going to breathe into our belly. And then after we take that breath, then the hum comes out.
The next one is keep your lips closed. This is, if you like, pretty important because if you go, ma, it's not a hum. That's when we work with the Om, it's but you want to go, here, play a game with me, would you? We want you to basically hum. And one of the, if you like, phenomena of humming simply is that we want you to hum on one note. We want you to hum at a comfortable pitch. We'll go over that in a minute. But just right now, hum at a note that's probably in your conversational voice range. A lot of people are looking for their signature sound. It's probably within the normal range of your voice, believe it or not. So let's all just do a hum and pinch your nose as you're humming. Watch this. Try it. You can't hum if your nose is pinched. Now, if you didn't know that about the hum, do you think perhaps there are some other aspects that might be, important, other secrets of sound that might be found in the hum? So once again, check yourself out. Deep and relaxed breath. Keep your lips closed. Hum on one note. You don't want to do the 1812 overture or whatever. You just want to hit because that's one frequency. You're going to be resonating this frequency. You're going to hum at a comfortable pitch. You're going to hum 4 or 5 times because that's really what's necessary to really encode yourself with the sound, and then be in silence for an equal amount of time. Shall we try it, my dear?
I would love to, because I'd love to give our audience an experience, because as we know, once you experience a particular sound or whatever the experience is, you really begin to get it because it's personal for you. So
we'll begin. Don't forget to check yourself out.
Excuse me just a minute, Jonathan.
All right.
Okay.
So, you ready? Shall we?
Are we ready? So I always like to begin by asking people to close their eyes. Close your eyes and begin to focus on your breathing. Breathing in.
And breathing out.
Breathing in and breathing out. And really begin to feel your body relaxing just a bit, breathing in and out. And now we're going to take a nice deep belly breath. We're going to breathe in. And as we breathe out, that is on the exhale is where you'll make your sound. So everyone, let's take a nice deep breath and nice deep breath and taking another nice deep breath, breathing in and taking a nice deep breath and
And one more.
nice deep breath. And now we'll be in silence for just a few moments.
Checking yourself out, seeing if you notice any difference in the way you feel. You may feel very blissed out, very relaxed.
And tuning in to your inner wisdom at this moment.
We'd like to suggest that you can do an exercise like this every day or before you have a stressful event, and it's almost an instantaneous way of chilling out. It's that simple and that important. And as we go through all these extraordinary vibratory evolutionary shifts and changes that are occurring, they can at times cause a little, shall we say, anxiety and stress in us. And the hum is just a brilliant tool.
And noticing that while we did that brief 5 hums, of course, when you have the time, you can, do a lot of, you can do it for 5 minutes, you can do it for 1 minute. But I think just knowing that you can do it even for 30 seconds, and you will begin to feel a shift and a change.
Right. And we're now going to be basically working with you with a video, because a lot of our purpose is to create vibratory shift on our planet using sacred sound. And there's a phenomena, if you like, and it's called heart-brain coherence, where your heart and your brain synchronize together.
And what we do know, and that is thanks to the incredible research and work that HeartMath has done. And we now know that we have an electromagnetic field around our heart as we have around our brain. But the electromagnetic field around our heart begins to expand when we are in coherence. And how do we get into coherence? We get into coherence by our focusing on our breathing and holding thoughts of positivity,
Appreciation,
compassion,
gratitude,
loving kindness. So holding those thoughts while we are breathing and focusing on our heart.
And then we take it a step further and we add the element of sound, because you know what? There's a reason why the different prayers on our planet are vocalized, or whispered, chanted, spoken, or sung, because sound amplifies the power of prayer. So when we make these prayers, when we do this, and for those of you who don't know about it, there's something called the Global Consciousness Project, which is out of Princeton, New Jersey, and has found that events of high compassion literally are measurable, and they basically work to interface with what I call the Gaia consciousness, the energy field of our beloved Mother Earth. So in fact, we do an event once a year called World Sound Healing Day on February 14th. And that is just a great thing where thousands and thousands of people come together in different places through the internet and live to literally co-create sacred sound to interface with the vibrational field of the earth. And it makes a difference. And right now, we're going to be watching a video and just listen to, if you like, the directions that Andy is going to give you, because her directions will put you into a deep state of heart-brain coherence. And then we're all going to Om together.
And we do want to mention two things, that when we get to the portion of the guided meditation where we are all going to be toning together, we do ask that wherever you are, if it's possible, to out loud, to tone along with us, and be sure to and stay in your comfort zone when you are working with your voice, with any sound. And usually, as I think Jonathan has mentioned, it can be in the conversational voice area. So I'll be guiding you step by step through this guided global meditation.
If you like, close your eyes. So there's some wonderful imagery of the earth spinning, and we can just direct our energy, our light and love through sound to the Gaia Matrix. And Alan or Neil, who's ever going to do it, if you can run the video, run the show right now, we're ready.
Yep, there we go. The purpose for this meditation is to project a sound encoded with the energies of light and love, and project healing to the Gaia Matrix, our beloved planet Earth. We will first create coherence between our heart and our brain. This effect will further be amplified by the power of the Om that you will be toning along with later, bringing more light and love into your body, mind, and spirit for health and wellness. And now, begin to focus on your breathing. Breathing in and breathing out. Slowly breathing in and out. And as you're breathing in and out, imagine or visualize that you're breathing in and out through your heart. As you're breathing in and out through the area of your heart, remembering that it is love that breathes each breath, and it is love that causes each beat of our heart. Continue breathing slowly, breathing in and out in this manner. And now, I'd like you to call to mind something that has brought you a great deal of appreciation, gratitude, something that you are feeling very good about. This might be an experience with another person. Perhaps it's a beautiful sunset. It may be a beloved pet, a spouse. But it is something that has brought you loving kindness and gratitude and appreciation. And as you're breathing in and out through your heart, feeling this appreciation, feeling this gratitude, you're creating a beautiful coherence between your heart and your brain. And your heart, through this coherence, is expanding, getting larger and larger, and connecting with all the heart and loving energy on our planet in this moment. This is just a wonderful way of creating a very powerful heart activation, and you'll be amplifying this with the sound of the Om. Continue breathing slowly and deeply while feeling appreciation and gratitude, and imagining your breath going in and out through your heart. Now, visualize this energy and begin to sense a radiant light around you that is permeating every cell of your body and resonating your heart chakra. In a moment, we'll begin to gently sound forth with the power of the Om. And as you do this, visualize the planet Earth as a holographic image floating in front of you. Imagine bathing the Earth in a healing field of light and love that you are creating through your sacred sound. Now, let us begin to make the heart sound of the Om, bringing the energy of global harmonization, peace, and healing to our beloved planet, Earth. Now, being in silence, visualizing all the light and love through sound that you have manifested, resonating and bringing to earth and yourself to a deep state of healing. And when you feel ready, open your eyes and know that you have contributed to personal and planetary healing.
Well, thank you so much for joining in and co-creating this, if you like, vibratory shift in our planet. Because you know what? Really, we can reach that next level of ascension when, or one way that we can do it at least. I won't say when, but one way we can do that is if somehow all sentient beings can have an elevation of consciousness and can begin to embrace compassion and kindness for all. Don't you think?
Absolutely. And I also like to always mention our beautiful mentor, Sarah Benson, who is in the angelic realms. And she taught us that the true sound of healing is love. And so if we can hold love, appreciation, kindness. The Dalai Lama says, just be nice to each other. And we can hold those beautiful thoughts. And then we add our sound to it. We can really make a difference. And as we've had this opportunity on this portal to ascension, we hope that this has been an opening for
an awakening of humanity. We want to thank you so much when we say we heal the planet.
We heal ourselves.
We heal ourselves.
And we heal the planet.
We have a choice, and we can make a difference.
So
thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to share.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much, Andy and Jonathan Goldman. I wasn't there for your introduction, but my name is Ashley. That was beautiful. I also want to acknowledge something else that came through when I listened to your meditation. I have a window directly in front of me in my office, and right outside that window is this tree. And as I was listening to your meditation and tapping in, what came through, and it feels important to share this with you, is a significant acknowledgement from the elemental realms on the work that you do. So I can only imagine, what you guys are doing behind the scenes, because when I felt that tree while listening to your meditation, it's really palpable that your earth angels supported, and that whole realm is surrounding me, saying, make sure they know.
Oh, thank you. And Ashley, on a level, when we said that, to raise the vibrations of all sentient beings, by gosh and by golly, our friends, hey, from our perspective,
Yeah.
Sentient beings.
Oh,
You know,
Yeah.
it don't stop at just having a body.
yeah. Ashley,
That
thank
part,
you.
the
Thank
humans
you.
that you're connecting, your 4 pillars, the foundational principles that the Goldmans have provided us, write those down, use them. Those are foundational pillars and principles that will help you align with your highest potential and help you handle any challenging situation. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Ashley, thank you, and thank you for bringing the elementals
Oh,
into this. That
our
just
friends.
touched my heart.
The angels and the elementals all together, huh?
I
One and the
cannot
same.
express what I'm feeling right now. Like it's palpable. The heat, the sensation, the joy, the sound that's being created through that network. You know, I'm in Columbus, Ohio. I don't know where you are, but that tree communicated with me the impact you're making in the environment everywhere you go, the hearts you open, the people you connect with their innate abilities. So I needed to acknowledge that. They
We love
wanted
that. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to us because it deeply resonates with the truth of our being.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both so much for coming on Portal to Ascension.
And can we just tell people if they want more of our work? Well, I have a wonderful YouTube channel called Jonathan Goldman Official, but also we have a great website, healingsounds.com. One word, healing sounds with an S at the end.com. There's all sorts of great, our purpose here is basically to bring education and awareness of the uses of sound and music for healing. It's obviously been happening over the last 40 years. We invite people to come and really, if you can, join us. We do a once a month sound satsang that is free, and you can find out about it through our mailing list and lots of other wondrous things that can help shift and change and indeed create the awakening of humanity and the awakening of all sentient beings. Maybe they're awake already.
Well, our sounds can continue to wake them up. And we just want to send blessings of love and light through sound to everyone, to all sentient beings, and to all the trees, and to all the beautiful elementals. And Ashley, thank you so very much. And Neil and Alan and all the people
Everyone
responsible.
who's there,
Yeah.
it's blessings to you.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful experience. How is everyone feeling? Go ahead and share in the chat how you're feeling, how you experienced that. We have another presenter. We are privileged on the Portal to Ascension 11 Days of Awakening to have a second day with Dr. B. Sirius. He is a phenomenal thought leader, herbalist, and doctor of metaphysics. He is the winner of the Spiritual Leader of the Year Award at the Conscious Awakening Expo and Awards. I'm sorry. I'm still coming back from what we just experienced. And I would just like to bring him on, Dr. B. We are so excited to hear from you again. Thank you for coming back for another round with us.
I'm honored to be here, and just congratulations to what you're doing. And we are all part of the shift and the change that is happening on the planet and throughout the galaxy right now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We are making waves. So today, this is your time. What would you like to do? Would you like me to read the questions from the audience? Would you just like to take the stage? How would you like this to flow?
Well, we could do a little bit of both. Yesterday, I mentioned the Gene Key 55, and I'd love to just touch on that a little bit. For the last 2,000 years or so, we've been at a position on the 26,000 year calendar where we've been under the age of victimhood, and drama became the number one thing that most people were triggered by, or fear. And a lot of people even today are what we call addicted to drama. This is why the movies with the most gore and the news that bleeds the most is the news story that leads the most, is because we have been through a certain type of oppression. This is everybody. And once you've been oppressed for so long, you may easily become an oppressor because that's what you grew up in. So we are leaving the age where drama leads. And we've got to learn how to let a lot of that drama go and expect drama and expect the problem. Even the training that we had as children was, we were taught how hard it is in the world, how tough it's going to be. It was about a struggle and a fight. It's always about the competition. But we also find that people who are winners are always focusing on their goal only. They're focusing on reaching a certain destination. And 90% of the journeys of life are always course correction. So we're going to have to course correct a bit here in order for us to get to the place that we need to be. The earth is doing it. The planet is doing it. We're moving to a new place. This is the time of the ascension, but we also must graduate out of the victimhood, the victim archetype. And in Gene Key 55, they talk about I think it's the dance, the dream of the dragonfly, and how the dragonfly starts off as a nymph. And when it's in the water, in the swamp, it's fighting, it's eating, it's everything. It's devouring everything, but everything is trying to devour it also. So it's living in fight or flight constantly. And it does that for, say, 2 years or so. And finally, something changes inside of it. The imaginal cells come online. It crawls up a reed. And for the first time, it gets its first breath of air. And its body splits open. And the little dragonfly emerges from the shell of this nymph. And it sees the world differently for the first time. And it's been in water, and the water represents the past. The water represents the victim archetype, the fight or flight syndrome. For the first time, it's got to really move quickly on ascending or changing or transcending and going through the alchemy of transformation. So what it does is it takes the water that's still in its body, the water from the old world, the energy of the victim archetype, and it pumps that water into its wings to inflate its wings. The water of the past is used to inflate the flight. If we were to look at what we've been through as fuel, or as the in the garden, we're talking about taking ashes and the leftovers and making that the fertilizer, taking what we've been through as being the fertilizer to move us forward. That's what's going to help us right now. But we have been trained to think that history repeats itself. It's going to happen. It's bad. It was bad. It's going to be bad. And we, at some point, believe that. So we become that, because you become what you believe. And to believe means to follow blindly or to doubt who you truly are. But we all have within us the waters and the energy from the past, like the nymph. But we also are now awakening at this time in 2024, going into 2025. We have everything in us to take flight. The only thing that dragonflies do for the 2 or 3 weeks that they live is mate and make love. That's all they do, is make love. We're at the point where we're going to need to learn to make love out of the things that are in no way love. So everything is connected to its opposite. And once you realize that everything, right, is connected to what you like, is connected to what you in no way like. You see, they're all connected. It depends on your angle. It depends on how you navigate your vehicle, your ship. So once we begin to realize that the shadow, when you study the gene keys, you look at the shadow of Gene Key 55. It's about the drama, needing drama. And a lot of times, if you listen to folks talk, it's mostly problems. It's 80% problems, maybe 20% solutions. And if we turn that around and begin to speak 80% of the time about solutions and maybe 20% about the problem, it changes everything. It changes our frequency. And in order to get where we choose to go, we must change our frequency to match the frequency of what we desire. And we must live from the goal. Instead of thinking from the goal, we must become the goal and vibrate like that goal. And one of the things that's important to do is to detoxify mentally, physically, and spiritually from parasites. Mental parasites are ideas and experiences, right, that are eating us alive in the present. They're from the past. They're eating us alive. So, parasites, what do? They use you as a host and they eat your nutrients, eat your energy. They suck your energy. So we've got to get rid of the mental parasites, physical parasites. Those are beings that are eating our nutrition. You could take all the herbs you like and you could be the best in nutrition, but you're still going to pick up parasites that you've got to get rid of, because those parasites and those problems and issues that we have are basically like our, let's call them our sparring partner. They're sparring partners. They're testing you because masters, right, always test themselves. Why should the Kung Fu master go out and fight if he's fought everybody? Well, there's a new person in town. He's Kung Fong Yong Chong Pong. Why do you need to go fight him if you're home eating rice and ginseng? Because a master always tests themselves, and you'd like to go in to the toughest place. A lot of us don't remember being at another vibration, another place, in another dimension where we chose these lives. We chose our challenges. We chose our parents. And you say, I'd never do this. Well, that's because you're not thinking from the level of a master. We're going into mastery now. And right around 2027, everything will change depending on your mindset. But the way we're aligned right now in space, we're in a brand new place we've never been. Nothing is the same, but it's up to us. It's up to us what we focus on. That's how you create your dimension. That's how you create who you are, by being who you are, renewing yourself each day. Because when you go to bed, you basically go into another world. You die and you wake up the next day brand new. So you have to reaffirm each day who you are, and your why is really big. Why are you who you are? You see, are you your job? Are you your title? Or are you a being here at this particular time to bring something to the planet, right? To be a part of this great awakening that's happening now. That's our goal each day. And to reaffirm it, we got caught up into the spirituality of things. I've got a crystal and the crystal does this. Well, crystals don't do anything. I do yoga. Yoga doesn't do anything. Vegan, that doesn't do anything. I'm praying, meditating. Actually, it doesn't do anything. What does something is you becoming it. So you become the sage. You become the crystal. I mean, your body is crystalline. You are the crystal. You are the dark crystal. Watch the movie Dark Crystal, really good. Anyway, Jim Henson, Dark Crystal. We are what we are by vibrating and becoming the thing, not trying to become the thing, not waiting for it to save us. You see, spirituality or whatever that is, sometimes it's just symbols. Oh, I prayed all night. I did a 24-year meditation and I didn't speak. And you wake up and the first thing you do is look at the world and say, oh my God, the world is crazy. See, what's that all about? Because you're now internalizing what you think you're seeing. But what you're seeing is not what's really happening, because we as human beings only are able to interpret and experience a very small spectrum of life, of light, and of energy, and of vibration, and of the frequencies that are available to us. Right now, our DNA, that junk DNA, is coming online based on our environment. And your environment has a lot to do with your thinking, your feelings, right? Your food, everything is part of your environment. So let's clean up our environments. Let's let go. Let's stop judging, because each time we judge somebody, we lose 1,000 years of knowledge. Each time you judge somebody, you it's like you regress. What do they call it in church? Backsliding. It's backsliding. Yeah. What other people are doing, unless they are part of your team and you're working together, it has nothing to do with us. It has to do with you being tested in each moment. It takes a lot for a diamond to become a diamond. It goes through heat. It goes through a lot of pressure. And that's what's happening right now. We're being tested. Are you a diamond? Do you choose to elevate yourself? Get rid of your parasitic thoughts, parasitic ways, and move past the last 2,000 years of the victimhood and stop looking for drama, because there you are when you find it. Okay, I guess I'll take some questions or some.
That is powerful, Dr. B. So I have a point that I made on something you shared, choosing challenges. You said choosing challenges. I think this can be a really challenging concept for people to understand when they've experienced extreme challenges in their life? Is it always something we choose, or are there other factors involved that bring these situations, experiences into our lives that can be challenging? Can you elaborate on that?
You see, our personality, who we are, like what we call our spirit, that's got something to do with your perception of how you see things, how your mind is formed, right? But your soul, which is everlasting, which is the light of the world, the light that is you, that's being projected from way out in the cosmos, right? It is pure. Like people, they say when I was in the music business, well, he sold his soul. Well, you can't really sell your soul. You can't sell the light. You know what I'm saying? You can direct it and do certain things to get money, but basically everything that we do, right? When you climb a mountain, each step you take, gravity's pulling you back. But when you are focused and when you're determined to move up that mountain, no matter what you're tested with, this is when you become great. And they say a lot of us came back many times because we failed the test. We got caught up in what we thought was happening. And we got thought up in, thought up. There's a good one. We got thought up. We got thought up into the evil one. I remember I used to have this dream about this evil being that chased me and chased me and chased me every night. And one day I said, I can't take this. I can't get a good sleep. And I turned around and faced the evil being, and it was the opposite side of me. It was my other side. It was my other self.
Next question for you. Sorry.
And in order to break that spell, I had to face it, and it disappeared. When I realized it was me. Yes.
You said that, becoming the thing.
Yes.
So what advice would you give to others who are experiencing that type of psychic phenomena? And even those who have children who experience phenomena like that, where things are coming, they're seeing, dark, creepy crawlies. What would you tell them? How do they navigate that?
Well, it's your perception of something that's dark, deep, like we say, dark is bad. Who said that? Like somebody said, well, bad things happen at night. Well, I got a phone bill the other day and it had 20 charges on it. I didn't know what the heck they were. And I called the phone company. They said, those are surcharges. Well, what is a surcharge? They said, well, it's a charge. Well, why? Why do I have them? And they couldn't even tell me. I said, well, this is evil. You won't even tell. You're going to cut my phone off if I don't pay it. And this is daytime. So you see, there's a lot of things that are testing you, constantly. It's like, even I didn't move into this next section of my life until they gave me a very short time to live. I was a very successful record producer. I was, quote unquote, on the top of the world, but I had to fall, right? I had to leave that world because it was totally controlled. It was totally controlled by people who want to control the mindsets of people. It was a part of the population control program. The frequencies, the sounds, and everything in all music has, if it goes through a mastering system and it goes through a regular record company, you have no idea what type of programming is being put in that music, because music is something that everyone enjoys, and music is something that can be programmed just like food. Some people don't buy food and they don't know what the ingredients are. You walk in a health food store and you buy this thing, and you say, "Oh my God, this is a plant-based burger." Well, turn it around and read it, and you will realize that it is based in plants. It was an industrial plant. There's more ingredients in some of this plant-based stuff that you're trying to make look like chicken or look like whatever. You see what I'm saying? But you hear that it's good. You're testing yourself. Constant. You are testing yourself for greatness, no matter what pain you're going through. And when I got sick, you see, when they told me I had a year to live, I had to figure out how to live. There was no cure in their world. But guess what? I found plants and essences and herbs and meditations and ways of living, where now all of a sudden I changed my life. I changed my dimension. And now I realize that opposition is what makes us strong. If it doesn't take you out, and there is really no death, you see, there truly is. It's just, a change of energy. The tree that dies becomes fertilizer for the next, for new plants. You see? It's a beautiful place that we're in. As long as we look at what's good, we over the last 2,000 years have gotten into the habit of looking at the problems and things we cannot control. And when you look at that world, that circle of what you cannot control gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more you focus on that, the more you speak on it. But if we focus on what we can control, that circle gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And you begin to attract, right? Through, morphogenic resonance, you begin to attract things that vibrate like you. So yes, we're going through a struggle, but know that that's temporary. It's a test. It's a test of the emergency broadcasting system. It's your other self saying, hey, we're going to make you strong because you need that strength to get that lesson. And one of my teachers told me, he says, every disease is a teacher. And you must learn from that dis-ease, from that problem, from that issue. So there is a lesson in it if we could get out of our feelings and our emotions and our judgments.
So it sounds like you're saying the entire structure of reality, it's you against you?
It's not you against you, it's you with you.
You with you.
So in order for you to be alive, here's quantum physics, you must also be dead at the same time. In order for there to be an up, there must be a down. In order for there to be a black, there must be a white. Everything is connected to its opposite. It's all about how you perceive it and what angle you're on. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
In the programming here, because the whole thing is, most of the language that we speak is about commerce and war. That's the language that we speak. There's very few words to explain in English what's really going on here, because this is like a trading language. It's not one that where there are words that can say certain things or put across certain concepts. But once we step into getting out of the language and getting into the feelings, because if you could feel, like, let's say you desire something. Some people say, well, picture it. I remember I was in meditation class and they were like, oh, picture the thing you desire. Picture, 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 picture. It's all about the picture. I said, I don't know about the picture because we've been getting photoshopped since Mickey Mouse. I mean, we don't know what we're seeing, cartoons. You really don't know what you're seeing because your brain is agreeing. Your eyes are looking for things that it recognizes and pulls that in. That's not what you're actually seeing because we're blinded to a lot of the frequencies that are available. But when you can feel as if your desire has happened, that's faith. Feel as if the thing has happened. But what's happening while you're feeling what you desire? A whole lot of other feelings come on. The voices, oh, you're no good. Remember that cookie you stole? You're a crook for the rest of your life. All these voices, and you go tell your friends what you're thinking about doing. They tell you you're crazy. What do you mean you're on some program? Ascension for what? And see, they're not into to realizing what could change us here. They're caught in the old system, and you can't change it. A lot of times we're trying to help people that didn't ask for help. And I remember I first became a healthy eater. I was going to parties and everything I went to, I would stop and give a whole lecture about how bad their food was. I mean, I was just as bad as them because they didn't ask me. They're enjoying their food. Let them eat what they eat. You mind your business and business your mind. Once you do that, focus on what you're doing. And your friends most times are not going to follow you. Your families, they're not going to get you. You're going to be weird. So you must be ready to be alone. So when I made my shift in life, I was alone for many years. People thought I'd lost my mind. And I did, because the mind that I had was not mine. It was made up. It was given to me by my world, by the news, by politics. You have to choose. You have to choose the best of, choose the, what is it now? The lesser of two evils. Huh? Whoa. I got to choose the lesser. Why do I have to choose evil at all? Well, you have to be counted. Why do I have to be counted? I need to count. I need to count within myself. I don't need to get a discount. We're always looking for discounts. When you say discount, looking for a discount, did you know your subconscious says, I'm not good enough? I'm not worthy enough? Your subconscious is actually giving you more of what you're speaking on. It's attracting more of what language that you use. You have to change your language, and you also have to be able to trust your gut. We're doing a course right now called The Body Never Lies. And that course teaches folks to use muscle testing, kinesiology, and the gut feeling to get what they desire. It's the best test for what is for me that I've ever used. I'm a kinesiologist now. I learned how to do the muscle testing. Never mind your cranial brain because it's confused. It's been lied to. It's programs in there. But when you tap into the cosmos, when you tap into the Akashic records, when you tap into what they call the quantum field, there's answers everywhere. So we're teaching folks how to tap into what's really for them to make choices. Because if you ask your friends, they're going to be scared a lot of times for you in the name of love. Now, how does that work? We love you and we're afraid. Whoa! How do those two mix? Yes. I don't know if I answered the question. You know, I go out there. So
I think you did.
Bring me back. Bring me back.
We got a lot. We got a lot there. I wanted to refer back to the spectrum of emotion and how that can serve us. I'm sure you've noticed a lot of times in spirituality, everyone's so concerned, be on that high vibe, be on that high vibe. But we do have that spectrum. So could you share a bit on how the spectrum of emotion can help us becoming our best selves?
First of all, this thing high vibe, I think it's a little tricky. You know, being on a high vibe. I know some people that are on such a high vibe, it's too high. Can you turn it down? Your ego is huge. You're out wearing all white, telling everybody to walk towards the hills. And this is, if you eat this, you're going to die. I'm like, your vibe is too high. As a musician, we look at the piano, right? And there's low notes, and the lowest notes are the female notes. The lowest vibration there is Mother Earth. The lowest vibration there is in our realm is Mother Earth. So what are you saying? A high vibe, which is Father Sky, is more important than Mother Earth. It's being able to be balanced and use the whole spectrum. Sometimes we've got to get into a lower vibe. Sometimes when you're depressed and all the way down, like there's times when I'll be all the way down. It'll be a place that I'm just through. I give up. I'm done. I don't know who I am. I don't know what's going on. Life is crazy. I just stay there. I learn to stay there. And then all of a sudden something clicks. And I use the same amount of energy to go high. And all of a sudden, everything I'm doing is in genius mode. But you can't judge the disagreeable. It's a part of it. It's part of everything. So the range of emotions, see, emotions are not bad. Emotions is energy in motion. And energy in motion tends to stay in motion until acted upon by an equal or opposite force. Energy it's in motion. Emotion is there to help you. It's like even fear. There's a healthy amount of fear. Like, don't stick your hand in the fire, you'll get burned. I mean, you see what I'm saying? But when you are in the place where you're fighting with your emotions, you're fighting with the angel, you're fighting with the messenger, you're fighting with the lesson, and you're arguing for your weakness. You ever try to help somebody and they're arguing for their own weakness? Well, I'm this way. I've been this way for 44 years. Are you expecting just to change overnight? Just the only way you're going to change is overnight. Change right now. You could do it right now, but I've been this way. So you're believing that, you know, because of your genes and because of all the things you've been through, you can't change. So you don't. So folks will fight with you and argue for weakness, like in the movie They Live. You know, the biggest scene in that movie. This is the They Live from I think it was the 70s. The longest scene in the movie is where one guy is trying to get the other guy to put on the glasses so he can see the world for what it really is. And the guy doesn't want to wear the glasses. He says, I got credit cards, I got a job, I got this, but it's not real. So sometimes we have to be careful of spending too much time arguing for our weakness. The doctor said, I have this disease. Clients, when they come to me, the first thing I say is, what do you desire? And you know what they do? They begin to say what they don't desire. I don't want to have cancer, and I don't want to be lonely, and I don't want to have, half a prostate. And I don't want to, they explain over and over what they in no way desire. I said, well, what do you desire? And they almost can't answer it. It's like, it's a glitch. Something starts happening. Where would you like to be? What is the goal? Can you mention that? Even if they say, well, I need $1 million. Well, what would you do with that? Because taxes are going to probably take half unless you know what to do with it. What is the goal? How would you feel if you were at your place that you truly desire to be? Now you're using emotion, because feelings, right, which are part of emotions, feel the thing as if it's already happened. So emotions are there, but we've got to sometimes rise above emotion and get into what we call, emotional intelligence. And, I'm angry at this particular person. Instead of, here's the other one. They make me mad. Whoa, you just gave them a lot of power. They made you mad. Oh my God, these are wizards. What'd they do to you? No, I choose to be upset based on what you said. I choose it. When you say I choose and I allow myself to feel this. I allow myself to feel sad today. Don't bother me. I allow myself not to answer my phone. I allow myself just to float down the river. Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. It's not what you think it is. It's a creation. It's a construct that we've all agreed to be here at this particular time and have this experience. Let's help each other.
Let's help each other. I want to refer back to something that you mentioned about Mother Nature being some of the densest frequencies. And we were talking about the spectrum of emotion.
Yes.
And you shared something that I resonate with, and it's going to those lower planes, just being in the depths of darkness when you feel like I'm not going to crawl out of this, but then all of a sudden you get that momentum. So is it possible? What is your take on this? Do those emotions serve us in some way, shape, or form with our embodiment of spirit?
Well, we need to feel. Feeling is important. That's why we're here. We're here to have this experience, where we have all of these senses, and that is a part of the godness or the universal God experiencing life or being able to see and feel and touch through us, you see. So all of that is important, right, for our experience and our lessons to be able to feel into things and experience them, to give us the perceptions that we need to be our best selves. The greatest people I've ever met have been through extreme challenge. Extreme. When you hear folks' story, it's like, oh my God. But they needed that to get where they're going. And if you don't have these sometimes harsh experiences, then you're not going to ever be the person that you need to be. So by allowing yourself to float and just experience it, but don't get caught, because some things are like a mood. You know how you go through a mood, you're having a mood, you're moody. If you hold on to that mood for 7 days, it becomes a temperament. If you hold on to that temperament for 21 days, you become temperamental. If you hold on to that temperamental self for 3 months, that hardens into your character. So something that happened that was brief and temporary, it was pain you went through, whatever, it was terrible. Now it becomes your life. It becomes your story. And now, you go out and meet people. You love people that talk just like you. You tell your terrible story. You're crying there. Oh my God. And then they start crying and they tell their story. You become best friends. You see what I'm saying? You're traumaholics. You're traumaholics. We're going to vote traumaholic. What are you voting? I'm voting Victor Crack this year. Really? Victor? Yeah, me too. I really love this guy. Because you're gravitating towards more of what you think you are. You see? Now, if sometimes a person came to me once and he was going off on me, he was cussing me out. He says, your herbs, Dr. B, I don't believe in this, and all this meditation and all this is just trash. It's the devil. So he was calling me names, right? And when he was done, I said, wow, that was very interesting. I think you're right. He says, huh? You're right. Because he's righteous. He's self-righteous in what he believes. I said, I apologize if I did anything to make you feel that way. I'm going to take all this into consideration. He says, consideration. I said, yeah, that's when you go home and you lay under the stars and you allow the stars to give you the message. Consideration means to allow the stars to talk to you. And you see, my name is Dr. B Serious, so I'm connected directly to the stars, and we all are.
And we want to know more about that. So my question is, what part does humanity play in the cosmos? What is our significance? And then we had another question. Where is your origin? Where are you from? Where does Dr. B come from?
On the earth or cosmically?
Cosmically.
Cosmically, I was told by a Dogon priest that I was from Sirius. And I was here in this body to help folks do what the Syrians were doing. And when I look up the Syrian personality, it's me all day. So I'm here to help folks change. I'm not here to make people change or force them or heal. Some folks call me a healer. I've never said I was a healer. I'm here to help folks realize what they need to realize so they can begin to heal themselves. And that's what Sirius does. Sirius is it's our sun's mother, and it tells you what season you're in. It's always there. It blinks red, white, and blue constantly. It's always in the same position. So it's in a serious position, you see. So that's where I'm from. And I'm channeling the entities from that particular time space.
And what do you believe is the larger part that humanity plays in this cosmic game?
I think humanity is here right now to show us exactly how wild things can get if you just give people free will. See, I like the bees. See this? I'm Dr. B. The bees basically do something to make sure the hive is intact. And there's law and there's order in that hive. If you begin to poison the hive, and you start playing with the queen, the female role, right? All of a sudden, you have colony collapse disorder because you've played with the feminine thing. So for many years, it's been all about the masculine thing, masculinity. We're in charge. We know what's best. We're the men. But basically, it's the feminine, right? It's the earth element. It's the element of change and nurturing and alchemy that has to begin to nurture us back to where we are. So we're here as human beings to have all these experiences, to send back to source exactly what is possible. We're here to be the best we could be. Even if you're being disagreeable or negative or crazy, you're here to be that. I remember asking my father one day, I says, Dad, why are there homeless people? He says, well, they're very important. I said, well, why would they be important? They're homeless. He says, they're here to show you what to not be like. I was like, wow. We need that contrast. So some of us humans are here to show us contrast. And some people say, well, we're destroying the earth. I don't think you're destroying the earth. Your little plastic bags, your little stuff. All that stuff came from nature. They say that in 7 years, if all the people were gone, the earth would envelope all that stuff and destroy it, vaporize it, and start a whole new planet. We're not destroying the world. We're destroying our mindsets. And what we're here to do is to show, right, the limits of who we are. And we're also to show how we are limitless at the same time. Only a few people are going to make it. Everybody's not going to make it to the next level. Leave them alone. So those who are here to be the shining stars are going to shine. As long as they don't judge other people, stop talking about other people. If we keep looking at how bad it is, it gets worse. It gets terrible. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, well, Dr. B, you heard about this, 2025? I said, yeah, I did. They said, oh, man, it's bad, isn't it? I said, well, what do you mean? I said, 2025, man, it adds up to a 9. That means completion. 2025 is when the world opens up and there's new stars and there's new plants and there's new discoveries. And oh my God, and we're learning more about the friendly bacteria and we're learning there's more organs in the body we're discovering. 2025 is an amazing year. He was like, well, where are you getting this stuff from? Because they're listening to the news and the news is the noose. You see, you listen to the noose, it'll hang you. You see what I'm saying? The nuisance. It's not true. They're news stories. These stories and more in a moment. That means that it's not a fact. What is a fact is who are you? Digging into yourself, the good, the bad, the ugly, laying it out and beginning to do what we call alchemy, the transformation of yourself and dissect yourself. And you've got to go into that, what they call that dark, that shadow, and see what's in there. Some of it isn't even yours. It was given to you. You see, you've got to figure out what is yours and what do you desire. Have a clear-cut goal, but you've got to get rid of your parasites, mental, physical, and spiritual. Somebody said, well, I take herbs for my parasites. I says, listen, what you don't know, because I'm a specialist, I'm a scientist. There are parasites that eat your herbs, even your herbs for parasites, because there are superbugs that you have no idea exist that will eat everything. They'll even stop you from taking the thing that could get rid of them. They're controlling your life. That's why we created that elevated total body program. There's nothing like it. You can't use just herbs. Sometimes you got to use the mycelium network too.
We had Benjamin in the chat ask how to get rid of addiction, and I feel like that correlates to the work you do with your herbology.
Well, addiction is a couple things. First of all, it's usually a person who is trying to cover up something, or a lot of folks who were addicted, who, like when I was an addict, it was about so much information coming through me and I wasn't able to channel it. I didn't know what it was. I thought I was crazy. So I wanted to turn it off. So sometimes we're addicted to turning something off or covering something up. And that dopamine, which keeps saying, hey, more, just keep on, just feel good a little bit, feel good a little bit. You know, and it doesn't help you to get to serotonin. When you get to serotonin, that's when you celebrate. So we've got to have small successes. So sometimes, you know, a lot of folks have certain parasites. Like there's one called ascaragus. Most people who are on cocaine have this parasite called ascaragus. And it is also the one that keeps them hooked on sugar. Cocaine, sugar cane, they're related energetically. There's only a couple degrees of separation between the two. It's parasites sometimes. So it's between mental parasites, spiritual parasites, and physical parasites. And I do something called subconscious alignment, which helps a person's conscious mind and subconscious mind be focused on the same goal. So they don't, you know, fight each other, because that's what's happening. Subconsciously, there's some programs in there that are off and they just need a little tweaking. You see? So even though I was on all the drugs at some point, I now sometimes talk to the drug rehab people who are in drug rehab. And I know how to talk to them in such a way, right, to be able to help switch off the switches that were turned on through trauma. A lot of it is trauma, and it's trauma bonding, and it's an excuse sometimes, but it is also definitely a dis-ease. And we can't blame the person who is on the drugs. And we say, oh, you just need to get off those drugs. And you got a, you know, closet full of medicines from the doctor, and you got sugar on everything, but you're not hooked on drugs when sugar is one of those number one drugs on the planet. When I went to AA, I went to the AA meeting, they were eating so many donuts and drinking Coca-Cola. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. And then I got to get up and say, I'm on drugs. I'll always be on drugs, and I'll never be off drugs. You want me to say that? I mean, what's this a government program here? Look how much sugar the people are on. They're chewing gum and they're shaking. What is a drug? What is a drug? And who classified it as a drug? I can guarantee you that if you're hooked on something, there's the opposite of that is amazing. The opposite of it. All we got to do is get to the opposite a little bit at a time, one day at a time. Yes.
Powerful, Dr. B. Thank you so much. You know, Dr. B Serious. And I think about your name, and it's like the word serious. Yeah, you're serious, but you're not so serious because we're also having a real good time. Like it's a beautiful experience chatting with you. Can you share with the viewers how they can get a hold of you, how they can take advantage of what you've created to serve humanity and to help others? And then any final words that you have for the community?
Well, you can find me. We have a company called Elevation Foundation for Abundant Life. It's actually elevationtime.com, elevationtime.com. And it's doctor, because I'm not a doctor. I help folks document and cross, that's the T, cross into their breath. It was given to me. Doctor is a very powerful meaning. And it's a teacher of helping people breathe. And breath is life. So elevationtime.com. You can also find Dr. B Serious on Instagram. And yeah, we're all over the place. We're teaching. We have a lot of classes. We have a class coming up. I don't know if this is a time-based thing, but we have a class coming up next weekend called The Body Never Lies. And it's kinesiology, personal kinesiology. And we're teaching people how to get a yes or a no, a definite yes or no on what's best for them. Not based on your friends, not based on the news, but based on you. And it works really well. So we're teaching folks how to do that. And there's a lot of classes that are there. There's another one called Got to Give It Up.
Everyone needs that class.
Yes. Got to Give It Up was great, you know. And once you learn what you need to give up, then you can, you know, find out what you'd like to choose. And you mentioned fun. Some people say, well, Dr. B, you're like a comedian. Do you know how many chemicals go through your body based on your smile? When you frown, the body says, oh my God, it's terrible. Fight or flight. Something's out there. Must be a poison saber-toothed spider. You know what I'm saying? There's a problem. But when you smile and when you laugh, You excite the humors. And there's 7 fluids, 7 7 types of liquids or oceans in your body. And that sends a message that everything is going to be okay. That's why comedy and fun is so healing. Laugh yoga. I think that's a new thing. Laugh yoga, where folks just go laugh. It's powerful because if you look at that, it begins to overwrite the program of how bad it is. We're not saying it's not bad. We're not saying it's not all bad. We're saying it's not all bad. So I would like to say that each of us is here to do something. And if you really would like to seek the higher you, the better you, then it's time to elevate and let go of the past and stop talking so much. Loose lips sink ships. Go private. You can't bring your friends and family with you all the time. But in order to elevate, you've got to let go of what's holding you. Usually it's parasites, mental, physical, and spiritual parasites. And at elevationtime.com, we specialize in helping people get rid of their mental, physical, and spiritual parasites. And each one of you, just from being on this program, is changing everything. This is how you change. You shift by coming together. We're all a family now. Some of us have never met before, but we're meeting for the first time. I remember when Neil called me and he was telling me about what he was doing. I was like, yeah, I'm in. Anything that is helping us come together in oneness. And, like I said, we've got to get away from the place of the colony collapse disorder. We've got to put the feminine, the queen, back in place, right? That feminine energy is extremely important. And we also have to remember love. And the most powerful thing is forgiveness. I forgive myself, my family, and others for imperfections. I forgive myself, my family, and others for imperfections. If you could just get that in your system and program it into your cells, everything changes. Nobody's perfect. There is no perfection here. Everything is changing and growing. Elevationtime.com. Come join us and have some fun. Let's laugh. Let's go play. Get on the swings again. Did you know, real quick, that if you get on the swings, it changes everything? Because your body says, I'm a child again. The average adult lives life as an adult based on conclusions of a child. If you get on the swings, like as an adult, your whole body begins to go back and your telomeres begin to repair themselves. You become younger just from getting on the swings. Go swing. You don't even have to go far, just go a little bit. And you begin to smile, and that wind hitting you changes you. It's time to get on the swings again. That inner child is waiting to play. This whole thing about you got to grow up, stop your reacting. You need to act a certain way when you get a certain age. Well, that's why you age. Be a child again. Go have some fun. Take off your shoes. Take off all your clothes if you can. Run outside naked, but some folks can't do that. That would be great, though. Lay on the ground naked and let Mother Nature talk to you. Let the mycelium network in your body connect with the mycelium network in the soil, and everything changes. Go have some fun.
That's right, Dr. B. It's like you'll catch me when I'm in one of those downs, looking in the mirror, laughing and smiling at myself like a lunatic, and just having a good time, trying to lift myself, out of that place.
Yes, it's easy once you start doing it.
Yeah,
but you gotta have fun.
It becomes.
You gotta do something for fun. Don't go on vacation and sit on the beach thinking about your job and your problems. Go out there and forget everything and have some fun, right? Go comedy. Go check out comedy. But laugh. Learn to laugh. And smile. Smile. Even when you're sad, just try to smile, and all of a sudden you start feeling a little better because that chemistry, right, begins to go through your system and says those muscles that create the smile, they actually change the environment. And there's more information going from your gut to your brain than from your brain to your gut. When you smile, did you know there's a whole group of friendly bacteria that wake up that we're sleeping? Just that alone. That's a real serious probiotic. You're smiling and your feet are on the naked ground. The naked ground. That is what tells your friendly bacteria to wake up, because those are your alien friends here to help you, to help digest the things that are for you and to feed you the things that are not for you. We got to become hunters and gatherers again. Hunt for the things that are not for you and gather the things that are for you. That's why we do the muscle testing. So come to the class next week. Your body never lies. Go to elevationtime.com and you can join the class. I think it'll be up probably by Friday. But get on the email list too at elevationtime.com, and you'll see all the classes and workshops and things that we're doing. I want to thank you guys for having this and creating this wonderful, beautiful space. This is needed. We're here in the fall, rising, and this is beautiful. Thank you.
We've got 11 days. We're on, I think, day 9, and we were honored to have you on for 2 of those days. So thank you so much for saying yes and showing up for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. B. Wonderful. We have our next presenter coming up shortly. Do we have Neil, Alan, anyone else coming on? I think we have, let's see here. We're going to have Karen next. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Hello, gorgeous metaphysical Ash.
It's so wonderful to meet you. I want to apologize because I didn't know I was going to be introducing you. So I haven't prepared anything. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be offering today?
Yeah, look, I just want to say I'm in Australia. It is early in the morning. It's just almost 7 a.m. I've been up since 2 a.m. trying to listen in to what has been going on today, because it's just been a phenomenal day with the guys. Like, I'm following all the guys. We've had men on all day except for when Jonathan Goldman and his partner Andy came on. Andy was there, but we've had the luscious goddesses introducing as the hosts, you and Michelle and all sorts of beautiful goddesses. But it's incredible to follow the men. And we are in day 9, and I don't know if Neil is on the line, but I wanted to just say, I'm going to talk about myself in a minute, but I just wanted to talk about the synchronicity of what is happening right now. Day 9. So 9 is about change and transformation. And as Dr. B. Sirius was talking about, next year, we're coming into a year 9, a big year of more change and transformation. Change for many people in the world is difficult, but that's what the awakening of humanity is all about, isn't it? It's about moving to a new experience on planet Earth, and we're doing it globally, but we're doing it personally, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But you know, the synchronicity, I'm born on a 9-day, in a 9-month, in a 9-year. My name adds up to 9. My house adds up to 9. My phone number adds up to 9.
Oh,
I said
my goodness.
I said to the universe, you have a great sense of humor, don't you? It's like often when I go to get a chai tea or something, they'll give you a number. It'll be an 18, a 27, or a 9. I mean, it's crazy how 9 infiltrates my life. And Neil did not know this, and he's put me on the 9th day. Isn't that funny? And also synchronicity, synchrodestiny. And also he's put me with all the guys, and many of them scientific guys like Avi, the astrophysicist and astronomer, and Dan Winter. I mean, God, I couldn't understand most of what Dan said, but I tuned into the energy of him, and he's so in joy and in passion and enthusiasm that even though I couldn't understand 60 to 80% of the words he was saying, I could enjoy the energy that was being transmitted through his presentation. I could just ride the waves of his passion and enthusiasm, and it was beautiful. But in many past lives, I've been a man. And I remember going to a healer when I was a reader when I was in my 30s, and she read my Akashic records. She saw a past life, and she saw me as a doctor and a scientist and someone who was so dogmatic and so stringent, holding to the beliefs of the time. So it was probably a couple of 100 years ago. And she said that she saw me screaming at my wife because she dared to talk about astronomy. And me, as this scientific doctor, male doctor, was saying that this was woo-woo and not science. And I remember thinking, God, that sounds like my father in this life, you know. I've come into this life as a woman, no mistaking. I often think it's a cosmic joke, the body I'm wearing. It's like you didn't want me to forget I was a woman. And and I picked a father that was going to be dogmatic and scientific. Not that he was a scientist, but if you couldn't see it or touch it, it wasn't real. So it was interesting that we had the scientists on today as well. And the beauty of them is that, like Dr. Avi, who still insists on being able to measure something and look at something in a scientific perspective before it's real, has such an open mind. Such an open mind. And I heard him speaking on another show because I wanted to know who he was when I saw he was speaking on the same day I'm speaking. And I heard him talk about play, which Dr. B. Sirius was talking about too, how important it is to play and how important it is to keep questioning and not to get stuck in your belief systems of what you think is real and not look outside the box. Like, that's why he's on the Portal to Ascension Awakening of Humanity as an astrophysicist and an astronomer, a Harvard astrophysicist. So even though he's still bumping up against his paradigms and his perimeters as a scientist, he's open to the mystery of life. He's open to what else we can't explain but could be real. And I think that's beautiful. And listening to Dan Winter try to explain divinity and joy from a scientific perspective, from a physicist's perspective, quantum Planck, this, oh God, I didn't understand half of what he said. And then we had angels with Jonathan, another man, talking about sound. I laughed. I fell asleep again. I didn't get through all of Jonathan Pierce's presentation because it was 4 o'clock in the morning at that stage. I'd been up for a couple of hours and I fell asleep. But I heard him talking about ribbing Alan about the way you speak and say someone's name, and the way, the New Yorkers speak really high and they're trying to talk over everybody. And how you present yourself through what you sound, those words. And I thought, that's so interesting, because you'll see in my name, I have the typo, the capital A. And my mother insisted that people call me Karen and not Karen. It's not the cute Australian accent is why I say Karen. It is actually the sound of the name. And the R sound is a part of the opening the heart chakra. The Ka body was what the Egyptians called the soul, which was the part of us that incarnated into different lives, both here on Earth through time and space and in other planets, that part of the higher self or the greater, the oversoul that incarnates. They called it the Ka body. And so, yeah, there was some reasoning behind the way that my name was pronounced. And so it was interesting. And then Jonathan Goldman talking about sound again, trying to explain the mysteries of life through science and sound. And a little about me. Okay, who am I? So I've got a podcast show called Accentuate the Positive, and I have been showcasing New World teachers for about 25 years. Starting in my 30s, I was running a group called the Academy of Light, where we had a meditation and a speaker every Monday night, and we would gather in very small groups and we would talk about ascension and all this stuff. And I have to say, I would look out into the world and I would think that we were just the crazy little group talking about all this stuff that we were interested in and passionate about, but the world wasn't changing. Well, 25 years later, you cannot say that now, right? The world is going through a huge shift. And just like Dr. B. Sirius said, next year will be an even bigger shift. There will be lots of change and transformation. We're coming through an end of cycle into a beginning of a new cycle. So next year there'll be big changes. I channel a group of beings, a stream of consciousness, they call themselves. I called very irreverently when I was young because I didn't understand who I was talking to. And I used to say, who are you? Who are you? And they would laugh at me and say, we've been so many identities. Who do you want us to be? Do you want us to be an angel, Jesus? Do you want us to be a scientist? Do you want us to be an alien? They are a stream, a collective consciousness that informs all the teachers that tap in. Some people have called it God, the unified field. I don't care what you call it. But I gave them a prettier name and called them blissful beings because I had a business called Bliss, which started as a furniture shop after I did 5 years full-time naturopathy and didn't see anything that I thought was going to change the world. So I indulged a passion and opened a furniture and homeware shop for about 5 years. and closed that thinking, who am I and what am I here to do and what's it all about? But I was really good at massage. So I started a massage business and I called the business Blissful Beings. And when I used to call out to my mob, who are you? Who are you? And they would just laugh at me. One day they said to me, well, who do you think the blissful beings are? And I'm like, oh, right. So I've already given you a name. And they said, yeah, if you like, you can call us blissful beings. Doesn't really matter what you call it, as long as you feel the energy or the vibration of it or the truth of it. So yeah, so very reverently, I called the blissful beings the mob, and I channeled them. And I've been working as a healer and a mentor, spiritual mentor, and the podcast host for a long time. And I've seen the evolution of consciousness, and I've watched people wake up, and it's been absolutely amazing. And I wanted to read something that I channeled years ago on my website. I was listening to Dr. B. Sirius talking, and he said something that sparked what we have been listening to all day about science trying to explain the mystery and being in the mystery and being in the play. So I thought I would read it to you. And it says this: there is a super colossal intelligence that is completely focused upon listening to your every thought and moving heaven and earth to bring you all that you are wanting. A vibrational universe of extraordinary, inexplicable motion that is orchestrating every particle of life to bring answers to your asking. This intelligence communicates to you and every other part of itself through feeling the motion of life. Even when you have been in the dark and you can't see the light is ever present and communicating to you through your feelings. It is so mysterious and so miraculous that one could spend lifetimes trying to figure out how this occurs. Why spend time asking how when you can spend your precious time on earth enjoying this service? How are you going to figure out how to get what you want? Forget it. The universe is handling the details. Your part in this fantastic system is to feel the joy that is your source. And when you do, we give you every prayer that you have asked. Spend your time thinking what and why, not how. That's our job. We've got it all sorted out. Seeing the miracle of you, your greater self, blissful beings. So, yeah, I mean, as scientists, they do, don't they? They say, how? How does this work? How does this work? And I want to explain how we are the creators of our reality. And I think that many of the teachers that have been on the Awakening of Humanity have been explaining this. And I want to go into a bit more detail about how we create our reality. But first of all, I want to talk about awakening of humanity. What I've seen basically since 2020, actually, there are two forms of awakening, and I can't remember who said it, but I was listening to somebody, I think it might have been Neil actually, talking about the rude awakening. Because what I've seen over the last few years is a lot of people, especially in Australia, maybe elsewhere as well, are talking about awakening, but awakening to the corruption, awakening to what's happening on earth that maybe doesn't look so great, awakening to the corruption of governments, like the disclosure awakening. So for 70 years, they've had the bodies, they've had the technology, they've back engineered the technology, and they've kept humanity in the dark. So there's this like rude awakening as we realize what is going on this planet and how we have been hypnotized through our media systems to be perpetually in fear and asking and wanting things that we don't really want, but we think we want it. And then corruption, you know, there's so many systems, there's so much corruption in all the systems on planet Earth, the food systems, the governance systems, the money systems, the education systems. When we awaken to what's really going on Earth, a lot of people are talking about that down under. Are you awake yet? Are you awake? And I had someone on the show the other day, Mick and Catherine, who put on the Cosmic Consciousness conference here in Uluru. Catherine was saying, yeah, that's the rude awakening. Like, we can have a rude awakening. But then really what the awakening is about is awakening to who we are beyond the corruption and beyond the problems of this world, who we are as genius creators of our reality, who we are as powerful, who we are as an extension of the source, as infinite intelligence, as infinite remembrance, as unconditional love, as joy, as bliss, waking up to the true essence of our being outside of the perpetual bombardment of who we're supposed to be and the dumbing down of humanity. Like, if you look at the television screen, the reason I went on media probably around 15, 16 years ago now was that I had done energy healing work, courses, and we had studied the different brainwaves and how different brainwaves gives you different access to different parts of yourself. And the deeper the brainwave, like the theta brainwaves, the delta brainwaves, even the alpha brainwaves, gives you access to memory, access to your subconscious, access to your superconscious. So when you relax and when you enjoy, you have more access to the infinite intelligence of who we are, who you are. And when you're in that monkey mind, as it's called, worrying and thinking what next and what to do and what do you think of me, and I hope that I didn't upset them and this person pisses me off, and criticism and judgment, we actually pinch off our access to that infinite intelligence that flows through us. And when I realized that our median system, for the most part, is bombarding a frequency that keeps us constantly in those higher, faster brain waves that keeps us perpetually in fear, I wanted to remedy that in some way by putting out some messages through the airwaves that would teach people about their powers of creation. And that's the reason I went on to radio. And I started in Sydney radio, playing music and doing a 3-hour radio show on a Saturday morning, and interviewing people about their stories of overcoming and spiritual awakening. And I did that for about 5 years and then started podcasting. And now I'm still podcasting coming into 2025, still here, still doing it. But, watching the amount of shows and podcastings and things like this that are on the internet, it's exponential how this expansion has happened. And then watching Neil present 77 amazing galactic emissaries, light weavers, and all that they're doing. It's incredible, the awakening of humanity. So nowadays, we don't need the rude awakening. Much of us, in order to awaken, we have some drama that happens in our life. Maybe we get divorced, maybe there's a death, maybe there's a disease, maybe it's depression. The 4 Ds. Is a beautiful teacher in Australia called Petria King, who was diagnosed with cancer about 40 odd years ago. And she's had a healing center for around 35 years. And she calls it the 4 Ds: depression, disease, divorce, and what was the other one? Can't remember. Anyway, we can awaken simply through curiosity, by being interested in something and searching it on the internet and then finding one podcast show and then the next podcast show and then the next and the next and the next and the next, and going down the rabbit hole through our curiosity and not needing the rude awakening. It can be so much easier. And then, of course, there are the amazing, star seeds that are coming in already enlightened and awake, and it's evident as soon as they start talking. They start talking about, they remember their past lives. They start talking about who they were on different planets. They start talking about how they manipulate the universe. It's incredible what's happening on our planet. And as more and more generations come in, it's going to be really interesting to see, as more babies come in enlightened, the world will exponentially change. So how are we? And I want to say hello to everyone that's online. Being Before the Veil, Richard, Willowlint, Chrislyn, Bridget. Yeah, there's a whole lot of people online. Hi to everybody. And if you've got any questions, please pop them in the chat. I can see them. So I'll be happy to answer your questions. But how is it that we create our reality? Well, if you talk to a scientist or a physicist, they say, well, of course you don't, because there's this matrix that's already created. You're not personally creating that. But we are collectively creating through our belief systems, we're buying into the collective consensus of what reality is. And therefore we say blue is blue and green is green, and that looks like this and that looks, there's a collective consensus, but then there is a personal consensus. And most of us, not all, but most people on earth are concerned with their personal reality. How can I get what I want? How can I feel good? Esther Hicks from the Teachings of Abraham says, everything you want because you believe in the having of it, you'll feel good or you'll feel better. You never cry out to the universe and say, bring me this because I want to feel really angry, or bring me that because I want to feel really separate. I want to feel alone. I want to feel depressed. I want to feel lonely. You say, bring me stuff because I want to feel enlightened. I want to feel like I'm on purpose. I want to feel joy. I want to feel me. Basically, you're asking for the universe to return you, to who you are as that extension of source energy, as that extension of pure positive energy. That's why in the enlightened community, there's so much love and light and people being lovely and light. And maybe to the mainstream mind who's rooted in fear and separation, it might be all too much. You might think it's like woo-woo and crazy on these people, they're all loving each other and I'm not buying into it. Or you might love it. But the one belief that underpins every other stressful thought is the belief that we all signed up for when we entered the third dimension physical life on planet Earth in a third dimensional matrix. And that is the belief in separation. So if the truth of who we are is unity and oneness and God and bliss and infinite intelligence and the unified field, if we are unified, then how can we experience negative emotion? Or how can we experience feeling not like God or not like love or not like bliss? Then there has to be this idea of separation. So this is the thought that underpins every stressful thought, the thought in separation. And every time you're stressed about anything, there is a thought that you're separate from what you want. What are you separate from? I'm separate from feeling respected, being heard, feeling understood. I'm separate from the money I want, the love I want, the success I want, the understanding I want, the fulfillment I want. It is always a separation from you to you. And so when we hit a negative thought, it is always guidance. Whether you're upset about a politician, whether you're upset about the state of the nation, whether you're upset about something personal that's happened to you, someone cuts you off in traffic, it doesn't really matter. Every time you hit a negative thought, that frequency, that vibration that gives you that negative feeling is your guidance. It's pointing to a subconscious program belief that has you believing you're separate from what you want. And so it's really a beautiful thing, this emotion, this motion, this energy in motion we call emotion, whether it feels good or feels bad, it is a feedback system. It is a feedback system informing you about who you are being and what you are believing and what you are vibrating in the moment that you feel it. Every thought, everything is vibrational. We live in a vibrational universe. Everything is movement, motion, and vibration. And we understand sound is movement and vibration, and the apparatus of our ears translates that vibration into sound. Light is movement and vibration, and the apparatus in our eyes, the cones and the rods, and translates that frequency into sight. Touch is the same thing. Smell is the same thing. Taste is the same thing. It's all energy. And our feeling, our emotion is our translation of what we're thinking or believing in the moment, giving us feedback to how we're flowing our energy and how we are attracting to us what we want. And so every time you hit a negative thought, rather than blaming or saying, I don't want this, or I shouldn't be, or trying to fix yourself or heal yourself, listen to how you feel and ask why, not how, but why. What am I believing to be true, and how can I change that? Because the truth is, I'm not separate to anything I want. The universe is knocking itself out to bring me everything I want, whether it is the ascension of humanity or just feeling good in the day. And so we are powerful beings, and we can use our power to create heaven or hell in our personal lives. So the way we are the creators of our reality is that we are the creator of how we feel and the vibration we hold and how we emanate and what we transmit. We are completely and utterly in control of that, no matter what happens. I heard a man speak in 1995 at a conference I was in Maui. He's dead now, but he spoke all around the world. I wish I had found him before he left his body. But he spoke about being in Vietnam in a prison cell, and he was in a coffin-size cell. He could sit up, but I think it was about 3 foot high and about 6 foot long, 7 foot long. And they were only let out maybe once a day or once every couple of days to walk around a yard, but they were all in these separate little cages, and they ate and defecated in this spot. I mean, if you could think of hell on earth, I think that would depict the hell on earth. And he was there for years. And they weren't allowed, the prisoners weren't allowed to talk to each other. So he said that they created a Morse code and their own Morse code so that they could talk to each other by tapping the bars or tapping, and they communicated. Aren't we creative? We're so creative. But it was hell and many people died. But he said in this hellish experience, he found bliss. Because he says it's not the circumstances of your life that determines how you feel. It's the circumstances of your mind that determines your experience. And so he said that with his mind, he could meditate, he could leave his body. He was free. His body was not his prisoner. His cage was not his prisoner. He says your mind is your prisoner. I'm going to cry because hi, Neil. Because he said that after this experience, he ran around the world lecturing and teaching people how to unlock the jail cell of their mind. And so the jail cell of your mind is you believing your stressful thoughts, is you believing your beliefs about yourself, the belief in separation, separate to what you want, separate to bliss, separate to joy, separate to God, separate to infinity. We are not separate. The truth of who we are is one. And how you find out the dominant belief that runs your subconscious programming is through what you value. So I want to do a bit of an exercise with people that are listening. I don't know how many people are still left online, but hi if you are. And think about what it is that you most value. So when you're wanting something, why is it that you want it? For me, for instance, I did this years ago. There was some cards, and you wrote down questions, and you found out what was you valued. And what came up for me was connection was something that I valued more than anything. So being a Libran, Librans like to be liked. They like to introduce people. Like when I was young, I was always connecting people. I was always matchmaking people. I just thought it was a part of my star sign. But yeah, connection was something that was my top value. And the next one was nurturing people. And I know there's a lot of mothers and fathers and star seeds and light workers who love to heal people and nurture people and feed people and look after people. But when you look at what you value, then you find that belief that runs you. Because when people are the opposite of that, that's when you get the most upset. That's when you can find what it is that you really believe. So if people are, and something else I really value is integrity. Like as a psychic, when people are lying, don't you hate it when somebody is lying to your face and and you're saying you're lying and they say you're not. And like, what do you say? I'm psychic. I can read your thoughts. I know you're lying. And they're like, I'm not lying. So that integrity. When I was in India, I went to India years ago, did all the ashrams. I was talking to someone in a hotel. It was near the ashram of Sai Baba. And I was asking him some questions and he was lying to me. And I looked above his head and he had the picture of Sai Baba and the words read, love all, serve all. I thought that was so hilarious because He wasn't serving me at all. And yet he called himself a student of Sai Baba, which is about love all, serve all. So integrity is also something that's important to me. And when people aren't in integrity, I get upset. So you can find what upsets you through what you value the most. What is it that you value the most? Let me know. Thank you for sharing and sharing with us, Karen. So lovely to hear you. Hi, Bridget. Hi, how are you? Yeah, let me know what you value. A laundry lists of wanna. Francis says a laundry list of wanna. What is it that you want and why do you want it? Do you want the world to awaken or are you happy with it feeling like it is? Do you want more people around you to understand you? And why do you want that? Why do you want more people around you to understand you? Is it okay to be your woo-woo self, as we call it, and have nobody understand you? And is it okay to be like that? Like there's so many things that we worry about that is perfectly okay. So what is it that you value and why? Be in the mystery of life. We are infinite creative genius beings, and we're using our power in every moment of the day to create our reality because we are vibrating in every moment of the day and we are thinking in every moment of the day. And so I value freedom, authenticity, and integrity, peace and connection. Yep. So when you're not in peace and connection, are you upset, Kim? When you're not feeling free and people aren't authentic to you or in integrity, Bridget, does that upset you? Because our values can work for us or against us. When you value something really highly and you're not getting it, then you can be in upset. I value love. Yeah, no fear. Starlight says she values love. I think you're a she. You might not be a she, Starlight. Yeah, no fear. So what does no fear look like? What does no fear look like? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I want to tell you a story. Peace, love, and freedom. So I have a book out called Awakened by Death, talking about the awakening of humanity. And it's 12 stories, including mine, of people awakening through the death experience. As I said, I think I said it, when I was 16, my mother died. And I was a rambunctious, eager 16-year-old that was wanting to get out there in the world. I didn't want anyone to tell me what to do. So her dying was not such a trauma because I'm free. I don't have to think about mum being sick anymore. I can do what I want. But I had a lot of questions, like, where did she go? And if there's a place, where is that place? Like, where do we come from? It just sparked a whole lot of questions. I was always asking questions as a kid and seeing mum sick. I'm like, why is she sick? Why is she so sick? But my dad had left my mum for a younger woman and a beautiful young model. And poor old mum's ego couldn't cope. And so she fell into the depths of depression. She was beating up on herself for not being beautiful enough and not being good enough to stay in a marriage. And that took about 5 years of hating herself for her to get sick and die of cancer. And so I witnessed that. And it was a really important lesson for me to show us how our beliefs can create our reality. And I know that I had a sacred contract with mum that we would do this together. And she's back. She's been back for about 27, 28 years. She's doing her thing and having a great time. So death, as we know, is not the end. There is just life and more life. All the desires that she didn't fulfill in that lifetime, I'm seeing her fulfill in this next lifetime. And it's fascinating to know someone through 2 lifetimes. But as I said, hi from Sydney. Hi. I had many questions and I wasn't available to the answers. And so she would come to me in dreams, bless her heart, and tell me she wasn't dead. And I didn't understand what she was talking about. Like, how could you not be dead? Because in those dreams, all these astral adventures, because all of us at night are hanging out with our dead loved ones or our guides or our higher selves, or maybe we're hanging out on ships or on other planets in our astral form. When we're out of this physical body, we're free, right? We can traverse the universe in our astral bodies and go anywhere we want. We can hang out with dead relatives. So I'm hanging out with dead mum, and she was telling me she wasn't dead, and I didn't understand because at the time I was with her, I didn't realize I was not in my body. I thought I was still awake or still alive because I'm in astral earth. There's another earth that is astral earth. So you can fulfill things that you didn't do in this lifetime. You can fulfill in astral earth. Not quite the same as physical earth, but yet another experience. And I'd wake up in the morning and I'd feel like I had nightmares because Mum was trying to tell me that there is no death. And so that was a part of my awakening. So I wrote that story in the book, Awakened by Death. But one of the people I had in the book, her son was killed in the Sandy Hook shootings. Her beautiful 5-year-old, delicious, joyous, beam of light son was senselessly gunned down by an ex-student of the school who shot 20 people that day, including teachers and little kids. And of course, she was in the depth of despair. But she said something so interesting that through her grief, again, I'm going to cry. Through her grief, every time I'm going to cry, Neil comes back on. I think it might have been at his funeral. I can't remember. She was thinking the worst fear I ever had. Somebody said no fear. This is what brought up that. The worst fear I ever had has been realized, and that is the senseless death of my beautiful son. And she realized that when she was living her worst fear, there was nothing else to fear. What else can I fear if I'm living my fear? And through that examination of herself, she dropped into this state of grace. It's like, I have no fear left. And she went into what she calls like an embodied life review. She saw herself throughout her life. She saw her thinking. And she realized that 90% of everything she thought was based in fear, something she'd never realized. Just little things like, I hope I'm on time. Am I good enough? Do I look all right? Will you like me? Will you approve of me? All these thoughts that we have that we don't realize are based in fear. And she said that for about 8 months, she was living this state of grace, living on earth with no fear, with no fear. Can we all live on earth with no fear? Like, what does that look like to you? What does it look like to live without fear? And in that time, she had this thought at the funeral of her son that this kid that went to the school and shot everybody was just a kid that had negative emotions and didn't know how to process it. And nobody had taught him about his emotions and how to process it. And those emotions grew and grew and grew, and his beliefs about himself not being good enough and not being heard and not being understood became a monster that he took a gun and he shot people at his old school, because obviously he blamed, maybe he was bullied. He blamed the school for his upset. And I think he shot himself, or somebody shot him, he died too. So she thought to herself, imagine if we put a program in schools and we can teach kids about their emotions and how to process their emotions, and we can teach them about bullying and all this sort of stuff. So really what she was talking about was deliberate creation. Teach them about what your feelings mean to you. And she called it the enrichment program. Scarlett Lewis is her name. And yeah, so she did that about, about 8 years ago. But in that 8-month period where she lived in this state of grace without fear, she got this program up and running and got it into thousands of schools. She met the president at the time. It was like Obama. She met the Dalai Lama. She was just on fire. She was like this housewife that had a couple of kids, one that was killed in the Sandy Hook, and she just became on fire. And now there is this incredible program that can be downloaded free into any school to teach kids about their emotions. So imagine what we can achieve on earth when we live without fear. Yeah. What do you think you can achieve if you lived without fear? What is it that stops you from being who you want to be and doing what you want to do? Because ultimately, whatever stops you is a fear. And that fear is connected to a subconscious program that you have taken on as your belief. One of my 5 favorite teachers is Byron Katie, who teaches you the process of questioning your stressful thoughts. And this is what I loved about the scientists, because what is a scientist but a curious mind, right? A curious mind instead of a judgmental mind. We can look out into life and we can judge it as good or bad, or we can question it. Like, why? Why is that happening? Not how, but why is that happening? So when you question your stressful thoughts, when you get curious about who you are and why you feel the way you feel, or you maybe question somebody else's stressful thought. I think it was Michelle saying that she came home and her husband was throwing some negative energy at her, and she threw it back in his face. And then he said, "Oh, you're not being all love and light today." And she started questioning what she was doing rather than being right. And in that moment of questioning, she's like, yeah, right. I'm not being the love and light that I preach. I remember having a big fight with my brother years ago, and he was on fire. Honestly, you know those cartoons where their faces go red and steam comes out of their ear? He was doing that. He was like bright red, sweating, steam coming out of his ear. No, he was like really angry. And I thought, how do I knock him out of it? Because he was so believing his stressful thought that it turned into rage. And isn't that what negative emotion is we're believing what we're thinking to be true. And it's not. It's just a programming. It's just a thought form that we've been programmed. We've picked it up through our media systems, through our parents, through our education systems. And yet we are infinite intelligence embodied in a physical form, genius creators of our reality, available to create anything we can imagine, anything we can imagine. Years ago, when I was 16, I went to see a psychic. My Catholic girlfriend's mother used to love going to see psychics. And so she said, I thought, I was curious. What does a psychic do? So I went along to see this psychic. He was a rather rotund Indian man in this little dark house in a suburb near me. And I walked into his house. It was all very strange to the 16-year-old me. And I didn't ask the questions that most 16-year-olds ask, like boys and shoes and parties and being liked and appreciated, whatever. I asked him why I was here. Like, why am I here? Why am I on earth? What's it all about, Alfie? So he felt like he had the permission to sort of share with me what he wouldn't share with most people. Like, oh, she's interesting. She's not just asking about how to get a boyfriend or buy more shoes. And he shared something with me the 16-year-old did not understand. Actually, I might have been younger than 16. I might be about 14. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He shared with me that he had a little dog who had died. And the little dog remanifested back into a physical form and jumped up on his lap and hugged him and licked him and kissed him and thanked him for looking after him while he was alive. So he said to me at the time, it was a physical form. And I remember at that point, I'm like, oh, this guy's crazy. This guy's mad. And I thanked him and ran out of that house as fast as I could, because I didn't understand at the time that was possible. And then years later, I read the book Autobiography of a Yogi. We have to change, what does that say? The paradigm love system instead of nervous system. Yeah, sounds good. Imagine if the brother felt intensely the power of love. Yep. So yeah, I read it years later in the book Autobiography of a Yogi, how Yogananda's guru, Sri Yukteswar, had left his body, had died. And he too had the mastery of manifestation, that he could draw on the energies and the molecules and the energies of the universe to reanimate a physical form, to re-manifest a physical form of what he looked like when he was a body and appeared to Yogananda physically. So maybe it was an astral form, an energetic form, but anyway, Yogananda said he touched it, he felt it, it was physical, it was solid, to say, look what's possible. Like, look what's possible when you know that you are a genius creator of your reality. Like, anything is possible. In the 60s, we had Star Trek, Beam Me Up, Scotty. Years ago, many years ago, probably about 25, 30 years ago, I took a girlfriend who wasn't into this stuff to see Deepak Chopra talk. There's Neil again. Tell me when I have to finish, darling one.
Hey, Karen, you have just a few minutes left.
Okay, I'm going to talk about Deepak. Deepak was in Sydney, in the convention centre in Sydney, talking about teleportation and talking about how we live in a holographic universe. And I have to say, I've never seen Deepak talk the way he talked to this day. Maybe he does in private sessions, but publicly I've never seen him talk like this. He was talking to a big auditorium of people. He was way out there, and I was loving every minute he was saying. But my girlfriend looked at me with this like, what the hell have you brought me to? Because he was talking about how we're all holographic. And when we understand that we are energy and are holograms, we will be able to teleport, like Beam Me Up Scotty, we'll be able to teleport our physical bodies to another location in time and space, either on the planet or off the planet. And I'm sure this happens in higher civilizations, in more evolved civilizations. I'm sure they're doing that all the time, but we don't understand that that's possible. And this is exactly what, you know, the guru was telling the 16-year-old me, and Sri Yukteswar was telling Yogananda, that we are so powerful as creators of our reality, as manifestors, that we can create things that seem today absolutely impossible. I did have a guy on the show one day say that he did physically teleport. I think he was in France. He was a European guy. Now, what's his name? Don't ask me his name. But he didn't do it deliberately. He had a feeling, he was a young boy, had a girlfriend, and he had a strong feeling about his girlfriend. He was thinking about his girlfriend, and he found himself physically in his pajamas outside her front door. So his body teleported, his physical body teleported to outside. And then he knocked on the door. He's standing there in his pajamas, and the girlfriend's mother's like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, I don't know how I got here. And he had to call up his father to come and get him. So anything is possible. Neil, what would you like to say about how we are the creators of our reality and what's possible? I know you've got a lot of things to say about it. Are you there? Where mountains are uprooted, anything is possible, Stephen says. Heal yourself, heal the world. Absolutely. Imagine if that brother felt intensely the power of love. What do you want to say about what's possible?
You put me on the spot, Karen.
Go on. I know you've got a lot to say about this stuff.
Okay, well, hopefully you can hear me okay, because I'm in a cafe. It's a little noisy here. But,
yeah, we can hear.
You know, I like your presentation because you spoke about many different things, but the ultimate thing that you're talking about is that we have so much potential in us that we haven't tapped into, and that we're capable of all types of magic. And the more we realize, you know, you spoke about fear, the more we realize we don't need to be in fear, and, you know, and move out of that to more of a knowingness, and realize that everything is energy and we're energy, and we're able to rewrite the script of this reality we're in. We're going to be able to create magical things. And teleportation, for sure. Like, we're now getting to the science of teleportation. And absolutely. I like to say that we're like, you know, The Matrix was a documentary, and we can get to a point where we're able to slow down time, bend space time, travel to different realities, and we're just at the beginning phases of that right now. So yeah, that's ultimately where it is. When we realize the true potential, we stop going from a co-creation and we go to a creation where we literally are aware that we create everything.
Yeah, you know, I like to call people that are tuning into this transmission the light weavers. People call people the light workers, and I believe the light workers are the people in service. They're the nurses and the doctors and the charity workers and the people that are in service. But the light weavers are weaving a new experience, like they're through the power of mind and imagination and thought and physics. We're weaving a new earth. We're weaving a new experience. We're creators. I want to tell you about a movie. I have to go to YouTube. I had Stephen Simon on the show, he's actually going to be a part of an event I'm putting on next year. He's a movie producer who made What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams, and he made the movie Conversation with God with Neil Donald Walsh. Neil Donald Walsh is a good friend, and he was talking about a movie. I wonder if you've seen it. I've just got to look and the name of it. I might not be able to find it, and it's actually a bit like The Matrix. It's about a simulated reality. Yeah, I don't know if I can find it.
Oh yeah, that sounds like something I'd watch. Let me know when you find out.
It was made in 1999.
Okay.
And I found it on YouTube. Here it is. It's called The 13th Floor. Have you seen it?
It sounds very familiar. I could have. I don't know.
Look, it's I didn't love
Okay.
it. It's really interesting about all these programs and people inserting themselves into these like matrix. It's a bit like the Matrix. Inserting themselves different layers of created realities and what is
Yeah.
real and what is not and who's creating what. But let me ask you, Neil, I'm now being the interviewer. What is it that you want to ultimately create? I mean, I know you've created an 11-day, 77 presenters online Awakening of Humanity conference, but ultimately, what do you want to see happen in the world? What miracle do you want to see happen in the world?
Oh my God. Well,
my God.
Okay. So how much time do we have? Brad, you got to wait for another hour. Okay, so I would say when it comes to changing different systems on the planet, when it comes to religious, the economy, politics, all those things. But when it comes to what I want to create, like actually physically create, I had to download that eventually. When I first got into this, and I was super into UFOs and ETs, even more than I am now, I thought that what I was going to do was create landing docks for UFOs. That's what I thought I was going to do. Well, that's what Portal to Ascension originally was designed. I thought I was going to get into. And now I think maybe it's not going to be physical landings, but contact centers. And so my dream is to create new villages and cities, redesign civilization, redesign the towns, make everything intentional, make all the stones, with certain gemstones based on the frequencies of what that room's designed for. So just rebuild civilization, because we built so much within this reality unconsciously. We just need 4 walls. Let's do it like this. Well, now we know that we're all frequency. We're able to put intention and build things with specific materials in order to basically assist us in our own evolution. So I feel Portal to Ascension, one day on the planet, Portal to Ascension might shift from doing these events, because this is going to be common knowledge for everyone. Okay.
Right.
And so I feel the evolution of Portal to Ascension is we might become an architectural company designing new communities, kind of like New Atlantis. That's my dream is.
Wow, that sounds amazing. So I think I connected you to these guys. I know that you've got Portal. It's at the Extraterrestrial Diplomatic First Contact Conference.
That's on our platform. We did
So
it on our conference. Yeah.
that's they've designed that. You've seen the design. They've designed that embassy, that diplomatic contact embassy to meet our star brothers and sisters, and they're looking for a place to build it, because they've got the money, they've got millions of dollars, and they're going to build it. But they're having a conference on your platform, Extraterrestrial Diplomatic First Contact, which I'm also a part of.
In November,
but I know I have to live to an old age, because I'm in my 60s now. I've got to live for a long time to see all this happen, or at least I'll die and come back and I'll see it all happen.
I got a feeling that age as we know it is going to be shifting very, very soon.
Absolutely. That's what I said to the guys. I said, I don't want to do the old thing. I don't want to be an old person. I said, maybe I'll die when I'm 70. Maybe I'll get out of here. And they laughed at me. My guides laughed at me a lot. And they said, we'll review your decision when you get there. And I said, well, as long as there's technology, so I don't have to be a crotchety old lady. And they laughed at me again.
I had the same thoughts. Yeah, no, I feel there's going to be a big test in the next 3 years with technology. There's already the technology that exists to prolong life already exists, in Black Budget programs. So we'll see. There's a lot of beauty in store for us in the future. We just got to keep doing this work and stay true to our mission.
Next year's going to be really interesting year. I mean, you guys have got your election in November, and there's got to be a lot of ramifications. And I was talking to the guides about it, and they said big changes, big transformation next year.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot more chaos, but a lot more, inside the beauty of the chaos is change and transformation. It's what Awakening is all about. What does Bridget say here? Yes, the ET Embassy is amazing. Oh, she's seen it. Yeah, the embassy.org. There you go. She put it in the chat. So I think I'm the last capital rank. I'm the last person, aren't I?
We have Brad Olson, who couldn't present a few days ago. He's doing his presentation now.
Oh, he's
I
didn't realize.
Karen,
that's great.
Let everybody know where they can find you. And also, I'm here with Beck in Spain. She says hi. She's outside eating with me.
Hi, Beck.
Yeah,
Are you in Spain? I thought you were in Europe. I wondered why you did this in the morning in the States instead of in the evening. I'm
so
like,
it's
you
great.
must be in Europe. Oh,
Yep.
so give
But
like a
for
big hug
everybody
to
out
me.
there, Karen is amazing. She connects with many different beings. She was on an Arcturian conference, and her podcast is incredible interviewer. And so just let everyone know where they can find your show and what else you have going on.
Yeah, I haven't got any courses going on at the moment. I do teach people about their powers of intuition and psychic ability and connecting to their spirit guides and their mob, their team, because there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't have a team in spirit who is informing them. And we're all listening. We're all hearing it. We're all hearing it, but just most people don't know that they're hearing it. And I just remind them how they are. So that's something I'm passionate about. I'll have to get some more of that up and running. But a teacher of deliberate creation, teaching you about your emotional guidance system, as I spoke about today, and how you do create your reality, and looking into your subconscious programming, unraveling those limiting ideas and thought forms that you're holding as your truth, so that you can be free and more connected to the infinite intelligence of who you are, the infinite creative potential. KarenSwain.com. The show is called Accentuate the Positive. As I say, I started on Sydney Radio, wanting to bring this information to people. How do we be the creators of our reality? We accentuate the positive. So it's ATP Media. It's actually called Blissful Beings. Blissful Beings are the name I call my mob, as I said. Life is a journey of infinite possibility. It's all over YouTube and Spotify and Rumble and Odyssey. I'm loving Odyssey. I think Odyssey is a great platform. It's a blockchain platform. It's a small platform. The CEO is a New Zealander. Yes, I'm loving Odyssey. I don't have hardly any subscribers on Odyssey, but check out. Have you checked out Odyssey yet? You can stream live. I stream live on Odyssey and Rumble these days because I use this platform for my show. It's a live show on a Sunday night, evening, afternoon in the States, a Monday morning in Australia, or a Sunday late night, Sunday in Europe, early morning, midnight, whatever in Europe. But I'm all over the place. Just put my name into a search engine, you'll find me. You're doing an amazing job. I look forward to seeing Brad. And thank you, everybody. Thanks, Kim, Bridget,
Love you, Karen. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So let's go ahead and bring Alan on.
Hey,
Alan.
Okay. Well, it's been a great day. Is Brad the last speaker today, Neil? There he is.
Hey, Brad.
Hey, Neil and Alan. How's it going, guys?
Brad is one of the great explorers of our community. He goes where hardly anyone's gone before, boat ride to the Antarctica, searching out the giants because he is a giant, and he's off to new adventures. So where in the world are you, Brad?
Well, right now I'm in Camp Verde, just south of Sedona, place you know very well, Alan. I just spoke at the Sedona MUFON on Sunday, and tomorrow I'm driving to Las Vegas for the 5D Alien Event Biomed Expo.
You were with Jennifer Stein at the Sedona MUFON. Yeah,
that's right.
She's great.
She
Good
is.
friend of Travis Walton. And how many people did you have there this weekend?
About 60 or 70. It was almost filled.
Wow, at that church, right? The Christ Church on
Yeah.
Global Conscious. Yeah, great. I missed you. I was just there 2 weeks ago, but anyway. And today, what are you talking about today? Brad also has a publishing company, incredible books he's putting out there. But what's your subject?
So I have this presentation that builds on my Antarctica talk called the Early Mapping and Build Arrays. And what I do, I try to show visually and explain how there was antediluvian civilization on this planet a long time ago, and how their memory is passed on in the age of exploration maps, and then all the megalithic ruins, and even underwater archaeology.
It sounds great. It sounds right up your alley, Neil. Any comments?
Of course. I love Brad. I love everything Brad brings, and I'm just excited to see what else you got to offer, brother. You want to go ahead and start your screen share?
Yeah.
Oh, you bet.
Thanks, my friend.
Thank you, Alan. Good to see you again. Okay, just setting her up. There it is. And I'll go full screen. And we'll just start it away. Does that show up okay, Neil?
Yes, looks great. All right, go for it.
Excellent. All right. Well, as I just mentioned, around the world, you have these pre-Diluvian maps of Antarctica and these curious polygonal constructs, which can also be found underwater, but are truly a global phenomenon. And so the question I ask is, did the Age of Discovery maps hold the key to this pre-Diluvian or antediluvian world exploration and the megalithic buildings? And I will let your audience be the judge. I am a cartographer. I love maps. I've been poring over maps every trip I make, including Antarctica. And I was very, very happy to find that there was so many maps that were made before Antarctica was discovered. So just a little bit about Antarctica. There are 1,350 active volcanoes worldwide, and 93 are in Antarctica. Antarctica is the most volcanically active continent in the world. And just showing on this map, you can see the southern tip of South America and the northern arm of the Palmer Peninsula. That is called the Drake Passage, that I went over on a sailboat almost 6 years ago to Antarctica. And I've presented my Antarctica talk before with this channel. If people want to see that, they can go back and check it out. And one of those ridges goes right along the middle of the Atlantic. It's called the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and it goes all the way up to Iceland down to Antarctica. Both of these lands are known as the land of fire and ice. So this is a map that was rendered by the Germans prior to World War II, when they founded a land called New Schwabenland. You can see that there. And they found this volcanic origin, went right through this land, they claimed, which I would say probably is why they chose this area, because it had warm water lakes, caves, crevices, and most of which were suitable for the simple addition of electric lighting, as well as having deep sea routes for their U-boat fleet. I'm moving kind of quick here because I know we have a little under an hour. This is about a 90-minute presentation, but we'll get through it. And when I was down in Antarctica, I was in the galley, the area where everybody eats at the Palmer Station, and the station chief said, "Take a picture of that painting up on the left of the iceberg you see." And this is what it looked like in the mid-1980s, just a big sheet of ice. But a few years ago on Pi Day, which is March 14th, 3.14, get it? The ice bridge that connected Pi Island collapsed, and it revealed a brand new landmass, as you can see below in the blow up. And this is really interesting because it shows that there are new islands and land masses being found under the ice of Antarctica. Some parts of Antarctica are heating up very rapidly, and there's a great loss of ice. But in my Antarctica presentation, I show this map that also shows areas of Antarctica that are actually cooling down and accumulating ice. So it's quite the paradox, but Mother Nature, in her infinite wisdom, is able to balance out the weather, making it conducive for a balance of the ocean levels, for example. Because if the Antarctic ice sheet were to fully melt and slide off the continent, it kind of like putting ice cubes in an already filled up glass. Of course, it would overfill. And that's what would happen with Antarctica. It is the largest repository of fresh water that is locked in the ice. And you can see more of the rift system and some more of the areas where there are quite a few volcanoes along the Transantarctic Mountain. These output of volcanoes come up along the ridges, and considering these islands were only exposed before the last ice age. So Pie Island that I just showed you, and then several that are under these ice sheets, the Ronnie ice sheet, Filcher ice shelf, and the Ross ice shelf, can contain islands that have never been seen. And only from the last ice age, when the Earth was much warmer and the sea levels were lower, were these islands available to be seen. So then you have the Piri Reis map, we're going to talk about here in a minute, which was likely 12,000 years ago. He had a foreword from Albert Einstein in this book called Map of the Ancient Sea Kings, is looking into the evidence of advanced civilization in the last ice age. So that's 12,000 years and older. And these maps will contain precise representations of Antarctica before the last ice age, during a pre-Diluvian age. So here is the original Piri Reis map in its entirety. It does appear that on the right, another half had been torn off, which would have been fantastic to see for the rest of the world. But you can tell here how the South American coastline and West Africa are drawn very exact to what the boundaries of those continents are today. And above Africa is Spain poking out, and then the Caribbean. And we'll go into some of the details of this map here in a second. On the liner notes, which are those handwritten words written, I believe, in Arabic by Piri Reis, he references 20 maps and charts that were referenced in the making of this map. 8 of those older maps were from Ptolemaic times, and this is in the period of the ancient Greeks, from the 4th century, the Hellenistic Greeks. So he even says that many of these maps are much, much older. And we'll see why many of them don't exist here in a little bit. But just to examine the coastline, so you can see the exactitude of the South American coastline and how it matches up to the Piri Reis map. But what I find so fascinating is how the Piri Reis map also depicts Antarctica of not having ice. Perhaps a large comet of ice hit Antarctica, basically putting the ice and snow on top of that large landmass. And that could explain how it got ice and snow so fast, or perhaps in the long march of time during the last pole shift, when the continents moved to their present location. It had once been a very tropical country because there have been fossils of megaflora and megafauna found in the fossil record of Antarctica. So here are the liner notes, difficult to read Arabic, but cited in these notes, this map is known copy of a much older original dating from the Library of Alexandria, which we know was destroyed. So many of these pre-Diluvian maps in which this Piri Reis map was copied from are long gone. But this is one of the best old maps that has ever been found and created. It was only just found in the last 100 years or so. But the implications are that the Americas, North and South America and the Caribbean, were mapped actually thousands of years before Christopher Columbus in 1492. So the Piri Reis map was drawn before the Mercator projection. I'll show you the Mercator map here in a moment. So when viewed on its side to account for the global projection on a 2D surface, because the Mercator projection creates a 3D projection, the islands in the Caribbean Sea and South America were also mapped and charted. So if we can just twist the Caribbean representation on the Piri Reis map, you can see it on the right. It's pretty accurate. Central America, South America are pretty close, with the big island presumably being Cuba and the next largest island being Hispaniola, where Columbus made his first land shore. This map remarkably depicts the Iberian Peninsula of Spain, as well as the West African coast, including exotic animals and the sultanates, which was the Muslim sultans of Africa, even of Spain, and as well as Turkey, where Piri Reis originated from. The amended notes also say that the Western map lands were drawn by Columbus. So he was borrowing some maps from Columbus only less than 20 years prior. And also 4 other source documents were Portuguese and one was Arabic depicting Antarctica, the finer notes say. So here is the coastline of Antarctica as drawn in the Piri Reis map. And again, there are some islands depicted here, right there in the middle and below, that are under the ice sheet. And like Pie Island, they may only be revealed when the ice retreats. So the Piri Reis map was drawn using a version of the Mercator projection. That's that star-like figure, but it wasn't quite used entirely in a 3D way. And the big mystery is, how could it depict these islands that are now deep under the ice and only now being discovered using sonar scanning? And indeed, many of these islands are being found, because if we were to take the ice off of Antarctica, seeing Palmer Peninsula there on the left, this is what the continent would look like. And you can see that there are plenty of offshore islands, many of which are covered in ice, and this continent was not discovered until 1821 by the whalers and sealers that came through. Another depiction of Antarctica without the ice also depicts these very long fjords that cut through the continent of East Antarctica. It's really 2 continents. In the West Antarctica are the long, spindly finger of the Palmer Peninsula there. That's much newer landmass. That's 700 million years old, which in geological times is quite young. Whereas Eastern Antarctica here on the right is part of the ancient landmass of Pangaea, or Gondwana land, that was once a mega continent that has been splitting off. Every time there's a pole shift, it moves into a new position. This last time, right below the South Pole, and that too is why it's completely covered in ice. But here again, was this a source map showing Antarctica from pre-Hellenistic times? Perhaps there were some Earth changes that also added more ice, like a comet I mentioned, that Antarctica might have been more revealing during more historic times, but as early as the last ice age, when it certainly had much less ice. Now, I love this map here. This is the Martin Waldseemüller's map from 1507, so just 15 years after Columbus. But this is the very first map to depict the Western Hemisphere as a distinct continent surrounded by water and not connected to Asia. Do you know that Columbus, to his dying day, did not know he discovered a new continent? He kept thinking that the islands known as the West Indies, which were named by Columbus, were the islands off of India, hence the name West Indies. And also the misappropriation of the name Indians, thinking that they were Sri Lankans or from the subcontinent of India. Of course, we know they're Native Americans now and had no connection at all with the Indian Ocean. But this map also shows the very first time the word America was used. And if you look down on that blow up on the bottom right, there it is, America. Where is that located? Way down in Patagonia of South America. See, this part of South America was being charted first, even before North America, especially in northern North America. You'd see Quebec and Nova Scotia and Canada aren't even charted yet, but all the locations that had been mapped on this map, including the Pacific coast, are very well rendered. And it appears that there are southern continents, southern lands below Antarctica. And they just celebrated the 500-year anniversary of the Magellan Straits down in South America. Just missed it by a year, but we did cross over the Magellan Straits. Flip the map upside down. On the left is the real depiction of how the coastline looks. And on the right is Magellan's actual map. And you can see that he believed that Terra del Fuego, which is that large island on the left on the top, was connected to this southern landmass of Antarctica. And that was a belief that lasted all the way to the time of Sir Francis Drake. And I'll show you Drake's map here in a moment. Magellan Straits is depicted in the maps of Finney, Appian, and Muster. Again, Magellan Straits are there, but all these map makers were taking a page out of Magellan's belief that there was a southern continent that it also connected to. And here is the Hondius map of 1608. So almost 100 years after Magellan, the landmass of South America is getting much more defined, and they're calling that southern island of Terra del Fuego Terra Australis Incognita. That is a name that is passed down all the way from the time of the ancient Greeks. And Terra Incognita means the unknown lands. And Australis was given the name Australia by Abel Tasman, the Dutch explorer, who first circumnavigated Australia to find out that that was a separate continent, and also the island of Tasmania south of Australia, which also got the same name, or was named after Tasman. And Australis then loaned itself to naming the continent of Australia. And so here is the Mercator map of 1569. And Mercator was quite revolutionary because you can see the depiction of the Western Hemisphere on the left. He was breaking up the hemispheres of the world into globes. And this is quite revolutionary because now we're understanding that the planet is a globe, that it has different hemispheres, but he's still connecting Terra del Fuego to Antarctica. But I really love the little depiction of the Patagonian giants there as they meet one of the Europeans who are about half their size. And this was also noted by Magellan when he met the Patagonian Indians down there and noticed that their shoulders only came up to their hips. So, Alan, you like to make fun of me being tall. These guys were much taller than me, I tell you. I'm 6'9", but they're in the 7 and 8 foot range. And unfortunately, all but extinct. They unfortunately had been wiped out by the colonialists. And so I do want to show another map from the Far East. And this is a Chinese map. And look at the clear definition of South America is pretty good definition, as well as North America connecting through Central America. And this is from a book called 1421, the year China discovered America. This map being that old, and again, a depiction of Antarctica. So the ancient Chinese, who were also exploring the Pacific and the other oceans, must have known about Antarctica too, because there it is. But this time, there's not that gap, that narrow gap of the Magellan Straits. They clearly show the Drake Passage below there. And so here's the full Mercator world map of 1569, and those finer notes above in Latin say, new and more complete representation of the terrestrial globe properly adapted for use in navigation. The title shows that Mercator, who is named the inventor of the world map, aimed to present contemporary knowledge of the geography of the world and at the same time correct the charts to be more useful to sailors. This is why all these maps and charts were made, because in the age of exploration, having an accurate map, and in that time, there were much more inaccurate maps than the Mercator map you see here, even though we see the lines of the continents are not quite right. The maps were the most valuable cargo on a ship. And oftentimes when pirates would capture another ship, the first thing they would go for is the captain's lockbox to take their maps. And then those maps were then copied by other map makers. It was a very important part of navigating the oceans, because we do live on an ocean planet. A lot of people don't realize that the ocean is covered with 71% water, only 29% landmass. Another map called the Boucher map of 1737 depicts an ice passage through Antarctica. And that one map showing Antarctica without the ice does a passage through underneath the ice between western, the smaller portion, Antarctica, and eastern Antarctica. And here you can also see how Tasmania and Australia are starting to be formed. And this is just 1737. It's still taking on a definition of its own. I like this map too, the Ornacifine map from 1531, because you see Antarctica is like this big blob, but when you consider the ice on Antarctica, it does somewhat fit the proportions of Antarctica with the ice. Here's a blow up then there too, still being called Terra Australis, meaning the land that lies to the south around the South Pole. The Finne map, again, fits perfectly over the ice continent of Antarctica. So it could be that they were charting the ice of the continent, but this is still centuries before it was discovered by modern people. Now here's the route that Sir Francis Drake took. And it wasn't until the voyage began in 1577 that he went down, he followed Magellan through the Magellan Straits. The wind blew him off course. When he was in the Pacific, it sent him right on back to the Atlantic Ocean. And it was at that time they realized there is a big gap. There is no southern continent connecting to Terra del Fuego. So among his many accomplishments, including being the first English navigator to circumnavigate the world, and the second we carried out in a single expedition, third overall, Sir Francis Drake was an incredible mariner. It can't be understated how brave these men were, including Magellan and all the rest that were going on these trips, because your boat sinks and you're finished. You're never going back to your homeland. And he was a pirate. He was raiding the Spanish galleons. And when he returned to England with fabulous wealth for the crown, he was then knighted a Sir by Queen Elizabeth I. And so the Southern Ocean was then left alone. And when Captain Cook made his circumnavigation 1771 in a ship called the Resolution, several decades before it was discovered, when Cook got back to the Royal Academy in England, he reported that there was no southern continent. So lo and behold, they took it off the world map. And now Antarctica disappears. But of course, it was there. And it was the notes and the diary of Captain Cook that were published that got the merchant marines and the mariners who set off to go hunt the seals and the whales that were reported by Captain Cook. They were the ones who finally discovered the continent in 1861. And even in the last 100 years, this is one of those pull down maps we used to see in high school. In 1940, so not even 100 years ago, Antarctica was still this very, very uncharted land. It wasn't until World War II, actually, with the Nazis in New Schwabenland and Admiral Byrd, which you can actually see his flight to the pole depicted on this map. So he's already flying to the South Pole in the mid-1920s, and they still don't know what the exact shoreline of Antarctica looks like, as well as the Palmer Peninsula, called the Antarctic Archipelago on this map, with those channels that go through there. They don't exist. There is no Crane Channel or Casey Channel. So they still weren't even getting the correct mapping of Antarctica Palmer Peninsula in 1940 when this map was created. So moving out of the ocean, but also showing the world map here, sacred places along the planetary grid. And this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I've written 3 books on sacred places around the world, North America and Europe, and finding that they do follow along many of these paths, including many of the pyramids in the world and other major sacred sites, as you can see in this slide. So moving on land, let's take a look at some of the megaliths around the world, because I think this makes a very good case on it. And what's left behind are some of these megalithic sites that contain 70-ton megalithic blocks that would still be a challenge with modern machinery to move and expertly lock into place, such as this location, Sacsayhuaman, which is located at 13,000 feet above sea level. So that's quite high up. That's about as tall as most of the mountains here in North America. And let alone quarry the stones, move them, and fit them so precisely into shape. And this is right above Cuzco and the Sacred Valley, which is the largest concentration of megaliths in the world. One of those sites is called Ollantaytambo, and it's kind of like a Machu Picchu with some of the fantastic ruins there. And on the right is a photo I took, which looks like somebody was using a plaster trowel to shape this stone. On the left is the unfinished obelisk in Egypt, and it too has these patterns that looked like it was wet clay and a sculptor was moving around the stone. So could it be that the lost art of megaliths was using cold plasma to shape these stones in Egypt and Peru and elsewhere? Because when you look at some of these pre-Incan designs, and I was on a trip in South America before I went down to Antarctica 6 years ago with Brian Forrester, and he was very clear to point out the 2 different building styles. As you can see on the right, inferior stacking by the Incan people, and the far superior building technique and stone fitting of the pre-Incan people. And why wouldn't the Incans just take over some of these pre-built sites? They were already built, so all you got to do is move in, or maybe recreate and rebuild a wooden roof on some of these. But this particular building at Machu Picchu is very interesting because that window shines the sun directly through it on summer solstice. So the builders of this monument had a very clear idea of the movement of the stars and the movement of the sun and the moon, and incorporated their buildings to reflect that. This is called the science of archaeoastronomy. And clearly this window shows they had an awareness of that. The Incan used small and rougher stones to create their walls, as you can see in between the megaliths on the right. The megalithic stones would lock together using little or no mortar. The ancient building technique still baffles experts to this day. And look at in the picture on the left how some of those megaliths even incorporate the bend of the wall, the cornerstones. Very complicated designs. You'd think, why wouldn't they just build regular cinder block rectangular stones? Why would they go to all the trouble to create these angles and fit them all so precisely together? Well, they do hold up very well in earthquakes. And on the picture of the right, you can see all three building styles of Peru. The megaliths, the big blocks, the middle stones that were Incan, and on the left is the colonial Spanish style, which crumbles in an earthquake. And the Incan stack stones don't fare too well either, but the megaliths do hold their integrity. Of course, Peru is on the Ring of Fire in a very active volcanic zone. So these large Peruvian megalithic constructions are pre-Incan. And the Incans just build on top, and then cathedrals are sometimes found on top of that. But this is what's so interesting. It's a marked decline in the skill level with each succeeding cultures. So it really just baffles the mind. Who were they? Who built these? Who were these polygonal architects around the world? And we're going to take a tour around the world, and I'll show you some more. But let's keep going through Peru, because this is truly the most amount of megaliths in one area. And then they were able to create these smooth and flat surfaces out of stones. Some weighed hundreds of tons, creating blocks with many unnecessary angles, you'd think, unless they wanted to impress the viewer with the mastery of building techniques. Also notice you will not see any chisel marks on any of these stones. These stones, they call them marshmallow, that they kind of puff out. And those angles are just so precise. I tried it putting a credit card into some of these cracks, and some of them you couldn't. They still even have the water fountains flowing, is what they call them in Peru. And you can put your hand under the water there and just have a drink. They found springs that were flowing water, and they channeled that water to these megalithic sites. And these fountains still work, and not much has changed. Truly amazing feats of technology and engineering. These modern day geologists, archaeologists, and scientists have attempted to reproduce some of these megalithic structures around the world with the current technology that we have today, the CNC cutters, diamond cutters, and lasers, but still unable to duplicate these fantastic feats of engineering. Here's all of us, our group at Sacsayhuaman. You can see Brian Forrester, bottom left there, taking a picture. And then Nassim Harriman is leading a guided meditation with our group. Adam Apollo was in this group. It was really a fascinating tour with some really amazing people. I'm still friends with a lot of the people in this group who I see at conferences, and we meet up to this day. And again, back in Machu Picchu, you have the Intihuatana, which is basically a sundial, a calendar. It was dedicated to the sun god Inti, and the shadow cast by that erect stone at top could measure time, determine the solstices, equinoxes, establish the season, and set their agricultural calendars. And that could determine the period of rain and drought. because let's face it, when you are completely reliant on your farming skills, you absolutely need to be on time with the planting season and the harvest season. You wait too long, the seeds don't germinate in time, and you don't get the yield you could get if you plant on time. You wait too long, and those crops might die, or the rains come and ruin the crop. So knowing the seasons, using archaeoastronomy was absolutely essential to ancient people around the world. And in my Sacred Places series of guidebooks, I show many of these locations, including the medicine wheels in North America, which had the same archaeoastronomy determinations. But cruising around Ollantaytambo, which Brian Forrester said is the oldest continuously inhabited settlement town in the world, have these huge trapezoidal blocks, but modern doors in there. Can you imagine how cool it'd be? Like, hey, Neil, Alan, hey, I'm having a party over in my megalithic house. You guys want to come over tonight? Sure you would. Who wouldn't? Stones that look like they had been created softened. When the stone was softened, they had been much more malleable, like wet clay. And then you also have these little knobs, and we'll see this around the world. Those little knobs, and they're always at the bottom portion of these megalithic stones. And to me, it seemed like when the stones were drying in place, that a little bit of gravity would take these knobs down, but they wouldn't cut them off. They would just leave them. Or perhaps the stones were drying or at a point where they couldn't cut them off. So they just incorporated them into the design. But it's very interesting that you'll see them in other locations around the world. And so let's take a little trip around the world and look at all the other polygonal architecture. Polygonal just meaning many sides, megalithic stones used in the form of architecture. Spain, Syria, Russia, pictured here, polygonal architecture. And even bigger ones in Israel, Palestine, and especially in Egypt. And there you see in the Palestinian blocks, those knobs again, those portions that kind of stick out, and they allowed them to stay. Which begs the question, were they all built by the same constructor? Was there a worldwide civilization that imparted this technology in parts of the world? My friend Hugh Newman, who is megalithomania and goes to many of these sites, including one that you wouldn't want to go to now in southern Lebanon, and that's Baalbek, which contains the largest hewn stones in the world. You see Hugh there standing by one and another person below him in the other picture. That's how massive these stones are. And you also have a more modern temple of Jupiter on top of this foundation. So they're using what's already there, what's already built. Why wouldn't you? Because it's already available to be used. And many of these are in sacred places themselves. So people are sensing this power of place. So even down in Africa, and the Stele Field in Ethiopia, polygonal architecture. Look at that picture in the middle with the tiny little stone there. It's almost like they and then other large ones on this subterranean. Europe, we've got old Hermetic adage. And above, what you see is the polygonal stone masonry of an ancient Roman amphitheater, but below is plant cell structure under microscope. Isn't it interesting that this onion under a microscope has the same polygonal shape as this architecture we're looking at now? So moving on to Italy, a lot of people don't know there are several megalithic sites there. And there's J.J. Ainsworth, Hugh Newman's significant other, poising in front of one. And these ancient ruins survived the Great Flood because many of them are quite deep down. They have to be excavated out, showing that there's quite a bit of soil that has either accumulated through erosion or perhaps they survived some kind of cataclysm and they're still there. But you can also see how old they are from the weathering of the stones, how they've just been through so many storms. And here we are in India, several examples of argument for the and also the island of not Sardinia. Oh, maybe it is Sardinia. Yeah, it is. Malta and Sardinia have the oldest temples in the world, certainly the oldest in Europe, on the island of Malta. And these things are enormous. I've visited them and was just so amazed at how old they are and how big they are. How do you move stones like that if you're a Stone Age culture? A lot of people don't realize Greece also has Cyclopean architecture. That's another word for the large-scale megalithic buildings, because Cyclops was the one-eyed giant in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. And so giant architecture, indeed, in different locations in the country of Greece. So let's go out to Japan. And I lived in Japan for 14 months as an English teacher in 1992 and 1993. And I had the great opportunity of visiting many of these sites. And these are the foundations of some of the very old donjons or castles of Japan, the place where the emperor would live on the grounds. And lo and behold, megalithic architecture, this cross-cultural diffusion of this architectural style spanning around the world. And this is one that I went to a couple times, the megalithic designs around the Osaka Castle. Now, Osaka got bombed to oblivion in World War II, and they firebombed it, and all the buildings you see, including the donjon, the castle in the middle, are all reproductions, are all new buildings since World War II. But the polygonal architecture base has survived. And it doesn't even look like the bombs that were dropped in this area did any damage at all. The integrity of these structures is just amazing. And the closer one gets to the Osaka Castle, the more unique patterns and immensity and size of the megaliths. Another location in Japan is called the Masuda Iwafude, and it is equally fascinating as well with the precision cuts. I mean, it could be right out of Peru with some of the architecture structures you see there, but here they are in Japan. Spanning back to Europe, there is this discernible pattern of these big structures extending over a great area, more than just Peru or the Middle East, now also in Europe. In Albania, bottom right, and that is Vitruvian or vitrification, which means that it had been hit with a flash of very hot, some kind of bomb. Perhaps there were nuclear bombs in our past. There's quite a bit of evidence that that many of these sites are that old, that they perhaps date back to the wars of Atlantis and maybe even older. In Turkey, again, polygonal architecture precisely fitted together, and their lifting ability to get them both in place and their sheer number in the underground excavation is very noteworthy. And here we are back in Central America, in the Americas. It's not inconceivable that a builder race dominated the globe at one point, because in Mexico and South America, if they had stones to quarry in North America, maybe many of those mound sites would be megalithic stone sites, but they only had dirt to work with, so they created those megalithic mounds. This says Chile, but this is really Easter Island. It's administered by Chile. And this offers a very powerful statement of a planetary civilization, because Easter Island is so remote. It's over 1,000 miles from South America and anywhere else. This is where the famous Moai statues come from. And you also have these pyramids around the world too. Many of them are megalithic designs. Seems like a lot of work just to bury a king. And here's another image of the Tahiti pyramid, which is not in the chart on the left because it was destroyed. Usually they're dismantled for ready-made quarry stone. So a lot of them have been destroyed or built over, such as the Cholula pyramid in Mexico, which is the largest pyramid in the Americas. There's actually several pyramids below this. It got planted with trees, or they grew on this hillside, which is all manufactured. And then, of course, the Spanish put a cathedral at the top, claiming that sacred place for their own. So you might ask, why was the worldwide skill lost to the modern world? What had happened? Perhaps a worldwide cataclysm like a pole shift would trigger a huge tsunami of water. Certainly that could wipe out civilization. Or this younger Dryas cooling event happened and ended civilized society. And I saw that Graham Hancock has just released his second season of Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. And he always talks about this younger Dryas cooling period when ocean levels dropped about 400 feet. And when we return to our marine environment, I'll show you how that's possible. This is a depiction of Assyrian divers using an early version of a scuba tank, breathing underwater and swimming with the fish there. So this undersea world is now just being explored. And here's what it would look like when the global sea levels rose by more than 400 feet when the vast ice sheets of the last ice age melted back. So you could literally walk from Southeast Asia to Australia. And that is how the Aboriginal people, as well as many of the people of several of these other islands, populated these far-flung continents. Of course, some of them they sailed to, but the real distant ones, like Australia, you had the ability to walk right on in. So this is a very new subject. I'm actually working on a book called Underwater Archaeology, because dozens of these underwater archaeological sites have been located, including those under the Gulf of Cambi off the coast of Gujarat, India. And that would be on the slide of India up there on the upper right. The Gujarat coast is right at the top of the ocean there to the left as it touches India. It's about where it is. And you can see the undersea scan here is picking up a whole city. More data is coming out about this city. It definitely was intelligently designed, but is sunken to the test of time. There's even an underwater city that has also been recently discovered, Heraklion, off the Mediterranean coast from Egypt, where they're finding all kinds of artifacts and bringing them up. So it also harkens that Hermetic saying, as above, so below. not too far away. Bimini Roads. Could have been a boat. Mother Nature does not create right angles and stack megalithic stones in such a way that they would create these patterns. That these are most certainly intelligently designed megalithic structures that are now sunken below the ocean, attesting to their very old age. Here's another one that's just recently been discovered, an underwater Great Pyramid, which was found 40 meters under the surface. So that's about 150 feet deep. You could almost scuba dive to it, between San Miguel and Teresita Islands in the Azores. And it was discovered by a fisherman who was just using sonar to try to track some fish down. And lo and behold, he comes across this flat-topped but perfectly four-sided pyramid right there in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of North Africa. Another underwater city. This one is very remarkable. There's the scan of it on the right. Pyramids, plazas, courtyards, off buildings. This one is really deep. This is an underwater city that's 750 meters. See where the location is off the Cuban coast. But I would say this one is probably back even farther back than Atlantis and Lemuria to be that deep, because that's much lower than 400 feet below sea level, that this one could have sunk down many thousands of years ago. But again, another very recent finding, as well as the mysterious Yonaguni in Japan, which is scuba diveable, only 115 feet below the sea level. And National Geographic finally had to admit that this was fashioned by intelligent hand. They didn't want to admit it for the longest time, saying it was just a natural formation, but you can see the perfect right angles and the symmetry and the cuts on it. That's no natural formation. This was intelligently designed and cut. And there's even parts of it across that little channel from it. So it was like the foundation or platform for some kind of megalithic city. The Yonaguni is the southernmost island in the archipelago, Okinawa archipelago below Japan. It's actually closer to Taiwan than it is to Japan islands. And when I was in Lake Titicaca, we found that there were underwater ruins there, sunken palaces and roads that connect. This lake is also 13,000 feet above sea level. It's an ancient caldera. It's the largest alpine lake in the world. Very deep, very big. At parts like here, you can't even see across it. It's so big. And the fact that there are underwater ruins there is absolutely fascinating. And so you find this sacred geometry in these sacred places, this as above, so below connection to other megalithic sites. And it just begs the question, did they have more advanced technology in building in this megalithic stone than we have today? And then incorporating it with ley lines and this other sacred geometry really shows how advanced they were. So that's my talk here, you guys. I did kind of rush through it because I know we're on time constraint, but that's all of it. And I hope you enjoyed this presentation.
Wow. Fantastic, Brad. That is really a rearrangement of history. And so your idea behind megalithic stones, because I noticed that in Egypt, there were obviously two different civilizations. There was the huge blocks that had no hieroglyphics, and then there were the little blocks that had hieroglyphics. So I looked around at the pyramid, and the consistency of the rock that formed the pyramid looked like the sand. So I thought, was there some kind of clay or papyrus mold where they pour the sand into it and they emulsified it? I mean, is that the plasma theory? What's the theory of megalithic stones? Because it must be some kind of old form of cement or something. What do you think?
Yeah, and that's really the prevailing theory about Pumapunku near Tiwanaku, is that they do look like they are molded and casted with a form of cement. They've actually even found some recipes on how to basically mix stone with a certain substance to strengthen it into megalithic blocks.
Right.
And so, yeah, you're on the tip there, Alan. That also would apply to some of the structures in Egypt. But of course, we know that there were quarries, and you can tell that certain stones came from certain quarries. So it's probably a combination of both.
Well, you look at the stones in the king's chamber, those huge granite blocks. First of all, how did they place them there and build a structure around that and create a room? I mean, there has to be a technology, obviously, that we forgot, and it's not just a bunch of 100 slaves pulling the stones up a ramp. I mean, that's ridiculous, I think.
No, yeah, the slave theory has already been disproven, and
yeah,
they've already found that they would work during the dry season because during the wet season they could quarry the stones and then float the blocks right up to the Giza Plateau when the Nile used to rise to that level. Then they would have their blocks there, and they would get them into position all year. So they worked around the clock on these structures, but I think the dating gets a lot older too, and this is what Graham Hancock presents in Ancient Apocalypse, at least series 1, which I saw. The new one just came out, that everything is getting dated older and older and older. And so again, like the maps showing that there was some kind of information that was passed down or copied and then brought more to this modern age.
Well, one theory is the expanding Earth theory, where the continents were much closer, or maybe Pangea, one continent, and they broke apart much quicker than we think. And so the civilization that was megalithic was very much connected to each other, and they just spread out as the Earth and the fault lines in the oceans expanded. That's another theory. I don't know. What do you think of that?
Yeah, and Brooks Agnew brings that up, and he shows quite a bit of evidence that the Earth was smaller because of erosion and also all the plant life. It grows bigger, and you can see that with the sedimentary rock formations, that the Earth continues to grow because we have organic material that dies and leaves this sedimentary level. So that's a good point, that the formation, the continents, the land masses have been moving and changing and expanding for many, many thousands of years.
Well, those deep ocean rifts are now showing that the continents are still moving, and maybe it just was an acceleration, maybe 50, 100,000, whenever that megalithic civilization existed, they definitely, your point is, and I think sort of that they were all connected somehow. There was a global civilization. It seems like all the similarities of pyramids and those structures of stone. I mean, there had to be a communication that connected all these ancient civilizations.
Good point. And it's the same polygonal architecture as we saw on 5 continents of the world and underwater even. So shows that there was some kind of passing of information and knowledge at a very ancient time.
And maybe Antarctica was also mapped at that point. And if we were to trace it back, what's your guess? You're saying it goes back older than we think. I mean, right now it's very basic. We understand civilization started 5,000 years ago, which obviously, Göbekli Tepe and the pyramids and John West disproved. But how far back do you think the megalithic civilizations began?
Well, we could take a page out of the Piri Reis map, which he says 12 to 17,000 years ago during the Ice Age, when those sea levels were over 400 feet lower. And a lot of these megalith sites now underwater were, because how can you build a megalithic site underwater, right? You can't. They had to have been above water to create them. Then the sea levels rose. So like these maps, especially the Piri Reis map, which shows these islands off of Antarctica, that perhaps they harken back that long too.
Well, you don't mention the A word, Atlantis, at all, but it seems like there was a great civilization. We can call it Atlantis. I think it was in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Romans turned the S to a C. So it's really the Atlantis Ocean, I call it. And what do you think about the Atlantis theory?
Well, I did show that pyramid off of the Azores. That's pretty good evidence for Atlantis, as well as the Bimini Roads in the Caribbean. That's also in the Atlantic. And there are other locations too. Well, the sunken complex off of Cuba could be Atlantis, could be Lemurian, or even older.
So that could be 50,000 years old. These megalithic could be that old or older, 100,000, Lemurian. What do you think? Neil's a student of ancient civilizations. What do you think, Neil?
Yeah, you spoke about Graham Hancock's documentary, and in the first series, when we were watching it, he was speaking about how the technology, when they see all these advanced structures, the follow-up thing is, well, where are the tools that they used to make it? If they had such advanced pyramids and all that. And his theory was that, we use some explosion technology, we blow things up, right? And if somebody used something else besides explosion technology, would we recognize it as technology? And he called it implosion technology. Kind of also Dan Winter spoke about implosion today, and which to me sounds like maybe harnessing free energy, the wormhole, and utilizing technology that we wouldn't recognize. Or they could have been at such an advanced state of consciousness that they were able to do these things with their own mental state. For example, the blocks in, I think it's Pumapunku, the ones that look like that they've been like they were almost like liquid, and then they get solidified, right? So we see the evidence of it, but we don't see how it was done. And I think we're just projecting our own technology onto the ancients, and that's why we don't really recognize it.
Yeah. What's the plasma theory? When you said plasma, how do you explain that? What's the idea?
Cold plasma theory? Yeah. So this was what was so fascinating on this Peru trip 6 years ago with Nassim Haramein, because he's this new physicist, new theories about things, and he was explaining that they're even reproducing this technique in the laboratory, and that is with this cold plasma technology, they're able to render very solid objects more malleable. So he was saying
what is cold plasma? Is it how do you create that?
That's a question for Nassim. I'm not exactly sure. I'm just trying to repeat what he was telling our group, is that they were having success with using this cold plasma technique to render very solid objects softer. And so he was parlaying that into the building of these megalithic structures.
Oh, okay. Because how did these ancients have plasma laser technology?
How did they have any technology? And in Egypt, as you know, Alan, you find drill holes, you find saw holes, you find very good evidence that they had stone cutting techniques. So there's your high technology there.
Yeah.
Right. Well, another new realization that is now coming into the mainstream is that the face of the earth has been shifting so many times, even more than used to be conventionally believed. And now they're realizing that if there were ancient civilizations, the conventional mainstream is starting to catch up with, that we may not have any evidence of these civilizations that were 13, 30, let alone 100,000 years ago, just because of the way the Earth's crust is always shifting, and if there was pole shifts at certain points, entire civilizations have been wiped out. So yeah, so the Earth has shifted so many times, we really don't know how many ancient civilizations there were, how many resets the planet may have even gone through.
Yeah, but your presentation is excellent for showing people we don't really know anything about history. There's no, I think it was better than what Graham Hancock even presented on Ancient Apocalypse, because he's sort of all over the place with, trying to say there was this apocalypse here, and of course, what's his name disagrees with Graham Hancock. Robert Schoch has a whole different theory that there was a different type of ice age formation, and
I think Robert Schoch thinks there was a solar flare, and Graham Hancock believes it was an asteroid.
Yeah, so there was something, and there's definitely evidence. And Brad, you did a great job. And one question I have: when you were on, I think I asked you this before, when you were on the continent of Antarctica, did it feel differently? Because I've been to Australia, that felt, and what did it feel like to set foot on Antarctica?
Well, it's certainly an otherworldly place. The first impression is it doesn't look like any other continental landmass, because it's just this frozen continent. So you don't see any trees, no bushes, nothing green, nothing even really tan or mud colored. It's just black and blue and white. So you just get down to these colors, and black is the color of the whales and the seals and the rocks, blue, the sky of the ocean and the sky, and white of the glaciers and the clouds. But you breathe down there normally. There were a couple days it was warm enough that we did the polar plunge, jumping into the water among the icebergs. Gets cold. Yeah, we got out right away, but you did it. You have to do it. And of course it's cold, and we did wear winter clothes most of the time, but there were 2 days where we were even sun tanning on the deck of our boat. So it's not as inhospitable as people might think.
So do you think there's a civilization buried under the ice? Of course, Linda Moulton Howe talked about this. Do you think there's a great civilization to be discovered?
Yes, I do. And also working with Dr. Michael Sala, who has also done a lot of Antarctica research, and Linda, just talked to her on the phone extensively a couple days ago about my takedown to Antarctica with a film crew, with a venture capital guy who seems to be raising the funds to put together this expedition. And we would like to go at least try to find out some of these locations. And Michael Sala, he provided me with some GPS coordinates and some screenshots of this area with perfect rectangular, looks like old foundations to a building. But again, Mother Nature doesn't create in these perfect symmetric.
Right. Well, what Linda has, we lost you there for a second, but what Linda claims is these whistleblowers have been into these mile deep in the snow structures, these huge structures that have hieroglyphics all over, and that not Egyptian, and they're warm. So what do you think about that and the people she's kind of quoting for that?
Yeah, well, Linda's also a remote viewer, and she's worked with Tom Dongo, one of the most renowned remote viewers. I know you know him, Alan. And Linda was telling me about some pyramids under the ice, and she said you wouldn't want to go there because they're still being used, and if you were to say find a way to go in there, you might not be coming out. So there are so many mysteries of Antarctica. I think that's why this is just an evergreen subject that is never going to go out of style. We're always, those of us who are researching, always looking for more data points and more information about it, because it is such a mysterious land and so remote, so far away. It's almost like we're talking about the Cydonia region of Mars. Well, nobody has the opportunity to go there and explore those pyramids. We can only just see the pictures.
Right. Neil, were you going to say something, Neil?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Brad, what are your thoughts on the flash frozen hypothesis about Antarctica?
Well, there's some
Yeah, Brad, your internet's cutting out a little.
woolly mammoths in the north of Siberia that were flash frozen, still with food in their mouth. So it was so sudden that it just caught them off guard. So it could be also that Antarctica was hit with a flash freezing as well.
So quite possibly there was a pole shift, and Antarctica could have been in a different place.
Well, a pole shift would affect the whole planet and move Antarctica to its present location, and then it would be a flash freeze too. Because my understanding is pole shifts are actually a very quick phenomenon, that they only take a few days or even a week for all these plates to shift, and volcanoes and massive tsunamis around the world. Then it takes much longer for things to settle down, and then whoever survives to begin civilization anew.
Yeah. Right.
It's such good work, Brad. I really appreciate your scholarship and you searching out those maps and putting it together and traveling the world. It's so important because we are not being told the truth. And also Antarctica has a lot of UFO sightings, according to Linda. I mean, so
according to me too.
Oh yeah, did you see UFOs down there?
Well, we didn't, but we heard there was another sighting at another Argentinian base, and they were talking amongst themselves. And the guy told us that a few weeks prior, at another Argentinian base, they had a UFO sighting.
And it's also interesting. There's a no-fly zone over the direct South Pole, which I think, if you listen to what's his name, you go into the inner Earth.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think there is an entrance to the inner Earth in the North and South Pole, because even here, no one flies over the North Pole in the Northern Hemisphere. It's like, I don't know if it's a no-fly zone, but who was the guy that went into the, who took the expedition down there? What was the American?
Byrd.
Yeah, Byrd. And there was that whole thing. He was going to bring a lot of planes and troops down there, and he turned back. You know that story? What
Yeah,
happened?
for sure. So that's in his diary. He was flying. Well, first, I showed the map that depicted his flight route in the 1920s. He must have seen the hole in the ice on that flight. Then he went back again at the very beginning of Operation High Jump, and then went into the hole with his plane. It's that big.
Yeah.
And then he went into this inner Earth realm.
It's not even a hole. I think it's an opening where the Earth, is not, there's a open circle there at the top of the South and the bottom of the North-South Pole, where it's big enough to fit a lot of things in. And who knows how. And he went in there and found a civilization, though. I mean, that's the theory of Augusta and all that.
The domain of the Ariani is how he described it. And if you think of the Earth perhaps as a torus with an opening at the top and the bottom, and the energy flows around, you can actually see that. Planet, and this is
wow. There's so much more mysteries to the world. Neil, we have to keep doing these.
Yeah. Good job, you guys. This has been fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Brad. And before we let you go, I want to let everyone know that this one's not for a while from now, but you're going to be at the Moon, Mars, and Inner Earth Anomalies Conference. I'm going to share it real quick. Can you see my screen?
Oh. Yeah, where is that? I want to go to that, Brad. Where is that?
Online. It's online. It's our event.
Online, but then San Diego in a year, right, Neil?
Yeah. We'll be in San Diego too. Same month next year. This is until April next year, but Alan, you can MC it with me if you want.
I definitely want to, because the inner Earth I've been fascinated with that for, since I ever heard about it, so.
Yeah,
I think
I'll come up with some new material for this.
In the Earth.
Great.
Perfect.
I do think if the Earth is hollow or not, there are these huge caverns, people say, that can fit Mount Everest inside of it. That's been proven. And there's a civilization there. Supposedly, it's much it's much safer to live on the inside of the planet than the outside of a planet.
Let's book a ticket and go.
Journey to the center of the earth, you
There we
know,
go.
Jules Verne's.
Brad, hey, thank you so much, Brad. I appreciate you, brother. I love you and your passion and everything you do. And thank you for just, really just peeling back more of the layers for all of us and presenting it in such a beautiful way, brother. Appreciate you very much.
Yes.
Oh, my absolute pleasure. Great to be able to present here on Portal to Ascension. And thank you for rebooking me. The Airbnb I was at a couple days ago had terrible internet. I didn't know that, but this one seemed to work out okay. So thanks for having me on, and look forward to the next one.
All right,
thanks, Brad. Good to see you again. Yes. That is another awakening of humanity, Neil. But when we get to the true history, we could get more of a sense of who we are and civilization, what our destiny is. So
exactly, yeah. There's so much that we don't know, and we're just exploring the truth right now, and it's fun and exciting to really see the depth of who we are and what we've done on this planet and what our ancestors have done as well. So it's beautiful.
There's a real mystery here, and we're not getting it in the academia. They just they brushed aside. Well, starting with John Anthony West, when he said, the Sphinx is much older than we all thought. They laughed at him because it's like Avi Loeb was fighting against when he said there may that Oumuamua may not have been just a mirror. It may have been a spaceship from another galaxy, and they all laughed at him, and they didn't look at the evidence.
Well, there was a time where almost all mainstream archaeologists were against this information. Almost all people in the government, congressional people, were all against UFOs. And now it seems to be a split that even within those communities, we know what's happening in Congress. And like Lou Elizondo said with the DOD, that there's people that want it released, people that don't. Same with archaeology. The truth is prevailing so much that you can't deny the evidence at this point, right? And even if you think you don't have the evidence, like for example, Avi Loeb was saying, well, show me the actual documents and the bodies, don't just tell me, right? You can't deny that there's too many holes in the stories and the narratives for us not to question what's really going on,
Well, that's why you're doing your thing. That's why I'm doing my thing. We are questioning it. And, I try to stay away from the really out there theories. Like, people say they're from different star systems, and that's great because that's their inner experience. But we also want the evidence that Brad provides that,
exactly.
Factual, and what Avi Loeb, obviously, he knows David Grush, he knows Lou Elizondo, and he tends to believe them, but he wants to see it for himself. So
yeah. And that's his background, his profession. He's very analytical and linear. So and that's what we need. We need every one of them. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Everybody has their own thing to offer. And that's why we're doing this conference. This is an infusion into the timeline. This is so many different points and perspectives. And, Avi Loeb, for example, he would probably inherently disagree with quite a lot of the speakers on this platform, but we still had him here,
Oh,
we still took what we...
Yeah. No, what are you going to say?
I was going to say, and we still can receive information from him and have an open discussion, because it's not about saying that, oh, because you believe in this, I don't agree with you and I never want to talk to you again. Don't even speak to me. It's about having open discussions so that we can really all understand who we are, why we're on this planet, and what's going on.
Yeah, I was going to say about Avi, he's very conservative in a way compared to this crowd, but he's also way far ahead of everyone else in that field. Yeah. So it's the land of the giants.
It's interesting because he's literally saying, oh, craft have probably visited Earth, right?
Yeah.
And then he's saying, well, there's no evidence that they're existing here now, even though he believes they've come before. But then you got to realize, what's the next question after that? Who were they? Are people able to communicate with them? How did they communicate? What does vibration and frequency have to do with it? Those are the next questions that we explore here.
Yeah, no, it's exciting work, and we realize how much that's been hidden, or we just don't know, or we've been led to believe one thing. And that's what's so hard for people to get over. One of my favorite sayings by Mark Twain is, it's easier to lie to the people than to convince them they've been lied to, you know? So that's Mark Twain in the 1800s. So
Yeah.
not that we've been lied to, but we've been told a story that people think is true. Even Darwinian evolution, I just was with Bruce Lipton, who said there's no evidence of chance mutation. There is mutation, but it's intentional mutation that evolves species. It's not by chance. Chance mutations do not survive, but
Well,
intentional. Yeah.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, that's it. That's all I was going to say. What were we
We'll
going to
say
say?
when you teach the masses something and you make it indoctrinate in them a lot of things since birth and other things that you teach them and they're parroting out and basically saying, you know, this information as if it's their own. We take
Right.
such ownership of the information we've been told that it's almost puts us on the defensive when someone goes against that narrative. And you
Oh,
know, great example is politics, for example. You know, when you back someone up and then say that politician doesn't do what you said, and when someone comes at you and says something about that, instead of having open discussion, many people get very offended and they're backing something else up based on what other people have told them. And you know, we got to really look, and that's what this is all about, is really looking about our own truth, looking at our
well,
own inner truth.
you're so right. A politician, political parties, or baseball teams, people identify themselves with the other. You can't go to Cincinnati and not be a Reds fan. That's dangerous. You know, people so identify with these exterior things that you're insulting them when you insult their political party, or their baseball, their basketball team, or their mother, or whatever.
Or their
I mean,
beliefs, just a general belief that you may have.
well, it's a belief that people identify as self because all they think, most people just think they are their name, their history, their thoughts. And what we're realizing through a bigger evolution, that we're not even our thoughts. We're not our personality. We're not our history. We're something more than all the things we identify with. And so that's about moving to a different dimension of reality, is to not identify with what you think, but identify with the great I am being that you are, that we all are, the infinite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's beautiful.
All right.
So,
What's
all
up
right.
next?
I think we're about to close for today, but I just want to
Oh.
let everybody know that, you know, today as you know, we started out with, and today was done intentionally. I deliberately put a lot of kind of science, intellectual information together. You know, of course, we had Karen Swain that brought it into some more universal concepts, but Avi Loeb coming with the Harvard scientist, Dan Winter coming with the science of ascension, Stuart Pearce, Jonathan Goldman about the frequency. So today was really that day to receive all that information, you know. And then tomorrow, okay, so tomorrow, everybody, we start at the same time. We have 2 days left, and we're starting with Laura Eisenhower. We have Craig Campobasso coming on afterwards. Ashley, who's been an MC here and was here all day, she's going to be presenting tomorrow. We have Constance Briggs, who's also on the Moon and Mars Anomaly. She does moon anomalies and galactic history. So that'll be an interesting presentation. Then we have Deborah Katz, who is a remote viewer, and she actually was working for a company that was hired by one of the 3-letter agencies to remote view. So she's had firsthand experience for working for governmental agencies, remote viewing. We have Mary Rodwell, who is always amazing. And then we end with Nadia Gladhill, who's a QHHT practitioner. So tomorrow's another full day, Alan.
Okay, great, Neil. Always good to. I learned a lot, actually. That was a great presentation by Brad. I mean, everyone is here. I learned from everyone who presents, and so it's a kind of mystery school or esoteric academy that these portals to ascension that you're opening are, and it's valuable. It's a valuable learning. And
it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And I'm having a lot of fun doing it, and I'm happy to, you know, do these with you.
Great. Thank you, Neil. We'll do more.
Exactly. All right, everybody. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks, Neil. Okay.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate you
Sending love to all the MCs and the speakers that came here today. We're back at it again tomorrow. And a reminder that after this conference is over, we have the Dragons Conference that you can register for on our website. Then on our YouTube and on the same page for the Awakening Conference, we have the Arcturians Conference the day after the Dragons Conference. Then we have the 3-day True World History. So if you like what you just saw with Brad, we're going to go 3 days releasing that content on there. Just keep going, just for fun, but also to put out some amazing content over the next week or so. So see you guys tomorrow. Love you all and appreciate every single one of you for being here and being a part of this. Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.